Rubber ducky, you're the one. Or should I sing Raindrops Keep Falling on Our Heads?
Either one. I just want to know if you're Bert or I'm Ernie, or I'm Ernie and you're Bert. Something like
Welcome to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, Sebring International Raceway, January 13th, 2024. I'm Brian Bielanski, is Gregg Ginsberg, and it is soggy out here, to say the least.
Yes, it is. And a recent change in the conditions, seemingly right as we showed up at the facility this morning.
Yeah, it was great. Right glad to get out of the car and walk over to the tower. But again, I'm in the tower, so I got zero to complain about.
Yeah, I'm nice and bright, too.
All of our folks are out there on pit lane, and our corner workers around there, and yeah, that's pretty good representation of what the area looks like this morning. But what I'm confident I'd like to see is behind us, there's a lot of clear stuff. So.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, Brian, I'm looking out up to the sky now, and you can kind of see it on this camera view. There are definitely some areas of the sky now that do not have cloud cover.
Well, and 20 minutes ago, it was way darker than it is now.
Indeed.
So, it's Florida, so if you don't like the weather, wait 10 minutes.
Exactly. And so, of course, we're here at Sebring International Raceway. Brian, let's take a quick look at this 3.7-mile, 17-turn course, originally part of an Army airfield training facility for B-17 bomber pilots back in World War II. And as you can see here, it is a very challenging course, very flat, made up of a lot of the very same concrete that served as the runway for those bombers almost 70 years ago, or more than 70 years ago here, and made all that more challenging when it is damp and when it is wet.
Yeah, this is DriverSeye Chopper 2 view here, high over Sebring, and it is a beautiful day here. Not really, but it will be at some point in time. And as you can see, lots of puddles, but everything dried up very fast yesterday, so I believe once it does stop raining, it clears pretty quickly here. But you can see there's a lot of moisture on the racetrack at this point in time.
And so, Brian, on course right now, we've got what we consider our big bore race group, big GT cars, as well as our Touring 1 machines, and also American sedans, the pony cars.
Yes.
And this group, they are out for their qualifying session this weekend. The schedule this morning, we have 3 remaining qualifying sessions out of the 8 total race groups that we have, and then we are going racing. We anticipate our first race, if we don't have a lot of delays for dealing with rain or dealing with cleanup of some sort, whatever. We assume our first race will start probably just shy of 10 a.m., probably around 9:50 a.m. Eastern time. So as we've got cars coming around and passing the start-finish line now to start their very first flying laps, Brian, the last time drivers were out on track was yesterday morning before lunch, where they had a practice. And let's quickly take a look. The conditions were somewhat damp when they went out on track, not full wet like this, so I don't think the times are going to be commensurate, exactly. In GT1, we had Matthew Butson was or probably not Matthew Butson, Claudio Burton in his Chevy Camaro out of Adairsville, Georgia. He was the fastest driver on track, and he was the fastest driver in the session, turning in a 2-minute 7-second time, with Adam Romito in his Dodge Challenger, your second fastest driver, and then Dave Pinterick, 2017 national champion, in his Ford Mustang, was our third fastest driver in GT2. In GT2, it was Jonathan Start, your fastest driver, in his Dodge Viper, with then Barry Bowes, who finished second at the national championships this weekend, took the sweep last weekend at Homestead Raceway. And then third fastest was Jorge Nazario in a Chevy Corvette out of San Juan, Puerto Rico. In GT3, fastest driver, let me take a look here as I go down through the order, was Michael Lewis, many-time national champion. And he is, this weekend, Michael is driving his Mazda RX-7. We may see that car in GT Light as well, maybe a little bit later this morning. Second fastest was Zach Hollinshead out of Lake City, Florida, in a Mazda Miata. Not often you see Miatas running, at least in GT3, but there you go. And then Jeff Durnell, another former national champion, is Mazda RX-7 out of Roswell, Georgia, third fastest. In T1, Mark Bowden, not Joe Bowden, but Mark Bowden in a Mercedes-AMG GT4, which ought to be very well suited to this type of weather with some ABS on that machine. Although I think a lot of the T1 cars probably have ABS going for them. He was your fastest driver. Then we had Hugh Stewart in an E46 BMW M3, and he works that car very well in the rain. Third fastest was Brian Goodman, also in a BMW M3 out of Fairfield, Connecticut, in American Sedan. Your fastest driver on course was, and we saw him last week at Homestead, was Mr. West. Was Thomas West in his Cadillac CTS-V. Second fastest was Maury Doyle out of Indianapolis, and then Philip Waters in his Chevy Camaro, third fastest.
So I'm suspecting, although now I see some track trucks going out, you can see them right there coming at us and around the turn 15 area. I don't know where they're going to, but there's clearly somebody off at some point.
All right, and Brian, we are now under black flag conditions here. So yeah, it appears that there's something maybe going into the Sunset Bend, into turn 17, the final corner. Matter of fact, I just saw some flashes of some lights up at the very entrance to the pit lane by Sunset Bend. Yeah, here we go. Here's another maybe a look coming down the Ullman Straight, and you'll see there one of our
if I were a betting man, I'd say off to the left there's a car in the tire wall.
Most likely, yes. As you can see, that high-dollar emergency services vehicle now deploying across the track, the Cadillac there. And let's see if we can pick something up here.
Well, yeah. So that's where they're all going to, into that tire wall there.
Right there, driver's left.
It is not hard in these conditions, especially with these high-power cars, with tires, even with rain tires on. They still don't really like the rain. So not only will they have to, if they're in the tires, will not get the car out, but they'll also have to do a little tire wall repair here. So the easiest way to get that done is to stop the session for a little bit. Hopefully they can get it done in 4 or 5 minutes, and then when they get back out there, they'll still have 10 or 12 minutes of action to be able to set a better time. The problem with this is that during this time, no one's on the track circulating to take water off the racetrack.
Exactly.
And it's still raining in this area. I can see raindrops in the puddles here, right at the front of our camera angle here. But it looked like in the turn 1 camera that it wasn't raining in turn 1. And that's how it works here at Sebring. It's so big that you can have rain in one section, like I'm seeing here. And then if I look at this camera here, it doesn't really look like it's raining. And that's only, what, a quarter mile down from one section? If even that.
Yeah.
You know, so... So yeah, let's do this. This is a great time to take our break.
Sure.
We'll get that out of the way while we're in this black flag condition. Of course, it's the Hawk Performance Brake Zone we're seeing here, and there's nobody braking at the moment. But let's take our break, speaking of brakes, and when we come back, hopefully we'll be getting back to action quickly here. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Sebring International Raceway. We'll be right back. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid.
Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
And welcome back to Sebring International Raceway for the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski, and we are currently under black flag conditions during our first of 3 qualifying sessions this morning, as there is still some cleaning up going on over at the entrance to the Sunset Bend, and looks like we still have some of our emergency services vehicles out there, Brian.
Yes, we do, and the new Flagtronic system, Greg, is pretty cool because we can actually see all of the emergency vehicles have a Flagtronics unit in it.
Right.
So we now know which ones are where, and we can see when they start to move. So that gives us a good indication of how much more we have to make up stuff and say things about people. So until we get to back to racing act. Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry.
No, not at all.
My inner voice started talking again. So
yeah, and so Brian, you know, we go and give you a rundown of where we are here. Only a portion of the drivers that went out, they completed an out lap and not even a flying lap here. So a little hard to get some times
Sure.
on it for you. Now, this is a 25-minute qualifying session. All 3 of these qualifying sessions are scheduled to be 25 minutes in length. We're right now a little bit over halfway. We've got about 11 minutes remaining in the session. So assuming we get that car removed, which is just off to the left of the entrance to the Sunset Bend, turn 17, the final corner here at Sebring, we should be able, hopefully our drivers can go out and maybe get two, possibly 3 flying laps in before the end of the session.
right.
And so go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, in the SCCA, the clock keeps running during a black flag, so that's why. But now the stewards do have a little discretion. They can add a little time at the end of the session if they want to, if they think they have the time to do it.
Right.
So we'll just see what happens with that at this second. So 10 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock here, and we're seeing some. I think we're seeing some movement down there. I don't know if we can go back to that turn 17 camera for a second, but that's where all of the action is happening. Oh, well, now we know which car it is. It's car number 4. Have you
That's Joe
reported this
Christen-
already?
No, we haven't. That is Joe
Okay.
Christensen in his GT3, as you can see on the
Yes.
side of the door, GT3 Honda Civic. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine there, as they are moving that car away. Now, and they've just given a 5-minute warning to the drivers that are down on the pit lane right now.
Right.
So we'll be sending them out here in just, well, like I said, about 5 minutes. That's going to leave, Brian, only about 4 minutes remaining on the clock. So that may be, given the damp conditions, time for an out lap and maybe 1 flying lap afterwards. And so we'll see how these things play out. Now, this group here, Brian, across the 3 GT classes, it is stacked with national champions. In GT1, we have Tony Ave, who happens to be our reigning GT3 national champion, but a former GT1 national champion. We've got pardon me. I said that Tony Ave is actually racing in GT3 this weekend, and he's your reigning GT3 champion. We've got Jeff Durnell in the field there as well. We've got Michael Lewis, and I don't believe we have a time in for Michael Lewis. I didn't see him go out on track here this morning, so we'll see if that 132 machine makes it out. We may see him go out for our last qualifying session of the morning to run in GTL. He was running both GT3 and GTL with the same car yesterday, or probably not yesterday, last week at Homestead. In Touring 1, of course, we've got Mark Bowden, multi-time national champion. In GT2, our reigning national champion, Jared Odrick, is here this weekend and racing. And I wanted to start off with GT1. Tom Herb, two-time national champion, taking the wins both at Road America in 2020, or probably 2021, Indianapolis 2021, and then Virginia International Raceway in 2022. There we go. We've got David Pinterick, who's your 17 national champion as well in the field. And then as we go down into American Sedan, no national champions to my knowledge in American Sedan here this weekend, but still very strong field based on what we saw last week at Homestead. The way Thomas West drove that Cadillac CTSV in the wet, well, he's going to probably be the most ready for the conditions that we're seeing right now. He did not set a time on the session before the track went black.
All right, so you can see our track workers are now clear of 17. They've given the drivers a 5-minute warning to get back out there, and that's probably about halfway through that now. So we should see cars back on the racetrack here with about 5 minutes left to go. And with these conditions, that may give them time for one decent lap here to add to what they've already got. So unless they extend off the session just a little bit, which we'll find out here shortly. So as Greg has been saying early on, our early pole sitter, Barry Bowes, and then he's in GT2 with Jonathan Start. Our cars are back on the racetrack now. All of the Flagtronics have gone green here, so it is good to see what we got going now.
That's right, and I believe our first driver out on track, driving his GT4.
I think that's Thomas Herb.
Yeah, or actually, well, let's see, because that might have been, I think that was actually Mark Bowden in the GT4 Mercedes for a fall line Porsche. Here he is coming through turn number 3. We've got the GT4. No, actually, given the wing there, that is actually the GT3. FIA GT3. Here's where things are going to get confusing here. We've got FIA GT3 machines racing in SCCA GT1. That Lamborghini out there, that is another one of our GT1 machines. That is Michael McAleenan out of Tacoma, Washington, racing the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 as well. But no, the lead car out, that was Thomas Herb in the 16 car.
Right. Yeah, we had some questions last weekend in the chat from we have some folks who follow us from Europe, and our class structure doesn't fit nicely into the FIA class structures. So we take those cars and we fit them into what our existing class structure is. So some of the FIA classifications fit into our touring classes, or some of these classifications fit into our GT classes, and it just depends on, they use some sort of a magical formula to determine where they work in our class structure, because we didn't want to add classes just for the FIA GT cars, because we just frankly don't have enough of them racing with us to do that. If we had 35 FIA GT3 cars, we might come up with its own class, but we don't. So we find a way to nestle them within our existing class structure here, and that's why you've got some of those cars here in GT1, some of them here are in GT2 or at T1, and that's kind of how it works here. So lots of folks in the chat already this morning. Irwin's here, Richard David Moxley, Brian Straczynski. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Sebring.
That's right. Yeah, we got Glenn Kirchin, or probably not Glenn Kirchin, but we've got Kevin Grimm checking in, who is looking after Glenn Kirchin, his Corvette Z06. Glenn is out of Bellingham, Massachusetts. Glenn was one of our drivers to set to at least put in one lap, and that was the out lap.
Right.
So we'll see if the 93 car can put in a commensurate time. Right now, he's 8th fastest in GT2. Congratulations. And I guess we should give Barry Bowes congratulations. He was our out lap champion there.
Right.
Before we went black.
All right, and we'll see. We had a whole bunch of cars who weren't even on the racetrack in the first part of this session, so now they've got to get out there to qualify, and basically they're going to get one good lap in here, and we'll see who makes it out, and if they didn't qualify. If they ran time yesterday, they'll probably let them start in the back of the pack today. Yep. So,
well, you know, Brian, we've got a little bit less than 4 minutes remaining on the clock now, as drivers are just crossing the start-finish line to start flying laps. We may see some of these drivers get two flying laps in before the end of this session.
Well, only time will tell.
That's right. As we see see some of our GT1 entrants going through turn 3 now. Again, these drivers now starting those flying laps. And one of the GT2 Camaros directly behind that Lamborghini. Couldn't pick up the number. We'll see it probably here as it comes down into the Hawk Performance braking zone at the hairpin at turn number 7. And you'll see here where these drivers, and maybe they're shifting over a little bit to driver's right to try and get part of the asphalt that is not necessarily polished down after 70 years.
Exactly. Exactly. You know what I love about this race group, Greg, is all the different marks that we have here. We've got a Mustang, a Dodge Viper, a Mercedes, an Acura RSX, a Corvette, a Lamborghini Huracan, a Corvette, a Porsche, a Mazda RX-3, RX-7, a Camaro. I mean, everything. It's like the melting pot of sports car racing here in this big bore class.
Yeah, indeed. And we just saw him a few moments ago go through the hairpin. Gary Crook in the number 41 T1 Chevy Corvette. That is one of the brand new, well, not so brand new any longer, C8 Corvettes, one of the rear engine Corvettes. Gary debuted that car here at Sebring last year, and I believe it was the first logbook Chevy SCCA logbook Chevy Corvette race car. And currently Gary is running second fastest in Touring 1, about a second off of Mark Bowden's time.
The first ever Corvette?
No, for C8 Corvette.
Oh, C8 Corvette. I'm like,
C8
okay.
Corvette.
I'm like, boy, that doesn't seem right to me, but I didn't hear what you said. So there you go.
And you can see the very late entries that these drivers are taking. And as it is, this is over at turn 3. It's already a late entry corner, Brian, but these drivers are going very deep into the braking zone, staying away from that curbing, and using, again, portions of the track that typically your race cars would not be running over in order to find as much grip. You know, again, after all these years and the use of this asphalt, and you can see all the little patch blocks, different blocks of asphalt there at turn 3, so they're not all 70 years old. You know, you're trying to search every lap for the most amount of grip that you can find here, and what is a very difficult to find wet line in Sebring.
Well, and compared to yesterday, that flag's actually, we don't have it as much wind today as we had yesterday. Yesterday, that flag was straight out. So the wind's not out there at the moment to help drive the track either. So, but I do see it does feel like it's brighter now than it has been all morning.
Yeah. All right, so quickly, Mark Bowden in his Touring 1 Mercedes-AMG GT4. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
He is your fastest driver on track overall, turning in a 2-minute 40 second 0.7. Gary Crook, second fastest. He's 2.3 seconds off, and these are the T1 times. He's 2.3 seconds off. Then Paolo Salvatore. Turns out in Touring 1, 4 drivers probably 5 drivers did not go out for qualifying. That is Scotty B. White, Chris Utzon, Hugh Stewart, Ron Hugate, and Brian Goodman. In GT1, Michael McAleenan in his Huracan, your fastest driver with a 243.419. Tom Herb, 0.2 of a second off of that, and they are the only 2 drivers, it looks like, that have put in qualifying times to this point in Touring 1. No, actually, we do have a time from, I think, Keith Grant, and this was his outlap at a 3:52. So it looks like he did his outlap and said, I'm done. In GT3, Tony Ave now displacing Jeff Derniel. Did I say Durnell? Jeff Durnell. That was an inside joke, everybody. Tony Ave with a 2:43.595. That is 9 full seconds up on Jeff Durnell's Mazda RX-7.
Right.
Zach Hollingswood, another 4.8 seconds back. Scott Sansone in his Mazda RX-3. And Scott did really well in that little black RX-3 in the rain last weekend at Homestead, where he finished second in a hotly contested GT3 race. Scott is currently your 4th fastest driver with Bill McGavick, and Rebs, Richard A.B. Smith in his Mazda RX-7, currently 6th fastest.
Yeah, and sometimes when you have these huge gaps in time between class, it might be the case of someone deciding to maybe either that they don't have a rain tire, or they're rolling the dice that this track is going to dry out kind of fast. They go out on a dry tire.
Right.
And unfortunately, I don't think the track dried out as fast as they would have liked to. So our time has expired, but I don't see the checkered flag out yet. So
Not yet.
It might be that we're trying to give them maybe one more lap here before they move on. So we've got a view of the start stand here from our broadcast booth, and as soon as we see that checkered flag out, we'll let you know. But we may have gotten a bit of these guys may have gotten just a slight bit of an extension to get a couple more laps in here.
All right, let's take a look here quickly at GT2, where Justin Elder out of Lakeville, Minnesota, in the Chevy Camaro. That is the GT2 car with a time of 2:41.624. That is, and now checkered flag is being displayed, Brian. So all last flying laps here will count. Justin Elder, your fastest driver, with a 2:41.624 in GT2. Jared Odrick, reigning national champion, about a half second off of that time, a 2:42.173. Jorge Nazario in his Chevy Camaro. By the way, Odrick driving the same Porsche 911 that he took to the national championship. He's out of Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Jorge Nazario out of San Juan in a Chevy Corvette. That is your 3rd fastest GT2 car at the moment, and he is just about 1.5 seconds off of Elder's provisional pole time. Simon Asselin out of Sammamish, Washington, also in a Porsche 911, currently your 4th fastest driver in class.
And that's how it sits at the moment. Let's do this, Greg. Let's take a short break.
Okay.
And when we come back, we'll have our second to last qualifying of the weekend. Up next is going to be the T2, T3, T4, and SMX cars. That's coming up next year. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Sebring International Raceway. We'll be right back.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
And we are back at a wet and damp, a moist Sebring International Raceway.
There are many people that don't like that.
I know,
word, Brian.
that's why I said it.
Oh, okay.
We're at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour,
My, oh,
Sebring
my.
International Raceway. Most of the rain seems to have at least slowed, if not stopped, as we go between our sessions here. And Mark Bowden, who was just out in the previous session, has hopped into a different car, and he is now out in this session in a T2 Porsche. But so that's the magic of how we can do this multi-class, multi-race days. And so he's out there right now. But we've got T2, T3, T4, and SMX, a brand new national class here in the Sports Car Club of America, their first Super Tour. And this is going to be fun to watch.
Indeed. And so the Fall Line Motorsports folks, Mark Bowden's shop and his team, they've been very busy. They had multiple cars out in the last group, and now they've got Bowden, they've got the 2 O'Tools out in Touring 2 as well. The 2 O'Tools in Touring 2. Let's see what I did there. All right, and so they're quite busy here. So let's take a look. We've got in this group Touring 2, Touring 3, Touring 4, and as Brian, as you mentioned, the new SMX class, what used to be known as Spec MX5 Challenge, made for the NC Miata, basically the third generation Mazda Miata or Mazda MX5, all identically prepared, running a spec tire, running a spec Roush head with forged pistons, and I mean, these are definitely race cars, to say the least.
Well,
Spec spring and shock packages as well.
They're a step up from our Spec Miata class. It's the next iteration of Spec Miata, and they've put a lot of effort into it. 23 cars here in that class this weekend. They say that's the largest field they've had of these cars, and Mazda's got a dedicated trailer that's going to be to all the Super Tours, which not only have SMX but also Spec Miata parts. Because you know, we never need Spec Miata parts.
Never, not after yesterday. So let's quickly take a look. These drivers were on track yesterday morning for practice. This is going to be their only qualifying session before their race a little bit later this afternoon in SMX. The fastest driver on track was Justin Adiconis out of Ridgefield, Connecticut. Then we had Ethan Jacobs, our second fastest driver, 0.12 of a second separating him. Third fastest, Don Squarick, who I believe took a number of wins, and he's kind of, well, he's not the elder statesman, but he took a number of wins last year as part of the Spec MX5 Challenge. And we'll talk a little bit more about Don. He let us in on some information here this week that we definitely like to share. Again, that was your top three out of, we had 29 go out for practice yesterday. Mark Bowden was our fastest T2 machine, had a 6.5 second gap on the rest of the field. That was a 6-car field. In Touring 3, Richard Baldwin was your fastest driver. And Richard driving his Nissan 350Z. Matter of fact, I think I mentioned the Baldwins yesterday with the Juicy Fruit liveried cars. So he was your fastest driver. He had a 2.5 advantage over Chris Clark. And then we had Derek Wagner, third fastest. In Touring 4, the Heischman car, Ryan Heischman, he was your fastest driver. He's in an MX-5 out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Then we had Paulo Salvatore. He was your second fastest driver. He's in a Ford Mustang. He hails from San Antonio. And then third fastest, Robert Spence, in a Mazda MX-5. He's out of Ackworth, Georgia.
There we go. So early on in this session, and we've got still lots and lots of water out there. This is the Hawk Performance Braking Zone going into turn 7. And this is where it is good to have good brakes on a day like today. But if you have too good of brakes, you lock them up and you slide them right through the end of the corner and you hit the escape road. So
that's right. All right, so our outlap champion, Brian, here in this group, Jack Murchison out of Edwards, Colorado. Well, we're showing him as Edwards, Colorado, but he's actually out of the state of Maryland. Okay. Driving the number 58 machine. And I had a little email conversation with the folks from Mazda that they probably wanted to know Jack. Last night, although Jack's not here and he wasn't there to receive the award, Jack was named the Washington, D.C. Region Rookie of the Year last night at their banquet just outside of Baltimore, Maryland. And Jack is coming off a race win. He won his last race was with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series in the SSM class, which is kind of an offshoot of Spec Miatas for the 1.6 liter, very early Mazda Miatas, and he took the win over 45 cars, I believe, and it was his very first race win in the Mars Series. But he's got some karting experience as well. We'll see if that time, I doubt that time at a 3:09 is going to hold up, but we'll see how he holds up in a very tough SMX field. Today, Michael Borden, who took double wins last weekend at Homestead, is in the field. Michael is the 2020 national champion in Touring 4, and I don't think this is the same car, but he won that championship in an NC Miata. It's a chassis he knows very well, but there are some very big differences in the setup and composition of an SMX car versus a Touring 4 NC Miata.
Sure. Mark Bowden to the top of the leaderboard here in this particular session as well. I find that Mark Bowden, wherever he's racing, is somewhere near the top of the leaderboard. Yeah. So good driver, good, well-prepared cars. So his in this particular race, in the T2 car, is a Porsche 997's version 1C2. So that's the T1 or the T2 clad Porsche. And he just dropped a purple sector time, a purple lap time of 2:52.5. So, and there's some very creative lines going through turn 17, Greg. Some I'm thinking are out of necessity because they were the pack, but I think people are also going to be looking for either wet track or dry track, depending on what tires they went out on. I'm going to guess most of these drivers went out on. Who were we talking to last? I think it was Steve Whitson who said if you're wondering whether you should go out in wet or dry, you should go out in dry.
Yes.
So I think this was a session where it's possible that people made some decisions here, and some went out on dry tires, hoping that by the end of the session, that's going to be the best decision for them. And we will see if that kind of thought process works out. At the moment, about 6 or 7 of the cars in this race haven't even gone out, so they're waiting for maybe later in the session for it to dry out too.
Indeed. All right, so let's take a look at some of the other classes here. As you mentioned, Mark Bowden with the overall lead, second and that's a Touring 2, where he's got currently, and this is only with one flying lap in the books, a 7+ second advantage over the rest of the T2 field. Matt O'Toole, in another one of the Fall Line Motorsports Porsches, is currently your second fastest driver. In Touring 4, Alex Lozano in his Mazda RX-8, currently your fastest driver. He's got a 28/100th of a second advantage over Jeremy Butts. Both of the Jeremy Butts driving an NC Miata. Lozano's out of Brighton, Michigan. Jeremy Butts out of Darnestown, Maryland. Matt Spicuzzi, your third fastest driver, he is in a Mazda RX-8 as well, and I'm wondering if maybe that slightly longer wheelbase is an advantage here in the wet 2. Incredibly well-balanced chassis. In Touring 3, it is Richard Baldwin, who is our fastest driver in practice yesterday. He's got about a 5.5, actually more than 5.5 second gap back to Chris DeShong. DeShong was swept last weekend at Homestead in his BMW 330i. I believe that's a Spec E46 prep machine. Derek Wagner, also in a 330, is currently your third fastest driver. And I hate to say it, but but Jack Murchison's outlap didn't hold.
No.
And your fastest driver in SMX right now is Max Schweid out of Boca Raton, Florida, the number 98 machine. He is currently your fastest driver. Corbin Collins, your second fastest driver, and the Planet Miata machine of Mark Cephalo is currently your third fastest driver.
One of those drivers who has not gone out yet is Scotty B. White, and he was also in the previous session.
Well, I didn't see Scotty B. White go out for the last group either.
Yeah, I think he made it out at one point. Maybe I'm wrong. I can go back and look at that. But anyway, he could also just be saying, I don't need to go out in the rain, and he'll go out for the races this afternoon. So.
Yeah, and especially when you think about it, Brian, most likely when this group goes out to race, although the entire run group is very large at almost 50 cars, there will definitely be a split start where SMX starts separately from the touring cars,
Right.
which makes that group that Scotty B. White is going to be in much smaller than 50. Much smaller than 50.
True.
You know, as we said, the SMX field is almost 30 cars.
Scotty did make it out for 4 laps.
He did.
Session,
Okay.
So he could just be getting strapped into his car and get ready to go out now.
All right, so we've got just about 14 minutes remaining in this 25-minute qualifying session. We do have one more qualifying session, Brian, following this one, and then we go racing. The schedule today, we're going to have 8 different 25-minute sprint races. The plan is to have, again, a lot of factors go into this, but the plan is to have our first 4 races before we take a break for lunch about midday.
Jim Daniels is in Spec Miata this weekend, right? Is he actually driving?
I would be very surprised if Jim is racing this weekend.
Okay, because he's still at the hotel, he says, 2 weekends in a row of these conditions.
Yeah, well, if you remember, Jim was working last weekend on our T1 and T2 Mustang.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
That they were doing quite a bit of testing on, and Jim, I don't want to say one of the originators, but very early on, big proponent of Spec Miata. He put in quite a bit of time. I remember running with Mazda at Early World Challenge.
So he says here he's not racing this weekend because he's developing his Mustang for an endurance race.
Right.
He's here to support Drago and the Spec Miata gang
over at East Street. Yeah.
So he's here as a helper this weekend. And so somebody has tapped the tires in 17, and was able to continue. I'm not quite sure which car that was, but they're going to have to go out after the session and just do a little check to make sure the tires are in good shape for the next group.
And that was Richard Baldwin. We just saw past them, just leave the pit lane in that Juicy Fruit Nissan.
The Juicy Fruit Nissan.
Yeah.
I love that. So we still have about 8 cars who have not answered the green flag this morning, and they're at this point, my guess is that they're probably not going to go out in this session.
Exactly, probably not.
All right, so let's take our break and get that out of the way, and then we'll hopefully have green flag action all the way to the end. Let's do that right now. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Sebring International Raceway. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Like we saw a really good bumpy video out of Homestead last weekend, which I was kind of surprised by how bumpy that was.
And by the way, we haven't listed on and listed here as Ben Jacobs. It's actually Ethan Jacobs.
Oh, Ethan. Okay.
Ethan Jacobs that's driving the car and driver of the 199 machine. He was for a moment our second fastest driver in SMX. Currently your third fastest driver, but you can see, Brian, look at all of the corrections that he's having to dial in at practically every corner in order to keep that car moving as he just comes out of the Le Mans curves onto the Ullman straight, the back straight, the one time really where he's going to have a chance to breathe and maybe relax a little bit on a lap. Here coming down into the final corner.
Kudos to the graphics department, which is also the director's department, which is also every other department, for getting the name change so fast for us.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, in a blink of an eye, Ethan Jacobs is now in the 99 car. What a great job by Ryan back at HQ to get this stuff going for us. A lot of stuff going on this morning with the weather conditions. You know, whenever there's weather, it makes our technical crew's job just that much harder, and they are hitting out of the ballpark today for us, and we really appreciate all of that.
And there's Ethan right there coming down across the start-finish line, and the car with the white car with the red and white stripes, or probably with the red stripes down the hood. So great transition there, so we can see both machines. And yeah, it is a challenge here, and you can see even under braking here how these drivers, every single lap is an experiment on how to find a fast time. And so now, oh yeah, go ahead.
I was saying, so with 5 minutes to go, let's go through the top three in each group. In SMX, we've got Helio Mazza is your pole sitter at the moment, with Max Schweid and Rocco Pasquarella in third. Moving down to T2, we've got Mark Bowden, Tom O'Toole, and Matthew O'Toole. That's our top three as it stands right now in T2. T3, Richard Baldwin, Colin Harrison, and Chris DeShong, your top three in T3. And if we scroll down to T4, we've got Max Pacuzzi, Alex Lozano, and Jeremy Budd. So that's the top three in each class at the moment, and it's and that's what we're looking at with 4 minutes to go on a racetrack that looks to be drying out just a little bit, at least on the racing line, and that's a good sign. And if I'm looking at the right in front of us here on the screen, I don't see any raindrops on the racetrack, and that's really, really good news. And looking out where the weather comes from, it looks a lot lighter than it has been for the morning, so that's all good news. We do have local yellows at turn 7 and turn 8 right now, and I'm not sure what the situation. It could be that a car's gone off on the escape road. That's a very popular place for that. So, and as soon as that car continues, if it can, those local yellows will be dropped, and it'll be we'll be all moving forward with that. But that's with 4 minutes and 20 seconds or so remaining here. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. It's yeah, it does definitely look like there's a dry line starting to form out there.
Yeah, and so Matt Spicuzzi, our provisional pole sitter for the moment here in Touring 4, driving the number 31 Mazda RX-8. He is the 2-time Waterford Hills Racetrack STL champion, and he took those in 2022 and just this past season in 2023, Brian. And he's that Mazda RX-8 machine that he is racing is, I believe, the machine, one of the machines that Ray Huffmaster raced previously at the runoffs back in Indianapolis back in 2017.
Interesting. Interesting.
All right, so let's jump back on here with Ethan Jacobs. And look at this, coming into the Sunset Bend, how much that car just gets jostled around in between the bumps and the wet pavement there. And honestly, Brian, as he comes through there, looks like fewer corrections made than almost any other corner on the track. And there it is. There's that white with red stripe, the Mazda MX-5 once again. And it looks, though, Brian, as though we might have a local caution over at the hairpin, over at turn 7, just after the hot brake zone.
I just heard them say they've got a car off there. They're going to leave it there till the end of the session.
Okay.
So those local yellows will stay up. There'll have to be a little ginger going through that area, which they'd be doing anyway, hopefully, because of the weather conditions. But and we're only a few minutes left in the session.
Yeah, just about 2.5 minutes.
My guess, well, I was going to say, my guess is whoever's got their best lap probably got it in already. But look at that. Right up at the top, Colin Harrison just went purple with a 2:47.881.
Wow.
So as the track dries out, though, they'll get faster.
And interestingly enough, so Colin is racing in a BMW Spec E46 machine, and I know a lot of the Spec E46 drivers have been looking to get some allowances. They feel that the car is maybe a little bit lacking in straight line speed compared to some of the other T3 machines. Now, I know a Spec E46 won the national championship back in 2019, but obviously the rain is the equalizer here, as Harrison's Spec E46 goes to the overall fastest lap. And given that that car is out with T2 cars, which have quite a bit more horsepower, interesting to see a T3 machine as your fastest driver. And he is currently a second faster than Mark Bowden's T2 Porsche.
Yeah.
Look at all that counter steer that Ethan Jacobs had to put in there, and you see he lost quite a bit of pace there through that corner as he let two faster cars by. And that was over at that Le Mans section, or pardon me, that was actually the tower turn over at turn 13, going onto the Flying Fortress Straight, where it looks like he got a little crossed up. And we've got a car off, Brian. Speaking of the Le Mans turns, over at turns 15 and 16, looks like one of our SMX drivers off.
Yeah, it does not appear that he hit anything, and he's trying to get back into the action without causing another problem for someone else. We're in our last minute of qualifying here, and looking to see if anybody else is going to be able to snag the top spot here. And Richard Baldwin's in second place, went purple in sector 3. Now he's gone purple in sector 1 on his next lap. So it looks like he's trying to put a flyer in that Nissan 350Z. Baldwin from Covington, Louisiana. We'll keep an eye on this final lap, because he is coming with it. Yep.
That's right. We've got a local caution, Brian, coming down into the Sunset Bend, and it looks like that caution has now been withdrawn as we had a car spin just before the bridge, and he has now gotten back underway. And Brian, the checkered flag is now being displayed on the session, And so number of cars still out on laps. This last flying lap will count. And let these drivers go. Let's take a look at the front of the field. Richard Baldwin just did turn personal best here just a few moments ago. He is still a little bit over 4/10 off of Colin Harrison's times, and it looks as though he is still working.
Right.
That final lap will go. He's just gone personal best in Sector 2.
Right, personal best in Sector 2, but not best in Sector 2. So if he can put in a really strong Sector 3, though, he's still got a chance to be able to grab pole position for this race. We'll just wait to see him come across the line here. We'll see if we can see that 350Z come through turn 17 here. And now we're waiting for him to get to the finish line. He is the one car on the track who still has a chance, I think, to be able to grab the pole from Colin Harrison. And we're still looking here. It's a big track, so there's a long way between the sectors here. But he should be coming onto the main straight here any second. That Sector 3 ends at the start-finish line here.
And honestly, you'll be able to see when that Nissan 350Z goes by. It's got a very distinctive paint job.
Yep.
And here he comes across the line, Brian. Let's take a look.
No, that was a real slow third sector, so he must have had a moment sometime in that third sector. It's really easy to do when it's wet like this. So, all right, let's
take a look. We'll break things down by class, Brian, and then we will take a break. We still have a few more cars out on track, but most of the fast runners that hadn't already set times have already come in. So we'll start off with Touring 2. Well, actually, you know what? Tell you what. Let's start off with Touring 3, since that's where our
they earned the pole position.
Exactly. That should be our front row for the touring classes. Again, for this group, when they go out to the race, it will likely be T2, T3, T4, and then a gap, a split back to the SMX drivers.
That's right.
So we'll start off with Touring 3 because our front row should be Colin Harrison and Richard Baldwin. 4/10 of a second separating them. Derek Wagner was our third fastest driver. He's in the number 122 BMW E46. I think that's also a spec E46 machine, but he was almost 4 full seconds off of Colin Harrison. So you know what, Brian? Colin Harrison puts in a last lap to put an exclamation mark on his pole.
Don't you even think about taking pole for me.
That's right. He puts down a 2:46.7, now 1.6 seconds clear of Richard Baldwin, who's going to start next to him on the front row. So Derek Wagner, Daniel Moen, third and fourth fastest in Touring 3. Let's move over to Touring 2, where Mark Bowden, your fastest driver, with a 1.5 second advantage over Matt O'Toole. Another 2 seconds then back to Tom O'Toole. Those are your top 3. Oscar Hernandez in his Porsche 911. We saw last week at Homestead. Oscar will start 4th in Touring 2. In Touring 4, Alex Lozano in his Mazda RX-8. He will be your T4 pole sitter. He's out of Brighton, Michigan, with Matt Spicuzzi, who led most of the session. Also from Michigan, from Watershed Township, Michigan, 22 1/1000ths of a second off of Alex Lozano's times. Jeremy Butts, a 10th back from there. So really tight at the front of the Touring 4 field. Ryan Heischman out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania, will start 4th in Touring 4. And then let's move over to SMX, and let's see how close things are there, Brian, as Rocco Pasquarella on his last flying lap takes the SMX pole away from Helio Massa. 0.3 of a second the difference, with Michael Borden, our double winner last week at Homestead, scheduled to start 3rd. Max Schweid from Boca Raton, Florida, starting 4th. Ethan Jacobs, Alex Bertinoli. That's your top 6 in a almost 23 car deep SMX field. We only had 21 cars go out for qualifying this morning.
Well, there you have it. It's going to be probably, hopefully, drier this afternoon. So we'll see if these qualifying times really end up being where the race plays out.
That's right.
But that's why we do it, folks. We're going to keep an eye on the weather, keep an eye on the racetrack, and we're going to bring it all to you. One more qualifying before our first race of the day, and that's coming up next. That qualifying session is our production cars, our GT lights, and the ever-popular B-Spec class. So stay with us. We'll be back for that in just a minute. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Sebring International Raceway. We'll be back in a minute. Don't forget to file for your contingency payouts for the Hoosier Super Tour. Partner payouts include offers from companies like Hawk Performance, including product certificates to the top 5 positions in class. And they can be used on any Hawk products. Hawk Performance also offers a benefit discount to SCCA members of $20 off a $200 purchase and is the Novice Group sponsor for the SCCA's Track Night in America. Search Contingency on the SCCA website to view your contingency options.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway, Hoosier Racing Tire, SCCA Super Tour. We are here for our final qualifying of the weekend. This is our B-Spec cars, our GT Lights cars. We've also got in this group E production, F production, and H production. So we've got some of the classic SCCA classes from way back in the day, some of the OGs of the SCCA, our production cars, and then we've got one of the newest classes in the SCCA, B-Spec, all in one group. And a wide variety of cars on the track in this group. All the B-Spec cars are your Mazda 2s and your Minis and all of that. And then you've got your production cars with everything from Hondas to Mazdas to Alfa Romeo Spiders, Porsche 914s, even a Volkswagen Scirocco in this group.
That is, well, even a Volkswagen Scirocco. You made it sound like it's like a big surprise there. But let's take a look here in practice yesterday. And again, it was slightly damp for these drivers. Our fastest driver in the group, Cliff Ira, in his F production, oddly enough, a front-wheel drive car, not a rear-wheel drive. Little British car. Cliff Ira driving his Honda Del Sol VTEC out of Kansas City, Missouri. I believe that car was second in F production to Ken Kennard's Integra at the runoffs this past year. And so let's take a look at F production, where Ira had almost 8 seconds on the rest of the F production field. Mark Webber in his Mazda Miata was your second fastest driver. Stephen Clark in a Mazda MX-5. Third fastest, and then Pedro Rivera. And I was fairly certain that we were going to see Ken Kennard this weekend. He was at Homestead last weekend, was not out for practice yesterday. We'll see if he comes out for qualifying today. In GT Light, Peter Shadowin was your fastest driver. Peter driving that rear-wheel drive Honda CRX. He is a multi-time national champion. He took the fastest lap time in practice, 16/100ths of a second faster than last weekend's double winner in GT Light, Chris Bovis, in a front-wheel drive Honda CRX, one of the original Dentisi cars. Chris Copley in his British Leyland Mini, his Mini, Bryony, was third fastest. In E production, Doug Piner in his BMW Z3 out of Hempstead, North Carolina, fastest driver. Almost 3 full seconds on Don Tucker and John Bauckham. Tucker in a Mazda Miata, John Bauckham in that bright yellow like boat tail Alfa Romeo Spider. He's out of Monroe, North Carolina. In H production, you mentioned the Volkswagen Scirocco, Mike Ogren, who took double wins here last year. Also took wins at Virginia International Raceway. He's out of Dunedin, Florida. He turned in a 2:45.3, 5 seconds up on Andrew Wright's Triumph Spitfire. And then Jonathan Stalzer in his Mini Cooper, and I believe that is a newer BMW Mini Cooper, was your third fastest driver. And then finally, let's move over to B-Spec, where Frank Schwartz, who we thought yesterday, Brian, or not yesterday, last year, we thought Frank Schwartz might have jumped the start by about 15 seconds right. last year, because he just drove away from the rest of the B-Spec field. He was your fastest driver in practice yesterday, only 0.8, though, separating he and Josh Smith's Chevy Sonic out of Kannapolis, North Carolina. Stuart Black in his Chevy Sonic was our third fastest driver.
So early on, we've got, and this is one of those sessions where I really think that we're going to see our fast laps at the end of the session, because the track is drying quicker and quicker as the day goes on here. You see a little bit more wind there, that flag flying a little straighter than it was earlier. That's going to help get the track drier. We do have a lot of humidity. That doesn't help get the track drier. Yeah. But I think this is one of those sessions where if it continues as it is now, that the last half of the session is going to be a whole lot faster than the first half of the session. And this is the harder session for the drivers to make decisions about whether they're going to go with dry or wet tires. I'm going to guess that a lot more drivers here made the decision to try to go out early on the dry tires, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, certainly, and I know our very first race, which is going to be coming up in about a little less than a half hour, is going to be a very difficult decision for our STL and STU drivers to make that decision, wets or dries. As ambient air temperature here, Brian, right about 70 degrees, but we felt it last night, we felt it this morning. It is your typical Florida heavy dampness right now in the air, and we'll see. The track will dry primarily from the tires evacuating that water and the breeze that we're seeing. But as we watch right now here at the exit of turn 3, you can see all the water that is still at the edge of the pavement, and if you are unlucky enough to hit that curbing driver's right, or if you go and drop a wheel in the grass over driver's left, there's a lot of water there to be found.
JPM Performance in the chat says that Ken Kennard broke a transmission and he will not be here this weekend.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Thanks, Jesse. Appreciate you letting us know that. All right, so early on in the session here, and we're now about 6 minutes into qualifying. Drivers now, for the most part, only working their first flying lap. So we'll see here. I think Brian Heitman in his E-Production MX-5 Global Cup car, first driver to cross the line and complete a flying lap. So he goes to the top of the leaderboard at a 2:53, 2:56. We'll see if that holds up, as most of the other drivers now are just now coming out of the Sunset Bend and coming across the start-finish line to complete their first flying laps. We'll take a look here in just a moment as Chris Copley early on goes to provisional pole in GT Light over Peter Shadow, and almost 4 seconds faster than the Shadowing car. Chris Bovis another 15 seconds back from there. So these drivers, they're trying to feel out what the track is like here and get some heat in tires that, although it may be very warm outside those tires with the damp pavement, it's going to take a little bit longer to come up to temp, and question of whether or not they hit those starting tire pressures correctly so that they can get them up to temp. We'll see how things play out here. In B-Spec, Frank Schwartz early on with a 4-second advantage over Stuart Black, and then Chris Taylor in a Mazda 2 is currently your third fastest driver. He's a second back from Stuart Black. Josh Schmidt out of Kannapolis, and a lot of the cages in the B-Spec cars, Brian, were built by Babyface Fabrications. That is Josh Schmidt's shop, and he is currently your 4th fastest driver, again in the 119 Chevy Sonic this weekend. In F Production, Cliff Ira is currently your fastest driver on track. 15-second advantage over Mark Silverberg's Toyota MR2, and Stephen Clark only 23 thousandths of a second back from there.
Stephanie Anderson has a fan in the chat. Ken Stork is rooting for her this weekend, so we'll help try to keep an eye on Stephanie for you there. Brian Heitman, still your pole sitter. Nothing will change up at the top here. And there's that beautiful 914 Porsche going through, followed by a B-Spec car. So it's that's the fun part of this.
All right, Brian, in H Production, Mike Ogren with a 14-second advantage over the rest of his HP field. Jonathan Stalzer in the Mini Cooper, second fastest. Daniel Stalzer, also in a Mini Cooper, third fastest. It appears as though both Leanna Wright in her Mini, as well as Andrew Wright in his Triumph Spitfire, did not go out for the qualifying session. And in E Production, it's Brian Heitman, still with the fastest lap overall. Here as he completes his second flying lap. He's got a 7-second advantage over John Easy's Mazda RX-7. Doug Piner, BMW Z3. Remember, Piner was the fastest driver in the class in practice yesterday, currently third fastest, and then John Balcom in his Alpha, 4th fastest.
I never know what the situation is in a particular driver's decision-making process, not go out in the rain. Usually I feel like, and it's just my thought process, that if they choose not to go out in the rain, it's because they're not very good in the rain. But if you choose not to go out in the rain because you're not very good in the rain, you're never going to get good in the rain.
That's right.
I always try to default to going out. Maybe not putting in a ton of laps, but at least getting out there and learning what your car does in the rain, because you don't have that choice during a race. You might have that choice during practice and qualifying, but you got to get out there and you got to get your hours and your time in on it.
Attention in the paddock, First call to the grid for race group number 1, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. Drivers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under drivers, race group number 1. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
So let's take our break also right now. We're a few minutes early, but let's get it out of the way, and then we'll take you green flag all the way to the finish time.
Hopefully green flag.
Line. Yeah, that's the goal anyway, right?
Exactly.
You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Sebring International Raceway. We'll be back in just a minute.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
And welcome back to Sebring International Raceway, the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. It is our final qualifying session of the morning, and next we'll be going racing here. But first, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, and B-Spec, they're going to be trying to set the grid for their race this afternoon.
Yeah, look at that dry line right there, Foreman Greg. You can see it real clearly on this camera, right in the middle of the racetrack there. And then you can see just off the dry line a Rooster Tail. So.
As Chris Taylor, pretty obviously on wet weather tires, looking for those puddles.
So it's interesting. When we were in the break, we had a camera shot heading back towards the runways, and I always forget that this is an active working airport, even while we're here racing. There was some sort of a corporate jet taxiing in the background, and it was like, wow, that's kind of cool. We're at an airport.
That's right. We'll see how today. The government may not see many helicopters, but so it is. It's so neat to see here at Sebring. Daytona, of course, they've got an airport nearby. I call a number of races at New Jersey Motorsports Park where they've got a working airport, a civilian airport, right over the fence. Really neat for some of our background shots here. All right, so let's take a look, Brian, as we're just now under 10 minutes here remaining in the qualifying session. We'll break things down by class. Our fastest driver on track right now, still Brian Heitman. He's running an E-Production, and he is in an MX-5 Global Cup car. He's out of Kansas City, Missouri, and with a qualifying time of 2:51.761. Second fastest overall, Chris Bovis now in his GT Light Honda CRX. He's out of Overland Park, Kansas. The front-wheel drive CRX with a 2:52.907. That's 1.1 seconds off of Heitman's time. So let's move over by class. We're in E-Production. It's Heitman, then John Easy, who's 4 seconds off of Heitman's times with the Mazda RX-7. Doug Piner now moving up to third fastest, and it is great to see Louis Bastani in his Mazda Miata. I actually purchased a motor years ago for my ITA Honda CRX from Louis. He's been racing, I think, almost 25 years now. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. If we move over to F Production, Cliff Ira, your fastest driver. Currently, he's got a 6-second advantage over, and here's a new second place runner in a Dodge Neon. So front wheel drive F Production car, Preston Obremski. He's out of Deltona, Florida. He's second fastest. Stephen Clark in his Mazda Miata. Now third fastest, Pedro Rivera in a Porsche 914, fourth fastest in F Production. So big variety of vehicles in that class. And now Stephen Clark, as he crosses the start-finish line, he picks up a couple seconds, almost 2 seconds on Obremski to move up to second fastest in class. In GT Light, we talked about Chris Povis as your fastest driver. Then we've got Chris Copley in his British Leyland Mini, second fastest Peter Shadowin, third fastest in the rear-wheel drive Honda CRX. Paul Mavoli, fourth fastest. And then if we take a look at H Production, it's Mike Ogren, your fastest driver, currently with a 14-second advantage over Jonathan Stalzer's Mini Cooper. Daniel Stalzer, third fastest. Those are the only 3 drivers in the class. And then finally, B-Spec. And look at this, Brian. Stephanie Anderson moving to provisional pole in class in her Mazda 2. She's out of Racine, Wisconsin. Stuart Black, who was the standout last week at Homestead in his Chevy Sonic, currently 0.13 of a second back. Frank Schwartz, third fastest in qualifying so far. He is in, and this is interesting, he is running a Mini Cooper Clubman, which is the station wagon version of the Mini Cooper. And I think that has a little, definitely has a longer wheelbase than the standard Mini Cooper. And he's out of Davidsburg, Michigan. And Chris Taylor in the Mazda 2. And we saw Chris a little while ago hunting for water.
Sure.
He is currently fourth fastest in a 12-car class.
So watching the timing and scoring sheet here, it looks as though the vast majority of the drivers are setting personal bests every lap.
Yes.
So that's an indication of a drying racetrack. And still, there's a chance, obviously, now as we get late into this session with 6.5 minutes to go, that we may see some big changes, and everything you just said might be completely different at the end of this.
There's a very good chance.
So want to say hi to Pedro Leal. He's here from the French Alps in the chat. Erwin is joined us now from the Netherlands. Good morning, or good evening, I guess, Erwin. Welcome. I guess it'll probably be still afternoon for you, Erwin.
He's about 6 hours ahead.
A dear friend of yours and mine, Don Drennan, has joined us in the chat this morning. Good morning, John, or Don, I should say. We're happy to have you here, one of my mentors, and good to see you here, Mr. Drennan. And so, yeah, we got some good folks in the track. I guess at one point I didn't see it, but Trenton Kramer says there was a great save by Josh Schmidt, so I'll believe you. And I was probably looking at the timing and scoring sheet when that happened. Here's a shot of the performance braking, Hawk performance braking zone here going into turn 7. And it's, oh, there's one of those little open cockpit Mazdas in one of our production classes.
Yeah, and just
that with Mark Webber.
I think, yeah, Mark Webber in the red Mazda Miata. And so Jesse Prather in the chat right now made a pretty salient comment here. He thinks that a number of the drivers are starting to come down the pit lane when they have crew there to make tire changes.
Sure.
And some of these drivers are now moving to dry weather tires. As again, we saw a lot of drivers staying out of that damp area there. He thinks Chris Bovis did, and Bovis now has just gone to the top of the leaderboard in GT Light and had just set his personal best time, although it looks like he might have been on a cool down this last time by. It was a number of seconds off, but he's now at a 2:52.13, about a second and a half clear of Chris Copley's British Leyland Mini. Peter Shadowin still third fastest in the class, but Brian Heitman, who this last time by did not improve on his previous lap time, still a little bit off that time. Brian, real quick, let me make, as we've got just under 5 minutes remaining here, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Tension in the paddock, tension in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 1, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 1, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. Your race scheduled to start in just a few minutes.
Just under 4 left to go in this qualifying session, and Brian Heitman's holding on for dear life to that pole position there.
Yes, he is.
He's got that Mazda MX-5 Global Cup there in E-Production, and if in fact Chris Bovis came in to change tires, he might be trying to get those tires warmed up right now for one last lap dash for the pole position in his GT Lights Honda CRX. And then of course we've got the Mini with Chris Copley trying to do his best to unseat Chris Bovis from the pole position at GT Lights.
And there's Chris right now, I think, coming out of Le Mans onto the back straight there. And that car's showing a lot of speed, Brian. It was very quick in the dry at Homestead last week.
Coming right into our view now. It's that kind of gunmetal gray colored. I call it the Mini. It's the original Mini Cooper from way back in the day, and that thing just looks hooked up going through 17 there.
Indeed.
That's got to be fun to drive. That's got to be fun to drive. And we'll see what he puts down. He was putting down 2 personal bests. Is that going to be enough to overtake Chris Bovis? We'll know in just a second. And it is not. His third sector a little bit slow here, but still staying in third place for the time being. Overall, second place in GT Lights.
Let's see if we've got any other changes here. Chris Daugherty now, Brian, going to the top of the leaderboard in B-Spec. Now, Chris, he is David Daugherty. David, multi-time national champion, multi-time in B-Spec as well. Chris is driving a car that they built up this year, a Toyota Yaris. And Chris coming off a pretty horrific wreck qualifying at the runoffs this past year. So great one to see him behind the wheel. This is, I believe, his 3rd year racing now. Okay. And he finds himself, for the moment, at the top of the B-Spec leaderboard. Stuart Black, 1900ths of a second back, almost 2/10. Stephanie Anderson, who had been our fastest driver for a few moments there, she is only 53 thousandths of a second back from Stuart Black. And when this run group goes out and has their race this afternoon, they're going to be our last race of the day, there should be, I believe, a split start with B-Spec starting in the rear. And that will put Stephanie right on the second row in that group, right next to Frank Schwartz, and so closely matched all the way back to like 8th position.
All right, so let's keep an eye on Cliff Ira. Jesse Prather says he definitely came in for drives. He's going for the pole, and he just went purple in Sector 1. He did not go purple in Sector 2, though, so he's going to have probably a chance to do this lap and one more lap after this one. He'll be able to get across the finish line before the checkered flag here, it looks like, and he'll get one final lap. But he is putting in a flyer, trying to get pole position here in his F Production Honda Civic Del Sol. He, of course, out of the Kansas City area and part of that Jesse Prather Motorsports dynasty here in the production classes. So we're going to keep an eye on him as he tries to grab pole position here very late on this drying racetrack. And you can definitely see which cars have got dry tires and which cars have got rain tires by which line they're taking.
I'm guessing John Baughman in that yellow Alfa Romeo Spider certainly running in on the dry tires as he stayed right down the center of the track. And you can see him in that line of dry tires. We'll probably see him come in quite much closer towards the curbing going into turn 3 as well, and he does.
All right, so Cliff Ira just jumps to the F Production pole here with a lap time of 2:51.784. He went purple in Sector 1, purple in Sector 3. If he can do purple in Sector 2 on this lap as well, he might be able to unseat Brian Heitman for pole position in this race. He was only out of the pole by 23 1/1000ths of a second, so definitely got it in him. If he can just put all 3 sectors together here, he could be our pole sitter for this race when it happens. So the checkered flag is out, but anybody who's on a hot lap right now, this lap will count.
That's right, and so we see that that drops Chris Bovis now back to 3rd overall, with Bovis almost 3500ths of a second off of Ira's times. And I believe Bovis may be out on a final flyer.
I believe that's true.
So we'll see if that is the case and whether or not he can pick up some ground here on the final lap.
So Chris,
And actually, oh no, that's one of the. Nope, that's pardon me. That's the Shadow car coming down in the turn one. As Peter Shadow now takes the checkered flag, so he's not going to improve from 6th fastest overall.
All right, so Cliff Ira's first sector was only 5/1000ths of a second slower than Brian Heitman. So he had a 50.002 was Heitman, 50.007 was Cliff Ira in the sector 1. Let's see what they look like in sector 2.
And Brian, real quick, we had Stuart Black, you just saw it there on the screen, spin off over at the outside of turn 17. That brought out the caution. It looks like it may only affect, though, the Dodge Neon, possibly, of Preston Obremski, as Stuart Black did not impact the tire wall, got the car back underway before any other cars came down into the zone.
All right, so Cliff Ira has gone green in sector 2 still and slightly faster, nope, slightly slower, I apologize, than Brian Heitman. It looks like Brian Heitman's going to have a lap to hold on here for pole position here. It would have to be a killer third sector for Cliff Ira to grab pole position now, but it was certainly definitely the good old college try to get this done here late in this race.
All right, well, and we see now the Del Sol coming out of the Le Mans curves onto the back straight. We'll check here in a moment and see whether or not he can improve here. So he's only got one corner remaining. Here comes the Del Sol right now.
Right.
And again, fast time for him, a 2:51.784. He needs to beat a 2:51.761 as he comes through the final corner now and sets up through Sunset
exactly
to come down the front straight. He sees the checkered flag in the air. We'll see if he can make up those 23 thousandths of a second.
We'll know here in just a moment.
And
Let's see, it pops on the screen, and will it happen? Will
and
it happen?
yes, it does, Brian. 2:51.110, 6/10 of a second clear of Brian Heitman. On the very last lap, Cliff Ira goes to pole here in our last run group.
What a great final lap by Cliff Ira. Jesse Prather called it. Said he was coming in to change tires. He'd go for the pole. That's exactly what Cliff Ira did.
All right, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our first race group of the day, and then we'll run down what we believe to be the qualifying order. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 1, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. You're going to be on track for your first race of the weekend in just a moment. Race group 1, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under. Please head to the grid. All right, so let's take a look. Our front row for this race should be Cliff Ira on pole with a qualifying time of 2:51.1. Brian Heitman in E-Production with a qualifying time of 2:51.761. Second row, 2 GT Light cars, Brian. Chris Bovis in his Honda CRX scheduled to start third, with Chris Copley in his British Leyland Mini scheduled to start fourth. And now let's take a look, and we'll break things down here by class. In let's start off with E-Production with Heitman, and then John Easy in his Mazda RX-7, Louis Bastani, Doug Piner, your top 4. In F-Production, Cliff Ira, Stephen Clark, who I believe is scheduled to start 8th overall. He was your second fastest driver in the class. Preston Obremski in his Dodge Neon, 3rd fastest. And even with that local caution at the at Sunset Curve, Brian, at Sunset Turn, Obremski set his fastest lap on that last lap. Pedro Rivera, 4th fastest, pardon me. In H-Production, Mike Ogren, then Jonathan Stalzer, then Daniel Stalzer. And again, the 2 Wrights, the husband and wife team of Leanna Wright and Andrew Wright, did not go out for qualifying. And then in GT Light, Chris Bovis, Chris Copley, we've already spoken about. They're going to make up row number 2. Then Peter Shadowin and Paul Mavoli. That rounds out the 4 drivers that went out for qualifying. Ted Phoenix, the only driver in that class not to turn a wheel. And then finally in B-Spec, on his last lap, Brian displaces Chris Doherty. So Luke Russell in his Honda Fit out of Fort Myers, Florida, and I believe that's the Marlboro car, on its last lap, turns in a 3:02.9. That is good for pole in class. 28 hundredths of a second clear of Chris Doherty. Stuart Black will start 3rd. Stephanie Anderson will start 4th. Then Josh Schmidt and Kent Carter will start 5th and 6th. All right, so Brian, let's take a quick little break. Just gotten word from the grid that our drivers will be rolling off here in about 5 minutes. So we'll be back with you very shortly here from Sebring International Raceway, where you are watching the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Do you have an anthem?
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts, parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. That gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. It's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Welcome to the opening rounds of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're live from Sebring International Raceway. It's our first races of the 2024 Super Tour. More than 300 drivers, some of the best amateur road racers here for the first two rounds of our 20-round Super Tour series. We stretch from coast to coast, Sebring all the way to Portland, Oregon. 20 races, 10 weekends. It all gets underway right now at the iconic Sebring Airport Circuit. I'm Brian Bielanski along with Gregg Ginsberg. First up, after our national anthem, is going to be Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under.
Yeah, and so, Brian, we'd like to ask everybody here at Sebring International Raceway, if you could please stand, remove your hats, face one of the many American flags here at the circuit for our national anthem. And Brian, like clockwork, we're getting a flyover on the front straight. I don't know if that was actually planned, but that is happening. All right, so let's get ready to go racing. And let's take a look, Brian, here at the circuit at beautiful Sebring International Raceway, now almost 75 years old. And
older than you even.
Yeah, barely older than me. And Sebring International Raceway, 3.7 miles, 17 turns. As we take a look at one end of the track coming down the front straight into that sweeping left-hander, almost 90 degrees, slight bend into the turns 3, 4, and 5 complex.
It looks so easy from DriverSeye Chopper 2 here.
Yes, absolutely. It does, but the car is going to be bouncing around the whole way. You then make that long sweeping right-hander to the hairpin at turn number 7 into that Hawk Performance braking zone, and we are using the shorter little cutoff. You can see where the hairpin actually extends up to the fencing. That is the old hairpin here at Sebring. It was shortened quite a while ago, and there's a little wiggle right in the middle of it.
I'm dying for a John Madden telestrator because I'd be writing all over this thing right now.
I know you would, and you then head right. Hey, there you go.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
We've got Ryan always using the mouse for us here as the track then winds and bends up towards turns 10 and 11 there, and then finally you've got turn 13. That is the tower turn, which takes you onto the Flying Fortress straight right up at the top side of your screen. A quick bend at turn 14, left-hander, and then into the Le Mans curves over at turns 15 and 16, and then finally onto the long back straight there at the very top of your screen. That is the Ullman Straight, which brings you into the Sunset Bend.
All right, so let's get to our qualifying order. We've got some good stuff coming up here. There's another fun group here. Our Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under group. We've got our pace lap underway, so let's look at our qualifying order.
All right, Brian, we had 33 drivers go out for qualifying. Let's run down the starting order for these two classes. Starting 33rd from Springfield, Missouri, driving a Mazda MX-5, it's Orban Collins. Mark Kiefer is starting 32nd, and by the way, Corbin in an STL car. Mark Kiefer driving an STL Mazda RX-7 starts 32nd. Starting 31st, driving the number 97 Mazda Miata, another STL car. He's out of Lockport, Illinois. It's Joseph Miklos. Then from Phoenix, Arizona, Warren Sackman starts 30th. He's in the number 76 Mazda Miata. Dan Harding starts 29th. He's in the 84 Mazda Miata, STL Mazda Miata from Dover, Ohio. Ray Philibert will start 28th. He is in the number 15 STU Mazda Miata. Then Stephen Hawk will start 27th. He's in the 09 STL Mazda Miata. Jeremy Goldberger starting 26th. He's in the number 155 STL Mazda Miata. Surprise, surprise, another STL Mazda Miata starting 25th. It's the 190 car of Dexter Suba. Isabella Abreu will start 24th. Isabella is driving the number 11 Mazda Miata. She's out of Miami, Florida. Michael Reese starts 23rd, driving the number 89 STU Honda S2000. He's out of Brooklyn, New York. Mike Ryan will start 22nd. He's in the number 120 STL Mazda Miata with Miles Hewitt starting 21st. He's out of Houston, Texas, driving the number 16 Mazda Miata. Zach Ehrlich will start 20th today. He's in the number 180 STL. Say it after me, everybody. Mazda Miata. Whitfield Gregg. First time we'll see him today racing. He's in the number 17 Mazda MX-5. We'll see him a little bit later today in SMX. He's representing the New York region. He starts 19th. Starting 18th, driving the number 34 STL Mazda Miata, Thomas Paulino. Rafe Abdullahi will start 17th. He's driving the number 13 STL Mazda Miata. My good friend, the cat killer, Chris Childs, starting 16th. He's driving the number 7 STL Mazda Miata, representing the Detroit region. Max Ehrlich will start 15th. He's driving the number 181 STL Mazda Miata. Adrian Comstock will start 14th. He's driving the number 5 STL Mazda MX-5. Chris Clark, also racing in STL. He's going to start 13th in the number 109 Mazda SMX MX-5. He represents the Central Florida region. Adam Gonzalez will start 12th. He's in the number 187 Mazda MX-5 with Jack Murchison in the number 58 Mazda MX-5. He starts 11th, and I think a lot of those drivers all in the SMX class getting a little extra track time this weekend.
Yes.
Justin Elder will start 10th. He is in the number 19 Mazda Miata. Then John Sewell not in a Mazda Miata. He is driving his Acura Integra Type R. He's going to start 6th in STL, and then starting on the road just ahead, his teammate Mike Taylor, also in an STL Acura Integra. He starts 8th. That's the number 39 car. Matthias Ramirez will start 7th. He's driving the number 41 STL Mazda Miata, with Todd Clark starting 6th. He's the number 111 STU BMW 330i. Amy Mills will start 5th today. She's driving the number 37 STL Mazda Miata, with Devin Anderson, who's our reigning Touring 4 national champion, moving over to STU this weekend. He is starting 4th in the number 22 Subaru BRZ. Starting 2nd in STL, 3rd overall, driving the number 199 Honda CRX from Miami, Florida, it's Jose Pena and your front row. Starting 2nd, driving the number 165 STU Mazda Miata from San Juan, Puerto Rico, driving the Taxmania car, it's Jorge Nazario. And your pole sitter, driving the number 9 STL Mazda MX-5 from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, driving the Ocean Machinery Mazda MX-5, it's Danny Stain.
And that is your Mazda Motorsports Grid Rundown, brought to you, of course, by Mazda Motorsports. And we are getting ready here for our first race of the weekend. First of 16 races, 8 today, 8 tomorrow. And Greg, I am amped. This is going to be a lot of fun.
I cannot wait, Brian. We've waited about 6 months since the runoffs to have this action once again. And for now almost I think the 8th year in a row I've been able to call these Sebring races, and I'm ready to rock.
Well, wait no longer. Oh, we got a car popping out there. I think that car might have a problem and they're pulling over to get out of line, or they just don't want to be in line for this wet start, going, you know what, I'm just going to wait to the back and let all the junk happen in front of me and then drive around. So
it's like rookie races and iRacing.
That's right. So nothing left to wait for now. They come around 17. They're going to be on the main straight heading down towards your checker or your green flag here in just a second. There's the Mazda Motorsports pace car coming off of the track, and they are going to head down towards the starter. We'll see if the starter likes what he sees. We will know that in just a minute. Lots of speed I can hear, and I can see the green flag is in the air. Here they come, 50-some cars or 40-some cars. I lost track.
And Brian, as they're making the run down into turn 1 now, big development here on the front row. You see the Taxmania machine of Jorge Nazario and the CRX of Jose Osiris Pena. We do not have Danny Stain, who is our pole sitter. And so jumping out to an early lead now is Osiris Pena going into turn number 3 in the Honda CRX. Jumping around Nazario is Devin Anderson in what is a TCA Subaru BRZ in World Challenge, running in STU this weekend, as we've got a car that's gone off, I believe, over by turn 2, as we watch the field now winding their way out of turn 3. This is coming through turns 4 and 5, and now they're making that run down into the Hawk Performance braking zone for the very first time. Osiris Pena in his Honda CRX, and you can see there. Now, I would be very surprised if any of these drivers went out on wet weather tires. They're all, for the most part, using that dry line going into the hairpin, Brian.
Yes, and I'm looking through the rundown here to see if we do have Danny Stain here. I saw someone in the chat mention that he may have spun on the opening lap, but I don't even know if he came out for the pace lap. So we're waiting to see if he'll cross the line here for the first time.
All right, we're getting word that he may have pulled off over by turn 7.
Okay.
And now heading over towards the pits. So
that is so unfortunate.
That is a huge development. Now, last year, Danny Stain, he started the Saturday race in 10th and ended up getting tapped under braking going into turn 3, and just Sebring was not a great way to start the season for Danny. Of course, he had multiple wins last weekend at Homestead, but not the way he wanted to start the Super Tour. As we've got our leaders now, you can see them here making the run out of the tower turn, going down the Flying Fortress straight and a little bit further ahead of that last shot. Now, side by side, it is Devin Anderson, and look at that, Mikey Taylor with a great move in his Acura Integra to get around Devin Anderson, and he now moves up, I believe, into 2nd overall.
Yeah, there was a big wiggle on that car coming out of the turn there onto that Flying Fortress straight. He was able to collect it and keep moving. Osiris Pena doing exactly what he did in the damp weather conditions last weekend at Homestead. He loves the wet, it appears, but as this dries and dries more drivers will start to get racy, and they will probably have a chance to reel him in as the laps wear on here.
And as those tires wear down as well, it's definitely going to be a challenge here, as we can see a lot of side-by-side action coming through the Sunset Bend. And so as they cross the line, our leaders at the moment, Jose Osiris Pena, Mike Taylor, both in STL, Todd Clark in his BMW 330 CI, coming across the line. He is your leader in STU. And Brian, I think, as a matter of fact, I'm fairly certain that Jorge Nazario has either pitted in, or he may be one of our drivers off track. And we'll take a look here because he is now dropping down to the very bottom of the order. And I think the Subaru BRZ of Devin Anderson, he is definitely having some issues out there. He is dropping like a stone here as we start lap number 2.
Yeah, he fell back, but he did just have the fastest time through the trap, 116 miles per hour. So I think he'll probably start to work his way back up through the field. And Mikey Taylor with that Acura Integra really seems to be taking to these wet conditions as well. We'll see if he can start to reel in Osiris Pena here as the opening laps start to come through here. And just every single lap here is going to get drier and drier. I was just taking a look at the weather radar here, and it looks like there's no rain coming towards us anymore. So we'll probably be pretty dry at this point.
Attention in the paddock, attention to paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
All right, so Yuri Colossos in a chat said, who's in the paddock, just put in there that he saw Danny Stain driving through the paddock. So definitely some sort of a mechanical problem forced him off the track before the start of the race. And he's supposed to be out with another group here later on. So we'll see. Oh, look at the big slide from Osiris Pena. I could just hear, I'm channeling my inner Dale Earnhardt Jr. slide job, except he's not going around anybody. But yeah, coming through that area there without any problems, collecting that little bit of a drift slide situation as he comes on to the Flying Fortress straight for the second time here. And some of these cars are negotiating without any issues, some pushing it a little bit harder to see where the limits are of this racetrack right now. Hopefully they can all stay on the racetrack for these opening laps. Every single lap a little drier and drier. You can still see a little rooster tail there going through 17, or at least water being evacuated off to the right side or the left side of the cars coming through the corner. And the wider they go, the more varying lines, the quicker 17 is going to dry out as well.
Yeah, and we can see there is Mike Taylor now pretty clearly on wet weather tires as he moves all the way to driver's right to try and pick up those couple of puddles there. And that is for those drivers that jumped out to an early lead. I think as this track dries out more and more, is going to become more of a challenge for them here, as we still have quite a bit of wind, and looks as though in addition to that, again, with more tires going and making their way around this track, it is going to dry things out very quickly here, and again, almost 70-degree ambient air temperature.
Well, and you could see the wind on the flag on that last shot, so we do have a decent breeze going on now. That is also going to help dry the racetrack. There is the shot of the flag I was talking about. So that's a decent wind. The weather forecast, or the weather app says that the winds are at about 12 to 15 miles per hour. I suspect that right now they're maybe just a little bit higher than that.
Yes.
But that's good for the drying racetrack and good for the races yet to come this afternoon.
All right, so at the front of the field here, Osiris Pena has now opened up a 5.5-second advantage over Mike Taylor, lapping at almost about 2.5 seconds a lap faster than the number 39 Acura Integra. Again, Todd Clark leading STU. He's running third. He's another 4 seconds back from there. Justin Elder, Matthias Ramirez. Some great battles a little bit further back in the field. The 37 Mazda Miata, which I believe just came into turn 7. and heading out of turn 7 with the orange number 13 Mazda Miata. That currently is the battle now for 6th in STL. It's a great fight going on there, but a number of good battles throughout the field.
Want to remind everybody that we've got 4 races before lunch, so 4 back-to-back this morning, including Spec Racer Ford 3, which is next, Formula V, Formula F, Formula 600, and then Spec Miata is our last race before lunch. So lots of action here this morning and lots of action this afternoon. So we've got it all for you here live on the @official SCCA official YouTube channel, and we're going to bring it all to you just like we did last year.
Yeah, and I think the name is actually, I think it's now Sports Car Club of America. So that's where you, but then again, if you're watching us already,
you've already found us.
You're already there.
That's
so
right.
there you go.
Right.
But if you haven't done so already, smash that like button.
Yes.
And click on the subscribe button and hit that notification bell. That way you can find out every time over the course of the season when we go live.
And we're going to pick one person from our associate producers in the chat every weekend, Greg, and the Inside the SCCA podcast is going to provide them with some sort of swag as a thank you for being an active part of our associate producer crew. And you kind of let the cat out of the bag on me yesterday, so let's get it out there now.
I didn't say a word.
You didn't say a word, of course not. So anyway, at least one of our associate producers in the chat's going to get something every weekend, and we will pick that person out and probably announce it on Sunday. So thank you to those who are there, and you don't even have to say nice things about us in the chat. Just be active. But we like nice things.
That certainly helps.
Absolutely. All right, so we're drawing on here as we get deeper into this race. We have completed 3 race laps, and the way that we are doing these races today is 25-minute races. So these are time-specific races, not lap-specific races. So that's how this is going to work today. So we're going to go up to 25 minutes, and we are currently have 15 minutes or so left in this race, 15:45 or so left in this race, and nothing has changed up front. Still Pena, Taylor, Clark, Elder, and Ramirez, your top 5 right there.
Yeah, and Brian should mention that out of those top 5, 4 of them are STL machines,
yes.
and some of them front-wheel drive cars, a CRX and Integra, and then there are the 2 Miatas running 3rd and 4th. In STU, it is Todd Clark in his BMW, and Clark is running 3rd overall with Jorge Nazario, who had that early jump, started from the front row today. He's still running 2nd in STU, but he finds himself 43 seconds back from Todd Clark, at least the last time they crossed the start-finish line. Michael Reese 3rd, Ray Philibert 4th.
And this track is, and now, so last couple of laps, the first few laps, Osiris Pena, when he would come through that section right there, would be all sideways drifting, probably a controlled drift, but now that car is locking in even better lap to lap to lap, and we're seeing a lot less slippage here going through that chicane area, and that's what we're seeing with that track drying out. I really honestly think, Greg, that the wet tires were not the right choice here, and you can see that Osiris Pena is driving away from Mike Taylor. It's now 8.4 seconds last time by, and I bet you it's even further when they cross the line this time. So at this point, I think Mike Taylor's probably kicking himself for choosing the wet tires. But you know what? You have to make a decision. Sometimes that decision works, sometimes it doesn't.
All right, Brian, I'm getting word that one of our drivers is pulled off over by turn 9.
Okay.
And trying to get the word on which machine it is. It sounded like 135, of which we don't have a driver in a 135 car. It may have been the 165 of Jorge Nazario. We'll try and get that information for you in just a few moments. We'll definitely be able to pick that up on our start finish line. Now look at this battle, Brian. This is coming down the back straight, coming out of the Le Mans curves, and I believe this is the battle that we were looking at a little bit earlier between Amy Mills and Raf Abdullali, but we'll check it here as they come down the front straight. I'll verify those numbers for you, and we'll try and pick up that battle very, very close, as many of our drivers are starting to spread out.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be a surprise to see 2 Mazdas drafting each other either. So that is the quick way for those Miatas to go down, and they should be coming into our view right now.
All right. Well, I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, it was not the 165 of Jorge Nazario pulling off, because we just saw him go down the front straight. I believe that fight with Rafe Abdullahi now is Whitfield Gregg, the number 17, ahead, but we'll continue to check this out.
So we're at the halfway point, so let's do another call to grid, and then we'll get our break out of the way.
Okay.
And we'll take it all the way to the finish after this break. Stay with us.
Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 2. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, please head to the grid, your race is next. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 drivers, race group number 2, please head to the grid.
All right, next our break, we'll do that, and then we'll be back in just a minute. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Sebring International Raceway. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
We're back at Sebring International Raceway, under 10 minutes to go with lap times in the 2:37 range. That's going to be 4 or 5 laps here for everyone to get done what they're going to get done. Our leaders right now in STL is Osiris Pena, Mike Taylor, and that's STL. Osiris Pena, Mike Taylor, and then Justin Elder. Your leaders in STU is Todd Clark, followed by...
we'll give it to
way
you.
down, Jose Nazario, and then even further down from that is Michael Reese. Big gaps in the STU.
Huge gaps there, almost 37 seconds. The last lap between Clark and Nazario, another half a minute back to Michael Reese. So I would suspect that without some very large changes, that's probably how things are going to stay for quite a while there. But still big fights going on here in STL. Matthias Ramirez in the number 41 Mazda MX-5 is out of Bradenton. He is starting to close up on that baby blue Acura Integra. That is the battle for fourth, as he is now about 6 car lengths back, and directly back from there, the next battle back, Corbin Collins and Amy Mills, both in Mazda Miatas, and they have, I believe, just crossed the line, also within just a couple tenths. So let's take a look here at the battle here, and it looks like John Sewell now has opened up a bit of a gap there back to Matthias Ramirez, but there's that second battle right behind him, as and I think Ramirez might have had some issues on that last lap, because he now has Corbin Collins and Amy Mills closing things down right on his rear bumper. Yeah, and Collins is in one of those SMX cars. He is absolutely on a tear. He gets around Amy Mills now. So move Corbin Collins up to 6th in STL, drop Amy Mills back into 7th. For the moment, Ramirez holds on to 5th, but he was almost, and we noticed he dropped a little bit further back. He lost about a second on that last lap to John Sewell's Integra.
So I have to think that a lot of these big gaps are due to drivers making decisions to go dry tire, wet tire.
Yeah.
And Jesse Prather just comments, Justin Elder's on dry tires, and he is running down Mike Taylor here in the closing laps of this race. And it looks as though there is enough laps for him to catch him. And it looks as though, according to Jesse, that Elder's on those dry tires. So definitely decision, I think, should have been dry tires for everybody on this track. I'm sure there are some who are paying the price for that right now.
Indeed. And Elder on that last lap, almost 3 full seconds faster than Mike Taylor in the Integra. So there's Mike Taylor now coming out of the tower turn onto the Flying Fortress straight. And that is Justin Elder in the number 19 Mazda MX-5 there with his with that wing on the rear, the number 19 machine. We'll see as they start to close things down, and whether or not, because we still have now about 6 minutes, so we're talking probably around 4 more laps there or so.
Well,
we'll see if Taylor can hold them off.
2:30 range, so 6 minutes is 2 laps, maybe 3 at the most. So.
Yeah, and here they come right now, and you can see Mike Taylor coming down the center of the track looking for some of that dampness, and there are definitely some rooster tails where he pulled to the center of the track.
Yeah, he's trying to not burn off, trying to get the tires to last to the end. My suspicion is probably already burned them off.
Yeah.
But the gap now between Taylor and
Elder is in the
second.
Right, and Elder is in the white Mazda MX-5 with the wing there, so he is now, as you look to the front straight, not this red car crossing the stripe, he's in the second car. But interestingly enough, look at Elder coming down the center of the track where that dry line is.
Right. So right now that gap is 5 seconds, give or take, 5 seconds. So that's what we're going to watch to see what that gap is the next time by.
And he knocked 3 seconds again off of Mike Taylor's time, so he is going to be there probably by the end of this lap.
Yep, it could be a very, very exciting last lap for the podium in STL. So we will, or not for the podium, but for second place in STL. There's no one really close enough to Elder. The fourth place car is almost 20 seconds back, so that's not going to play into this unless, of course, there is an issue for any of those front cars.
And that's Taylor's Acura Integra driving teammate John Sewell in that baby blue Integra that we saw a little bit earlier today. But yeah, you can see how much ground now Elder is making up.
Even at half a lap.
Yeah, exactly. As they come down under braking into the zone, into the Hawk Performance braking zone there, and we can see Sewell is now under attack by Corbin Collins. Corbin Collins in that number 20 Mazda MX-5 was almost a second faster on the previous lap, and he was a full second faster the lap before that as well. So Collins now in that silver MX-5 going very deep into the Hawk Performer braking zone. They're trying to make his way up to Sewell, and again, that is for the battle just off the podium and for 4th.
4 minutes, 20 seconds to go here as we round out this first race of the day. And it's going to be, this is good news for all the rest of the drivers. Now, the drivers in the next race have no question whether they're going to be in dry or rain tires. They're learning lessons from the cars on the track right now. So every car in our next race won't have a decision to make at this point in time. And if they were thinking, they're now scrambling right now to put some dry tires on the car.
Yes.
So.
All right, here comes that battle coming out of Le Mans, going on to the Ullman Straight. The battle for second, Justin Elder now in the number 19 Mazda. He is within 3 car lengths of Mike Taylor's Integra as they come down, setting up for the Sunset Bend. Taylor grabbing a whole bunch of water as much as he can, and there's Elder. He is definitely within attacking distance.
Yeah, Mike Taylor knows he's a sitting duck right now. He knows his second place is going to be done by the end of the next lap. There's nothing at all he can do about it at this time, folks. He's got those dry or wet tires, and I'm going to guess by the time we get to turn 5, if even that long, we're going to have a change for position here. Justin Elder is going to make the move and get around Mike Taylor. This is going to be just the hardest and crappiest feeling as a race car driver, knowing you've got a decent race car and there's absolutely no way to keep the car behind.
And there, yeah, that's right. And there's Taylor trying to defend, going down into turn 3, took middle of track, but you can already see Taylor. He's got to go wide going into turn number 3. Elder takes a look to the inside, and Taylor closes the door on him. But there is a lot of room here, and you can see coming in, taking a very late entry into turn 5 was Justin Elder. And we'll see if Elder then cuts back to the inside, maybe trying to take away the entrance to the hairpin, as now Mike Taylor is going to try to stay as far to driver's left as he can and trying to open this corner up. But yeah, he's a sitting duck, and we know that next time our overall leader, Osiris Pena, across the stripe, he should get the white flag. So Mikey's got another lap and a half that he would have to hold off Elder, and even if he can do it for a couple turns, it's gonna be hard to do for another 5.5 miles.
Yeah, if he holds on to win this race, it will be magic, folks, because it's just that car behind him is so much faster.
And there is the battle now going into turn 7, into the hairpin. The battle for 4th between Sewell in the blue Integra and Corbin Collins in that silver Mazda MX-5, and it looks like Sewell may be experiencing the exact same issues that Mike Taylor got done. And there you go, the deed has now been done. Coming out of the tower turn onto the Flying Fortress straight, taking over second place, Justin Elder. Move him up to second, drop Mike Taylor now back to third in the 39 Integra.
Yeah, now that Elder is around Taylor, he is just going to drive away. And there is your leader getting ready to take the white flag here. That is Osiris Pena coming under the bridge and now heading down towards. And there is your starter with the white flag in the air. We are just a few miles away from finishing this one up here, folks.
All right, so Osiris Pena starts his last lap, and we've got that battle for second, but it looks like Elder's stepping away. It may be the battle for 4th now. That is going to be the big one just off the podium. But Osiris Pena has, from the drop of the green flag, Brian, in that front-wheel drive car, he had to deal with Jorge Nazario early on. Nazario had issues. Then we had in the T4 car, or probably the STU car, Devin Anderson, that had a very good jump at the start in the Subaru BRZ. He fell back, and Devin Anderson retired his car after only 2 laps, and it has made it a very easy run here. Well, we say easy because he hasn't been under much pressure. I guarantee you, in these mixed conditions, it has not been an easy run for Osiris Pena.
Right now, the best battle on the racetrack is for 4th place in STL. John Sewell and Corbin Collins are just about a second apart here with a lap to go for each of those 2 cars, and here they are coming through. It was a little closer. Collins was a little closer to Sewell the previous lap. Sewell's been able to open it up just a tiny bit here coming on to the final lap, so it's not quite as close as I was hoping for it to be, because of course I like to yell about stuff as I come across the line for the checkered flag.
Of course.
That's what I get paid to do. So But yeah, just opened up a little bit. Now he's closing it down, though, again, a little bit more. So this could get exciting here as we come to the checkered flag.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is the Integra has a little bit more top end and is able to open up a bit of a gap down the Ullman straight here. But anytime you've got to turn the wheel to the left or to the right, that that switches the advantage back to the MX-5 of Collins, a very well-weighted car. All right, so our overall leader, Cyrus Pena, he is coming out of turn 16 onto the Ullman straight now for the very last time. And we see there it is with the headlights on. There is the Honda CRX. He's just got one more corner, and it is a very important corner here at Sebring. And we've seen a number of drivers have issues negotiating it this weekend, but Osiris Pena, he comes through cleanly. He is on the front straight. The checkered flag is in the air and taking the win in STL. Osiris Pena from Miami, Florida.
There you go. Osiris Pena will take the win. It looks like Justin Elder should have no problem keeping ahead of Mike Taylor here when they get to the line, but they were several seconds back. And there he is there. There is Justin Elder. And look at even the gap that he's pulled up over Mike Taylor, even the last lap and a half. It's just big.
Well, he was making 3 seconds per lap on Taylor, and I'm guessing that Taylor probably backed it down a little bit. Also, yeah, exactly. And so Justin Elder, he will finish second in STL. Mike Taylor will finish in third in STL. And it's going to be a little while before we see our first STU machine come across the line, and that is Todd Clark in the number 111 BMW, and actually he did already take the checker, Brian. So Todd Clark taking the win in STU. Jorge Nazario, who had fallen back as far as 11th, Brian, at the start of this race after starting on the front row. He sets the fastest lap of anybody on the last lap. He finishes second in STU, margin there, and he closed up a lot of ground. Brian, he closed it down to 10 seconds. It had been as high as 30 seconds separating he and Todd Clark. And then Michael Reese, he will finish in third.
That's right. In the chat, someone said Todd Clark's from the Northwest and just west of Tacoma, Fox Island, Washington. So rain ain't no thing for him to worry about.
All right, so Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back with race number 2 here in just a few moments. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your race scheduled to start in just a few moments. Race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid.
Congratulations to all of our top finishers at this weekend's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Your results earn you a place in our podium celebrations with trophies and Mazda sparkling wine. Top results also earn contingency payouts. And now is the time to file. Contingencies throughout the SCCA are now digital. Visit myscca.com to begin your claim. Brands like Hawk Performance offer significant amounts to drivers and pay through 5th position. Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are here for our opening round of this year's Super Tour, round 1 today, round 2 tomorrow. 2 races for each of our 8 classes, and this race now is one of the biggest classes in SCCA. Spec Racer Ford 3, and lots of cars here. I think over 60, maybe close to 70, depending on who shows up today.
Yeah, Brian, we had 63 drivers set time, 64 here this weekend. Let's run down the Mazda Motorsports starting grid. Actually, what we're going to do, because I won't be able to call the rest of the race if I give you all 65. We're going to give you the top 10 rows. We're going to give you the top 20 drivers starting here in today's race. So, starting 20th, driving the number 1, and these are obviously all Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s, yes. Representing Doggone Racing from Yardley, Pennsylvania, it's Ethan O-Ring. Starting 19th, he's in the number 97 machine from Germantown, Tennessee, it's Connor Grant. Scott Monroe will start 18th today on the grid, representing the M-Access company. Would that be the Maxis company? M-Access. He's from Kenna, Texas, driving the 00 car. It's Scott Monroe. Starting 17th, he's driving the number 47 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, representing Carrier Air Conditioners from St. Louis, Missouri. It's John Vogel. Matthew Horst will start 16th on the grid. He's representing Jam2 Racing. He hails from Roswell, Georgia. It's Matthew Horst. Todd Vanacore will start 15th today. He's your Prototype 1 national champion, but today he starts 15th. He's in the number 19 car, representing Vanacore Homes from Ormond Beach, Florida. Josh Hansen will start 14th. He's in the number 144 machine, representing JHR Racing and hailing from Burlington, Wisconsin. Great River, New York's Jason Conzo will start 13th today. He's driving the number 56. Dwayne Nyer, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Gianclaudio Angelini from New Haven, Connecticut will start 12th today. He's driving the number 6 car. Colin Clark will start 11th. He's driving the number 23 machine, hails from Houston, Texas, representing Speed of Light Racing. Elite Autosports, Jace Petty will start 10th today. He's driving the number 02 car, hailing from Oakland, Illinois. Orlando, Florida is where Tyler Knighton calls home. He's starting 9th today, driving the number 18 car. Russ Turner will start 8th today. He's from Montpelier, Virginia, driving the number 123 machine. Jim Lebecco will start 7th. He's driving the number 198 car, hails from Salon, Ohio, representing the Northeast Ohio region of the SCCA. James Goffrey, multi-time national champion, hailing and also pro Spec Racer Ford winner, representing the Florida region from Jupiter, Florida, and Motion Dynamics is his team. He starts 6th. Starting 6th, driving the number 46 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, representing the St. Louis region and Carrier Air Conditioners from St. Louis, Missouri, it's Grant Vogel. 2-time national champion, driving the Comprent Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Spartanburg, South Carolina, representing the Central Carolina region of the SCCA. And starting 4th, it's Clay Russell. Starting on the inside of row number 2, driving the number 102 Doggone Racing Spec Racer Ford from Charlestown, West Virginia, it's Morgan Burkhardt. And your front row today, driving the number 2 BMI Comprent Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, representing the representing the Delta region from Covington, Louisiana, it's Richard Baldwin. And your pole sitter today, representing the Central Florida region of the SCCA and PM Racing from Lakeland, Florida, driving the number 61 machine, multi-time national champion, Brian Schofield.
Brian Schofield, last year in the Super Tour, he came in 2nd place in the standings with 4 wins. He won both the races here at Sebring, both the races at Road Atlanta, and or actually 1 race at Road Atlanta, 1 race at the June Sprints. So there was his 4 wins last year on the Super Tour, which took him to a 2nd place finish. Cars slowing down a whole lot.
Wow, yes.
That's not the way they'd like to do it, but cars are trying to get some heat in the tires and kind of figure out where the puddles are. And it's going to be. The good news is they got that long back straight to get into their 2x2 row before they come onto the front straight.
That's right. And so, Brian, just a week ago at Homestead, and last year at Homestead, Brian Schofield swept the weekend coming into. And we've got a car that apparently is stopped on course over by turn 6.
Okay.
And that's why we're starting to see that traffic jam going into turn 7 and into the hairpin. But Schofield won the feature race last weekend at Homestead, and Russ Turner took the win during the Saturday sprint race. So Schofield not looking for the 4 wins in 2 weekends, but I'm sure he'd be very happy if he can come home with 2 or 3 wins here in 2 weekends.
So that was one of those unenviable situations in the pace lap where when the car in front of you slows down a ton, you don't want to drive past it because that's not what you're supposed to do at a pace lap. And you have to kind of wait till you figure out, is it not going? And then we could drive by. So so that's kind of what happened and caused that. So it'll be... They'll get themselves all caught back up here. The pace car, they'll communicate with the pace car to slow down a little bit and give everyone a chance to catch up here. I also want to mention that the pace car this weekend is provided to the region here by Classic Mazda. And they are able to, they're helping out with all of the support vehicles and the pace car this weekend. And that's a really great partnership here with Central Florida region.
Yeah, and they're providing the vehicles for not only this event here, but also for the 24 Hours of Daytona, where Central Florida region is a big provider of support, both alongside the track in flagging communications and other methods, as well as the Sebring 12-hour here, of course.
Sure. All right, we're not far from getting back to a green flag action here. It seems like this has been a very, very long pace lap. And there you see now.
Well, it's a 3.7 mile pace lap, Brian. It does take a while.
It seems like it's taking a long time.
Yes.
Yes, it's the same length as all the other pace laps. I'm waiting for the people in the chat to light me up.
Maybe I could have gotten through 65 cars.
You might have been able to.
Who knows?
James Berkshire. Shots have already been consumed.
Oh my! And that was after yesterday. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. See, all the pressure is on for race day there for our Formula FE2 drivers.
I want to know what the drinking game is for us, Greg.
All right.
I'm sure they figured it out.
And there we go. Meg Meyer from South Jersey region. She is cheering on Morgan Burkhardt. There, Meg, another great volunteer, heads up timing and scoring for South Jersey region, I think is their webmaster as well. Thanks for joining in, Meg. We really appreciate it here. As our front row now following that beautiful
packed up track,
that classic Mazda heading down into the Sunset Bend for the last time before the green flag comes out. Schofield is in that silver and blue machine, and Richard Baldwin, much like in his 350Z that we saw earlier today, the multicolor wrap machine directly behind. Morgan Burkhardt in the red and black number 102, and then Clay Russell in the gray machine directly beside him. Russell jumps out early, trying to make a move. And
3 wide.
Yeah, and actually that's James Goffrey trying to get around Russell at the start-finish line as they head down into turn 1 for the very first time. And it appears as though Schofield's going to lead the field, but Grant Vogel and Richard Baldwin side by side going into that corner early on.
Lots of side-by-side action here in the early part of your opening lap, and there they go, trying to keep the fiberglass off the fiberglass here. Lots of cars, 60 plus, snaking their way through turn 3, heading now towards turn 4 and 5. Still side-by-side up front with Schofield and Baldwin.
All right, as they can make their way down into the turn 7 Hawk Performer braking zone for the very first time, and it's going to matter here, Brian, as we've got a couple cars trying to outbrake the other. Under braking as we are still 2 by 2 by 2.
You saw Schofield drop to the second group of cars there, so he is not in the lead anymore here as we come into turn 7.
Yeah, and we saw that Baldwin kind of got caught out to the outside a few corners ago. He's trying to scrub his way back up to the front of the field as they're now making their way down through the backside of the course, up through turn 11, where it straightens out at 12, and then they come under braking into the tower turn, and this is where they are. We'll see them come into view here in just a moment as they come through turn 13, the tower turn onto that long flying fortress straight. And heading around in the lead, I believe, Brian, that may be Morgan Burkhardt in the 102 car that's taken over the point. Remember, Morgan Burkhardt got his first Super Tour win in the wet at Virginia International Raceway a year ago, and he took that on to win the Northeast Conference Spec Racer Ford Championship and also put his car on the pole at the runoffs this past year.
and there are your cars coming through that last corner, not the last corner, but the corner to go out that very, very long back straight. And now everybody has strung out into basically single file for the first 20 or so cars yet. No side-by-side action now because we still have some dampness off the racing line, so they're going to have to be careful. But there's Schofield moving back into second place here.
Yeah, good run up the inside from Schofield under braking as they go into the Sunset Bend and come onto the front straight.
And as they come across the line for the first time, it is Morgan Burkhart in first. The ginger blur, as his mom likes to call him. And into first place with Brian Schofield second, Grant Vogel third, James Lebecco fourth, Richard Baldwin fifth. That's the way they come across the line the first time here.
Yeah, and a good jump there from Jim Lebecco to move up a couple of positions. He started off in 7th position, now finds himself in 4th. So good first lap for him. Richard Baldwin, who started off on the front row, finding himself now back in 6th position. And we've got Russ Turner and Clay Russell. That shouldn't be too much of a tongue twister for the two of us there. Currently running 7th and 8th. And Tyler Knight in 9th. Jace Petty driving the 02 machine. He is sitting in 10th position, right where he started. Petty, a great run for him at the runoffs, where he finished in 5th position.
All right, a 5-car pack now breaking away or coming together right at the front. Those 5 cars are going to try to work together, or should try to work together, to try to pull away from the cars behind them. Those 5 cars, Burkhart, Schofield, Vogel, Lebecco, and Baldwin. And then, of course, just a gaggle, a veritable cornucopia of Spec Racer Ford cars as they come deeper through the field here.
All right, getting word from Race Control that the 56 machine, that is Jason Conzo, and we'll see Jason, I think, a little bit later today in one of our open wheel groups. Some pretty substantial damage in the right front of the car, and I believe he's going to be coming down the pit lane. We did have a car, it sounds like, go off, not make the hairpin as well. We'll try and get a number on that as well.
Yeah, so these cars are all fiberglass up front with a little bit of aluminum of the under tray, so it doesn't take much to bungle up the front of the cars. We've got a change for the lead now. It looks like that would be Grant Vogel, who's moved into first place. Don't see how far back Morgan Burkhart went because Schofield looked like he's still in second. So we'll find out more as they come towards the line. Schofield now comes in to take the lead going into 17 as Vogel dips back just a little bit. Burkhart looks like he's dropped back to 5th place.
Yeah, indeed, and he's got I like to call him a teammate. He's got Russ Turner directly behind him. Those two drivers worked together at the runoffs quite a bit. But there you go. It's Schofield, Vogel, Baldwin, Jim Lebecco in 4th. Burkhart, as you mentioned, in 5th. Russ Turner, James Goffrey now in 7th. Clay Russell falls back to 8th. Tyler Knight and Jace Petty, your top 10 as we start lap number 3.
Good news is for everybody up front right now is we're still got 20 minutes left in this race. So, you know, being in first place early is not bad, but there's no reason to be worried by not being in first place early as well.
All right, Brian, real quick, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. That's Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 600. Please head to the grid. Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 600 drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so Brian here, it looks as though about mid-pack, this group's starting to spread out a little bit. Now, of course, you know, this is one of those classes that relies very heavily on the draft. But, you know, but I think what you find, and we see a group here, you know, 3, 4, 5 long going nose to tail going into the Hawk Performer braking zone, you know, but when you have these damp tracks, and you have the drivers kind of experimenting, looking for grip, usually that grip takes a bit of a precedence over staying in the draft of the car ahead of you.
Yes, and it looks like Morgan Burkhart's been able to get around Grant Vogel to get into, James Lebecco to get into 4th place here. Now that could also change by the time we get back around to the start-finish line, but he's making a move there as well. Still Schofield, Vogel, and Baldwin up front at this time, and lots of time for things to go back and forth over this field here in these early laps. Everyone trying to settle in and figure out where their car is best. where their other cars, the competitors, are best, so they can make some strategies for the later part of this race.
All right, and we've got coming down the Ullman Straight side by side. Looks like Schofield being challenged for the lead, and we'll see here as they come through the Sunset Bend. Looks like Grant Vogel has effected a pass, and he is going to be your leader starting lap number 4. Richard Baldwin now working his way back up in the second place after that. I don't want to call it, certainly if he's up to second now, wasn't so disastrous a start, but he had fallen back almost 4 positions on the start. But now he moves up in the second. He shuffles Schofield back in the third, Morgan Burkhardt. It was a long half lap there, Brian.
It was.
But he's still in fourth, and Russ Turner is right along with him. Turner gets around Jim LeBecco on that last lap.
Yeah, we've got an 8-car pack now up front. So from Vogel all the way down to James Goffrey is your front pack here as we work now towards getting not too far from the halfway point in this race. Still about 17 minutes to go. But that 5-car pack has now become an 8-car pack up front.
All right, and it appears as though we've got another change here as Grant Vogel has now dropped back to third, and he is under attack from Morgan Burkhardt as they are side by side going into the hairpin with Russ Turner sitting and waiting here just back behind him, then Jim LeBecco, and then Clay Russell, Goffrey, Knighton, and Petty. And then a little bit further back, oh my gosh, I think I just might have re-entered puberty there. Giancarlo Angelini in that second group with Josh Hansen, Colin Clark, and Ethan O-Ring. And I believe O-Ring is actually driving the same doggone racing machine that Morgan Burkhardt was racing last year.
Bill Shields in the 67 car had an off at turn 10. He hit the wall or hit something there. He's got left rear suspension damage, and he has dropped right to the back of the field along with Jason Conzo, who also had a moment and had some damage as well. So 2 cars having problems early, and their days are going to be done for this particular race.
Yeah, indeed. And for briefest of moments there, we did have a little caution over at turn 7 at the hairpin. That has now been withdrawn, and we'll get the information on that in just a moment. All right, and we're getting word now from the field, Brian, that Russ Turner out of Montpelier, Virginia, the 123 machine's running 5th. He's got considerable nose damage at the front of the car, center of the car, right where that little mail slot air intake opening is. So that is something that Russ Turner is going to have to manage over the course of this race. Very, very small little spot, and it looks as though Russ Turner, though, if he's got some issues, he's not showing it. He moves up to third now, getting around both Grant Vogel and Morgan Burkhardt. Remember, Russ is your reigning national champion in FE2, finished on the podium and in Spec Racer Ford this past year at the runoffs.
Grant Vogel out of St. Louis, Missouri's dropped to 4th place. He was 17th in last year's Super Tour standings. He raced in 6 races. His best finished 3rd at COTA last year. So lots of shakeups, Greg, which probably we shouldn't be surprised by.
No, not at all.
These cars, rely on the draft so heavily to be how they race, and that allows them to do that swapping of positions throughout the course of the race. And seeing Charles Russell Turner move up to the front, not a surprise to anybody here. Our car in second place, that's Richard Baldwin. He's out of Covington, Louisiana. That's right near Lake Pontchartrain. Last year, he was 33rd overall in the Super Tour. His best finish 4th at Road Atlanta. He's got 13 runoff starts. His best finish at the runoffs was Road America in 2011, an 8th place finish. So he's used to running up front for in some of these races, no doubt. Yeah, really important here, Greg, for especially before lunch. If we don't get much rain, this probably won't be as big of a deal in the afternoon. Real important to keep yourself between the white lines here, because if you put a wheel off, it's going to be very easy to just slide right around, and it'll also throw some stuff on the racetrack for the cars behind you to have to deal with.
Hey, that is definitely going to be just one more challenge thrown into the face of these drivers.
Quite literally.
And so, maybe he hasn't been drinking all that much, Brian, but James Brookshire did just correct me, and he is absolutely correct that Russ Turner, he finished on track in the top 3. He was moved, he was not disqualified, but he was moved to last in class at the runoffs this year, last running car, that is, and so finished 36th. This year at the runoff, so small difference there. Finished ahead of the cars that technically did not finish. But great run right now as Schofield and Baldwin starting to slowly but surely separate themselves out from Grant Vogel. Now Vogel just ran the fastest lap of the race here, and he's got that second pack along with him. It's he, Burkhardt, and then directly behind we've got James Goffrey. He's in the silver number 68, and Russ Turner in that blue 123 machine. And we'll see how things play out there. But for the moment, it's turning into a 2-car race as we are now a little bit over halfway. So, Brian, given that we're now, we've got about 11 minutes remaining in this class, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 3, Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 600 racers. Please head to the grid. Race group number 3, Formula V, Formula F, Formula 600 racers. Please head to the grid.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
And welcome back to Sebring International Raceway, the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski, and we are right in the middle of this Spec Racer Ford Battle, first race of the Super Tour season. And your leader currently is Brian Schofield with Richard Baldwin and Grant Vogel, your top three.
So Richard Baldwin in second place. Jennifer Baldwin in the chat tells us that the family is cheering for him from Covington. And this is his first race back after breaking his back. So great that he's back in action. I'm not quite sure how he broke his back. I don't know if that was in a race or something else, but we're glad that he's back. And my gosh, he's now just dropped to third place, but nonetheless, running up front in on this bumpy Sebring. I can't imagine racing at Sebring with a recovering from a broken back. Well, but he's doing a great job.
Well, thank God then that he wasn't part of the incident that I just heard about here. It sounds like Jace Petty, driving the 02 machine, might have gotten into the back of Jim LeBecco, the 198 car, and sounds like Petty went for a bit of an airborne ride, and they have both continued there. They are currently running 10th and 11th. Also, we do have a car that has, sounds like it is retired just on the outside of turn 1. That is TJ Preble, driver of the 16 machine. And we've got another driver. It's the number 24 car. That's Chris Michalek. He came down the pit lane with some damage, and he has returned to the action, but he is 2 laps down.
6 minutes, a little under 7 minutes to go here, and now the leaders are starting to come up on some lapped traffic, and that will present new challenges for everyone up front to start to negotiate that. And the good news is that, you know, the guys who run in, the guys and gals who run in the back know they're coming, so they usually do a really good job of staying out of the way. They don't want to interrupt the race for the lead here, so.
Yeah, and we're seeing around the track those blue flags start to come out from our Central Florida region flaggers to give those drivers that information that they know that these leaders are coming up. Certainly the Spec Racer Fords don't have any flashlights. You can flash at them and let them go. So let's see how things play out here. Interestingly enough, after that coming together from LeBecco and Petty, they turned their fastest laps of the race, so maybe they're both driving a little angry.
Yeah. There's no question that can be a motivating factor. Once you get into that, you get a little amped up and ready to go. There you see Brian Schofield there. He comes out of 17 and a little bit of a gap now back to third place. And then it looks like that Morgan Burkhart has worked his way up to fourth place here. So it looks like it's Schofield, Vogel, Baldwin, then Burkhart. And that's what's going to be when they come across the line here.
No, and actually a big change there. And I noticed that as we had the camera shot coming through 17, Brian, as Richard Baldwin, maybe his back's hurting him a little bit.
Could be.
But we see him now just coming through turn 1 side by side with Tyler Knighton. Baldwin now has fallen back into 6th position behind Clay Russell. So it is now Schofield at the front, who has now got a 2-second advantage over our new second place runner. That is Grant Vogel, and Vogel is in that black and red, and actually now Vogel move him back to third because James Goffrey in the silver 68 has gotten around the 46 car. So Goffrey now your new second place runner, Vogel in third, Morgan Burkhart a pretty good distance back in 4th position, and he now has Richard Baldwin directly behind him.
Well, Goffrey in third place knows how to wheel a race car. He's got 2 national championships. He's been on the podium 7 times at the runoff, so he knows how to drive a race car.
He does.
He finished 7th last year in the Super Tour standings. His best finish 2nd at Atlanta. And he's an oil tanker broker.
Yes.
That's an interesting occupation.
When I saw that come in, wow, that is certainly interesting. Talk about moving heavy machinery.
There you go. There you go. But all right, so Schofield, Vogel, Goffrey, and Burkhart. That's the running order last time by start-finish line here as we come into the final 4 minutes of this race. Still nothing guaranteed, although Brian Schofield does have a 2-second lead. And there's the plane in the background coming and making a landing.
Yeah, it's like a Cessna making a landing there just over the back of the Mont turn. That was pretty wild there.
November 647 cleared for runway 23 left here at Sebring.
Oh gosh,
I love it. We get to do some really cool crap, Greg.
Yes, indeed we do. All right, Schofield coming through the Sunset Bend, coming underneath some slower traffic, some lap traffic here. And it appears this is a heck of a fight now, as we've only got about 3 minutes, 15 seconds remaining, Brian. The battle for second as Grant Vogel now tucked under the ducktail rear of James Goffrey's machine as they come through the sweeping turn number 1. Clay Russell running back in 4th position, about 5 car lengths back from there, and he got around Morgan Burkhardt, who is now sitting in 5th position. But this is turning into, and probably here with this lap and likely one more lap, because we should see the white flag the next time by Brian. It is turning into not a fight for the lead, but a fight for second.
Yeah, definitely with that almost 3-second lead. Brian Schofield just needs to keep it between the white lines, don't make any mistakes. He's going to have a good chance. There's a pass now for 4th place. It looks like that Tyler Knighton is trying to get around, maybe that's a pass for 5th place, trying to get around Morgan Burkhardt there as they come into the Hawk Performance braking zone.
And Brian, you know, we talked about that earlier incident with Lebeco and the 198 Petty and the 09. They were originally running 10th and 11th. They must be driving angry. They are now up to 8th and 9th, getting around Gianclaudio Angelini, who now drops back into 10th position. And there is still, as I watched him come down the front straight here a moment ago, maybe a quarter of a car length between those two drivers.
Yeah. It wasn't an incident, it was bump traffic.
It was bump traffic, exactly. They just need the bumper from a Miata at the front and at the rear. Yeah. Actually, these cars they are so well. Yeah, they are so well set up for drafting.
Yeah.
You know, the nose of these cars just slots right in to the point where you can almost touch the cage that surrounds the rear differential in these cars, and it then just looks like one big machine.
The only problem with tucking up under there lap after lap after lap is there is just a really, really tiny opening for the radiator, or for our friends in Europe, the radiator. And once you get up under there, there's no air going to it. So at some point in time, you can only do that for so long, where you have to duck out and get some air into. You can see that little opening there under the front of the nose there. That's the only inlet for the radiator, and it can get warm really fast. And it's not cool here today, and a really high humidity. So,
all right. So white flag is in the air, being displayed by our starter, and that means we are on the last lap. Brian Schofield is your leader. And at the stripe, he had a 3.5+ second advantage over Grant Vogel. But still, Brian, Vogel in that black with red striped number 46 machine, James Goffrey in the white machine. There they are coming through turn number 3, locked nose to tail. That is the battle for second, but Clay Russell, he is really starting to close things down, Brian. That last time by, he got within about 1.5 seconds. Burkhardt is now tucked right underneath Clay Russell. It's a long lap. They may be able to draft up to that pair and fight it out for this last step on the podium.
Vogel in second, Goffrey in third, and don't count out Robeson Clay Russell either. He could get into the mix here. He's only 2 seconds back, and you know, lots of things can happen in the final lap with the front two, second, third place guys racing each other. They might not be paying attention to what could be a car coming up from 4th place. So nothing is completely settled here as we get into our final laps here. White flag you can see in the air. We're going to see our leader coming through here in just a few seconds. I think he's going to be not this car, but maybe the next one.
All right, coming out of the Le Mans turn for the last time is our leader, Brian Schofield, coming onto the Ullman Straight. And he is now just about less than a mile away from taking victory.
All right, there is your leader, Brian Schofield, coming through 17 for the final time. He's just got a short little shoot down to the checkered flag. Here comes your starter. You can see him. He's going to put that flag in the air right now, waving the checkered flag. Brian Schofield's going to take the win, his first of the year here at Sebring International Raceway. Here comes the race for second. James Goffrey has taken second place. That means Granton Vogel will drop to third.
Yeah, and it was close there at the line, Brian. 17 one-thousandths of a second, separating Goffrey and Vogel. Clay Russell finishing just off the podium in fourth, 2/10 back from there, with then Morgan Burkhardt, Josh Hansen, Tyler Knighton, Jace Petty, Colin Clark, Gian Claudio Angelini rounding out the top 10, and it looks like Jim Lebeco on that last lap started to fall like a stone. We'll have to see if he finishes things up. All right, so Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group, and then we'll take a break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3, Formula V, Formula F, Formula 600. Please head to the grid. Formula V, Formula F, Formula 600. Your race is next. Please head to the grid.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. Group 3 race coming up next, Formula F, which used to be Formula Ford, but now that there's Hondas and Fords, we call it Formula F. Formula V and Formula 600, which used to be Formula 440, which then used to be Formula 500, which is now Formula 600.
That's right.
And that is the history of the SCCA in 15 seconds.
That's right.
All right, let's get to our...
But Formula V, still Formula V.
Still Formula V, excellent, absolutely. So I'm Brian Bielanski, he's Gregg Ginsberg, and we are here to bring you all the racing action this afternoon and this morning, and we've got 2 more races before lunch. This one is the F600 and FE, and Greg, you've got the starting lineup.
That's right. Let's run down the Mazda Motorsports starting grid for our 3rd race of today. We had 17 drivers go out and set times, or go out in qualifying yesterday, or go out for practice yesterday morning. Let's run down that starting order. We're going to be splitting the group up into 2 separate packs. We're going to have our Formula 6 and Formula F drivers in the first pack, and you can see there as they come down towards turn number 3 on the spotting lap, or on the pace lap there, the Formula Vs will start off a little bit further behind. So let's give you that first group first, of which there are 11 cars. Driving the number 9 Formula 6 Scorpion S2, Malden, New York, it's Russell Straight Jr. Jack Walgren driving the number 67 Formula 6 Scorpion. He's out of St. Louis, Missouri. He'll start 10th. Starting 9th, driving the number 8 Formula 6 Scorpion from Tony, Alabama, George Bugg. Eric Van Cleef will start 8th. He's driving the number 86 Formula 6 Nova car. He's from Huntsville, Alabama. Corey McLeod will start 7th. He's driving the number 58 Formula 6 Red Devil Arrow. He's from my hometown, my new adopted hometown, Charlotte, North Carolina. Starting 6th today, driving the number 01 Formula F Swift from Lighthouse Point, Florida. It is James Morgan. Charles Foster starting 5th, driving the number 27 Formula F Piper. He's from Fredericton, New Brunswick, and that is the 27 car I believe I mentioned. Starting 4th, driving the number 55 Formula 6 Scorpion. He's our pole sitter in the class of Grand Island, New York. It's Keith Jocelyn. John Chimetti is going to start 3rd today. He's driving the number 69 Formula F Swift from Daytona Beach, Florida. And your front row today, starting 2nd, driving the number 08 Mygale from Edwards, Illinois. It's Mateo Naranjo, and your pole sitter in our first group, driving the number 19 Formula F Swift DB6 with a qualifying time of 2:20.264 from St. Cloud, Florida, John Robinson. Now let's move over to Formula V, where we had 6 qualifiers. Starting in 6th position, driving the number 20 Caruso CBR1 from Mount Bethel, Pennsylvania, Jeff Filipkowski. Starting 5th, driving the number 81 Mysterian from Horseheads, New York. And I don't know why, every time I hear that, Brian, I think of the I won't get into it right now. We'll talk about it a little bit later, but oh my. I got to put that out of my mind. Ray Carmody starting in 5th position. He's driving the number 81 car. Starting 4th, driving the number 23 Caracol from North Point, New York, it's Russell Fredericks. William Straczynski starting in 3rd. He's driving the number 21 Vortec. He's from Downers Grove, Illinois. From Danielsville, Georgia, also driving a Vortec. Driving the number 80 machine, it's Stephen Davis. And your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 2:43.700, driving his agitator from Fletcher, North Carolina, it's Donnie Isley. And I'm pausing for a moment because I'm still trying to put what I'm not going to put over the air out of my head.
I think they may have caught you out of the chat.
But when I'm talking about horse heads, I think we can all imagine.
I think the chat has already figured you out. So
yeah, absolutely. That's absolutely right. Yes,
we're getting ready for our race to get started here. Our field's on that long back straightaway here. See, this pace lap seems faster than the other pace lap. Not a whole lot of stopping and going here.
No.
Much smaller field here. Our Formula F cars are going to lead us down to the green flag, and then the Formula V cars will be hanging off the back because they're the slower ones here in this group. And then, of course, you got your Formula 600 cars. It's nestled there nicely in the middle, and we'll just see how this whole thing plays out. Here's your lead group of cars, all nicely packed up 2 by 2, just like they're supposed to. Hopefully they will stay that way, and nobody will peek out there and make the starter very, very unhappy. And but everything looks like it's good at this this moment. Then you can see about maybe 100 or 200 yards back from this group is the Formula V field. So here they come down to the line for the first race of the weekend for this group. And the starter is going to decide whether it's all lined up nice enough. And he likes, or she likes what they say, and the green flag is in the air. Here we go.
All right, and we'll see if one of these two races turns into a Coppola movie, Brian. Here as John Robinson leads the field down into turn number 1. He's in that red Formula F Swift. He's got Matteo Naranjo in the yellow Pelfrey car, the 08 car, running second. They keep Jocelyn, the first driver through in one of our Formula 600s. It looks like we've got a latecomer to the field in Formula 600. I believe that was Russell Straight in the number 9 machine. He's going to be, thought they were probably going to hold him until the Formula Vs come through, but we should have our Formula Vs coming down the front straight now. Ryan, you take the green flag. Or did I miss them already? You know what?
Yeah,
I think we had the Vs.
They were not far back.
All right. So. Yeah, actually, they're the Vs now. They're coming. They're coming. They weren't very far back at all. The Vs are actually coming down into the Hawk Performer braking. So there they are, coming under the pedestrian bridge, going to 7. Yeah, confused myself as well. Maybe I should have a horse next to me in the bed. I don't know.
Let's move on.
That's right.
Let's move
My
on.
days are numbered here. All right.
Oh, Lord.
Oh my, oh my. All right, we've got the field now. This is coming up into 11 and 12, if I remember correctly. Or is this, yeah, it's actually coming in the, yep, here they come. Coming out of turn 11 as they make that quick little right-hand bend into turn 12. We had that camera coming on to turn 13, coming onto the Flying Fortress straight. There you go. This, see, right in the middle of the day, we go and change some camera positions around, and it looks like we got a good little fight there.
Look at the bumps. You can almost see the little bit of suspension the Formula 600 cars have. They were literally, looked like I could see daylight underneath the back of that car when it came through there.
It definitely bounced over there, and you then notice how the torsion front suspension on the Formula Vs handle that same bump as well. But yeah, this is definitely a challenge for many of these cars out here. Also, Brian, just before the green flag came out, we noticed the wind pick up considerably coming from Sunset Bend going down into turn 1. And so when our drivers, they come through Sunset Bend, that very difficult bouncy area there, they're going to get a big crosswind. Same when they go down into turn 1 as well. Very light cars. We talked about it yesterday. Very narrow tires. Definitely going to be an issue. And so John Robinson completes lap number 1 as your overall leader with a 0.4 of a second advantage over Matteo Naranjo. Keith Jocelyn leading Formula 6. He is sitting in 3rd place. John Chimetti, James Morgan running 4th and 5th overall, both of them in Formula 600, both of them running Swift DB6s. And then Corey McLeod, who's running 2nd in Formula 600 or Formula 6. He's sitting in, appropriately enough, 6th place overall, Brian, as our Formula Vs now come across the line to start lap number 2. And our double winner last weekend at Homestead looking to continue on with the sweep here. Donnie Isley in the number 30 Agitator. He's your leader over Russell Fredericks and Stephen Davis.
And as we talked about yesterday, this Formula V field has 175 collective years of experience amongst 4 drivers in this field. Bill Straczynski, Donnie Isley, Stephen Davis, and Ray Carmody. Between the 4 of them, they have 175 years of experience in this class.
Yeah, and I think Russell Fredericks might be the junior statesman in that class, and he's right in the middle of it. And you know, I'm going to have to say this, and I'm very, very sorry to believe it was going back before we took the break. One of our associate producers, Brian, I believe that was Gavin Grimm. He wanted a little less coverage of the Formula Vs, and I'll tell you, if they're locked side by side and nose to tail 4 wide through the entire length of the race, we're going to actually have to give them just a little bit more coverage there. But great race turning out so far here for this entire group, and a great battle at the front of the field between Robinson and Naranjo here. And Naranjo has been he kicked off his road racing campaign last year here at Sebring. It was his first time behind the wheel of a Formula F machine after a lot of time in karts, and he had I think the opening weekend of all opening weekends is he fought Nolan Allaire, eventual national champion, well, we take a look at it, for almost a full hour over 2 days of racing.
Yeah, John Robinson still your race leader. Matteo Naraggio now closed the gap down 0.3 seconds behind Robinson. Then you've got Keith Joslin, your first F6 driver there, just a couple of tenths back there in third place. And then John Schmidt would be your third place in Formula F. So we've got one Formula 600 car nestled there in the top four there with Keith Joslin. And Corey McLeod there also trying to get right up in there. He's about 4 seconds back, so he would like to try to get caught up to the back of that group so that he can possibly go up and give Keith Joslin a little bit of run for his money here.
Yeah, and so Brian, early on, I said that I thought it was Russell Strait Jr. that might be starting from the pit lane. We saw one of the Formula 6s come down the pit lane just as the Formula Vs were taking the green flag. But I'm not showing a time or a completed lap for Russell Strait.
Well, I'm just seeing now he is clicking off on sector time. So
okay.
It looks like he's out there, but it definitely looks like he didn't make the green flag. So he's going to be a couple laps down.
Laps down, yeah, exactly. Yeah. 2 laps down. Yeah, so, and actually that might be him right there. Well, we'll check, because we're showing him as being in, going into sector 3 right now. So that certainly isn't them. I think that's a little bit further up in the field right now. I believe that's Eric Van Cleef and Jack Walburn that we just saw coming under the pedestrian bridge out of turn 6.
Yeah, definitely, and it's possible he had some mechanical problems he was trying to work on, and he's just going to come out and put some laps in here to make sure whatever fix they did will work for tomorrow. Because again, tomorrow is we come out and do it all over again, new race, same points, so all good. Look at this battle for the Formula V. There are 5 cars right there, 6, 7 cars right there, and that is just always some of the best racing on the racetrack when that Formula V group is out there.
Yeah, and Brian, from the looks of it, as they came down into the Hawk Performer braking zone, our new leader, Stephen Davis, in the black and yellow number 80 machine. Donnie Isley, who was our pole sitter and previous leader, he falls back into third. He's got Russell Fredericks and Jeff Filipkowski there. But right now, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers challenging for the lead in Formula V. Again, very early on in this race, the V racers are only working lap number 3 at this point here in this 25-minute timed race.
All right, so Matteo Naraggio just went purple with a 1:20.907. That's just 10 one-thousandths of a second faster than John Robinson. So that will give him a chance to close that gap just a little bit more. That's going to be very, very interesting as we move our way through this the early portions of this race. Let's make a call to grid here for our next race group, Greg.
Sounds good. Let's do that. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata. Our last race before lunch. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Miata to the grid, please. All right, so let's look here. And so, Brian, you said Matteo Naraggio ran the fastest lap of the race. He was already about a quarter of a car length back, maybe 3 feet back from Robinson on the previous lap. So maybe he made up, I don't know, another 6 or 7 inches turning that lap. And when we say that he turned the fastest lap, I want to be very clear. He was 7 one-thousandths of a second faster than Robinson was on that previous lap. Exactly. Yeah. There's not a lot of ground to make up, even though you turned the fastest lap.
Yep. Robinson's in a Swift DB6. He's at a St. Cloud, Florida. That's not far from Orlando. Last year, he had 2 starts. His best finish was, or 2 starts in a Super Tour. His best finish was 16th in Atlanta.
All right, in Formula 600, is from the start here, Keith Joslin, and he had a large advantage at the start of this race where the Joslin started in 4th on the outside of row number 2. The next fastest Formula 600 racer started in 7th on the inside of row number 4, and right now Joslin running 3rd overall, and Corey McLeod running 5th overall, but the gap between those drivers over 9 seconds currently. So Joslin with a pretty big bumper there back to McLeod, And McLeod back to Eric Van Cleef, who's running in third. That is another 13 seconds as this Formula 600 field has really started to spread out. We're looking at, again, 9 seconds, 13 seconds, 15 seconds, 27 seconds between each of the Formula 600 cars.
Naranjo out of Edwards, Illinois, near Peoria. He was your winner of the Super Tour point standings last year. 6 races, 2 wins at Road America, 5 podiums in his 6 races. So he is accustomed to running up front.
As we watch, there is that second group there with John Chimetti, James Morgan, Corey McLeod, and Charles Foster in there as well, with Eric Van Cleef just making his way through turn 1. So you can see still some great fights coming through here in Formula F. But we are getting some reports, and we heard this yesterday, Brian. I believe it's Jack Walburn in the number 67 machine. We're getting some reports of some pretty heavy smoking from that car, and I know I'm not going to go out and say that it's a 2-stroke motor, otherwise I'm going to get in a lot of trouble, because I know it's not a 2-stroke motor. But Jack Walburn currently running 4th in Formula 600 out of St. Louis. Reports that his Scorpion is letting out a bit of the white stuff in the back.
Yeah. Keith Joslin, our leader right now in Formula 600. He was second last year in the Super Tour. He grabbed 2 wins. He had 2 wins here at Sebring, and then he won at the Glen in his 6 races. Also finished 3rd last year at the runoff. So he is one of the guys who's always running up front in Formula 6 here with our Super Tour, our Super Tour throughout the year.
Yeah, and Brian, I'm fairly certain we just saw Jack Walburn's number 67 machine get pretty sideways, and I think that might be a good sign that he is putting down. And that's actually, they said there was and here he comes. There was a report at an earlier corner that the car did the same thing, and so he may be putting down some fluid that is getting to his rear tires, quite possibly. As he goes all, and that is Keith Jocelyn that we're watching right now. Just came out of 17. So we'll see how that plays out.
So Mateo Naranjo now 1/10 of a second back from John Robinson, and the question remains that what am I looking at? Oh, yeah, side by side. There's a potential pass for the lead there.
Yeah, Naranjo takes a look to the inside, coming out of 2, going into 3, and then tries to open that corner up. Yep. Maybe to affect an over-under. We'll see here as they come out of turn 6, and we'll see just a moment as they go through these left and right bends. So it is still Robinson in the lead, and maybe Naranjo is now feeling a little racy. Let's see if he pokes to the inside coming into the Hawk Performer braking zone. No, he does not. The Hawk Performance braking zone, pardon me, and he does not. And he's going to hold station for now, but still early on in this race, Brian, as we're hitting halfway. So let's do this. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. We'll take a little break and then take you all the way to the checkered flag here as you're watching the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Sebring. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995, and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We're back here at Sebring International Raceway for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're in the middle of our Formula F, Formula 600, Formula V race. You know, Greg, we talked about it somewhat yesterday, and again today, the level of experience and dedication the Formula V drivers have to their class. Very, very similar for Formula 600. A lot of these drivers dedicated this class for years, and some would even say decades. You know, you've got Russell Straight, who's been doing racing since 1975. And then you've got Corey McLeod, who's been racing for 28 years. He had his first school in 1995. And then talking about Jack Walbrand, he's been racing since 1984, so lots of experience in Formula 6 as well. So, and two really dedicated fan bases who are very, very passionate and about these cars. And that's one of the things I love about all the folks who chime in our chat is they're great to be able to come in and give us all that information so that we can put it down on our little notebook so we can talk about it as we go forward. John Robinson, still your race leader. I'm wondering if Patel Naranjo has just decided, you know what? I know where my place is going to be. I know when my time is going to be, and he doesn't want to make the move until right at that moment.
Yeah, don't show your hand.
Right.
And you know, and for Robinson to have to anticipate when that time is going to come, it's got to put a little bit of trepidation into the heart and mind of the number 19 machine. So before we went to break, it appeared as though Jeff Helpkowski, driver of the number 20 Caruso, had fallen off the back of that, I'll call it the lead battle in Formula V, but it's almost the entire Formula V field. They're now starting, some of them are starting to stretch out a little bit. He was able to make up that big gap, pull back up to Bill Straczynski. You know, we talk about some of these racers, and I think I mentioned during qualifying yesterday, the race that Bill Straczynski had last Saturday at Homestead, where he was having issues with his transmission, could not keep the car in fourth gear. And these cars, the Formula Vs, they're 4-speed transmissions, and he had fallen 3 seconds off of the lead pack, which I believe was Donnie Isley and at the time Russell Fredericks, Russell Fredericks. And he was able to make that 3-second gap back up, but he had to do it by holding the car physically holding the car in fourth gear the entire time. So, all right, and we've got a car that has gone around over at the Le Mans curve and continues on. And so the question is whether or not that is the 67 car of Walbrand, or is that, I don't think that's the 55 of Jocelyn. We'll track them and just, we'll get that number for you and verify here. And it's right behind our leader, so I think it might have been Keith Jocelyn. We'll track that here.
It's the one hard part with the small cars with the small numbers. It's really hard for us to pick up the numbers here at times. So
yeah, it's the 55 machine. Keith Jocelyn, who even with that spin, maintains the lead in Formula 600.
And you know, you look at the Formula V race, and you know the two best battles on the track are that lead for Formula F, and then of course our Formula V field, which you can pull out an Amish quilt and cover first to fifth right now. So that's once again putting on one of the best shows of the weekend so far here, and you can see these Formula V cars now. Stephen Davis got a little bit of a lead. He knows how to get it done here. It was 0.5 of a second last time by. Now it is just 0.2 of a second. Russell Fredericks closing the gap just a little bit, and with traffic and some things, it does look like that field has spread out just a little bit here on this last lap.
Yeah, indeed. And we're going to try and get to a nice little battle right now. And this is the battle for fourth position in Formula F. It's the 01 of James Morgan, the 27 of Charles Foster, and this should be trying to pick. I mean, this is they're running 5th and 6th overall. We do have a car off course currently, and trying to get now, and we can see right there where it is going down into the Hawk Performer braking zone over at the hairpin. So we've got that local caution over at 7, and my understanding is we do have at least a volunteer on the ground there trying to respond to the incident. We're still trying to get the car number to see exactly who that is, and unfortunately just not in our camera view.
So we've got 4 minutes to go. That's going to be about 2 laps, depending on where the leader crosses the line here. And there's still races on the track for the lead here in Formula F, with Robinson and Naranjo spread apart by just 0.1 of a second. The gap between first and second in Formula 6 is big, so not much to talk about there. And then we can get right back into this Formula V battle with your leaders really still fairly close together, 0.2 between first and second.
And Brian, let me cut in real quick, because I think I know exactly who it is off of turn 7, and that is Mateo Naranjo, who was battling for the lead with John Robinson, as we saw them come through the Sunset Bend, and then here on the front straight, John Robinson all by himself in that dark red number 19 machine with 2 laps remaining. That's going to move Keith Joslin up to second overall, still our leader in Formula 600, but that now moves John Chimenti up to second, and that battle that I was trying to track down between the 01 machine of Morgan and Charles Foster now becomes that much more important, because that is the battle for the last step on the podium in Formula 600. We will try to pick that up as we have gotten word that the next time our leader, at this point John Robinson, crosses the start-finish line, he will get the white flag. In Formula V, just now crossing the start-finish line, it is Stephen Davis with the lead over Russ Fredericks and Donnie Isley. That is your top 3.
Yeah, and Keith Joslin now moves into a position to possibly race for the overall win, only 2.5 seconds back. Oh, that's a lot of time to make up in a lap and a half. But there is the possibility of that there. Just a little hiccup from the front-running car of Robinson, and that gap can be closed up pretty fast. What a heartbreak for Mateo Naranjo, whether it's a broken car or something else, to pull off there at turn 7 here, and he will just continue to drop back through the field. That makes the best battle on the racetrack right now, the one between Stephen Davis and Russ Fredericks.
And we should see, as our leader just now goes on the Flying Fortress straight, I was going to say we should see here that Formula V now race coming down into turn number 7. And there they are, Stephen Davis in the black car, Russ Fredericks in the red, Donnie Isley in the blue. And just a little bit further back from that is William Straczynski. Straczynski now moving up in the 4th position, having gotten around Jeff Filipkowski, but a bit of a gap between Isley back to Straczynski, Filipkowski, and Ray Carmody. All right, our leader now coming through the final corner, coming through the Sunset Bend. Let's go over that, and there he is, coming now out of the front straight. And you are right, Keith Joslin really started to close things down on John Robinson for the overall lead. And so we've got 1 lap remaining here. And we'll see here, this coming up, this is the battle right now, I believe, Brian, coming through 17, the battle for the last spot on the podium in Formula F. That's James Morgan in the 01 car. It's Charles Foster in the number 27. And you see almost, about 12 car lengths separating those three machines. Right back behind him, that's Corey McLeod, who is running he's running second in Formula 600, about 2 seconds back from that battle.
Yeah, and don't look now, if you go back to Formula V, Donnie Isley has closed the gap now on Russell Fredericks, so he is now in the discussion for not only second place, but might even be the race win here as we come up to our final lap. Donnie Isley knocked 2 seconds off the last lap. Thanks, Brian Trzynski, for pointing that out to us. And here they come across the line. There's Stephen Davis that just crossed. Donnie Isley's moved into second place now, but Donnie Isley now falling back to 2.5 seconds behind Stephen Davis. So Stephen Davis right now, all he's got to do is keep it together, keep it on the track for another lap, and he's going to take a Super Tour win. That's
right, and again, a lot of racing history there. And I was telling you last night, we had Steve Winston on with us at Homestead last week, and he thought that the majority, and we've got one of our Formula Vs going off. That is the 21 machine going off. That is Bill Trzynski, who was running in fourth in Formula V as he gets into the grass, drops a wheel on the outside of turn 3.
So that's going to be, that could have been, I think he was out of probably contention for third place.
Yeah, I believe so.
But that will probably give Jeff Klipkowski a chance to take over fourth place here as we get to the end of this race.
All right, and we can see now with Donnie Isley and Russ Fredericks very close together as they go into the braking zone over at turn 7. We'll track that in just a moment, but I believe we've got our leader, Robinson, coming down the back straight now and coming out onto the front straight.
I love family members.
And taking the win in Formula F. Yeah, we are there. Here he comes. Already taken the checkered flag. Your winner in Formula F, John Robinson. Keith Jocelyn taking the win in Formula 600. And then now coming out of the Sunset Bend onto the front straight, there's John Chimeni in the 69 machine. He will finish second in Formula F. James Morgan, who runs his fastest lap of the race on the final lap. He made up a lot of ground on Chimenti in the last couple laps there. James Morgan will finish third in Formula F. Charles Foster finishes just off the podium. Corey McLeod crosses the line. Corey is going to finish second in Formula 600. Eric McLeaf there should come home, and I believe he's coming out of 17 right now. Van Cleef will take home the last step on the podium in Formula 600, and we've got the Formula Vs. They should be coming around the Sunset Bend here in just a moment, Brian.
I love family members. Bill Trzynski takes and spins it around. What are you pointing at me?
I'm pointing at the Formula Vs just now coming out of the Le Mans turn, and here they come onto the front straight.
Let's get to the finish for this, and then I will tell this story. So they should be coming out of the main straight here, coming towards the checkered flag one last time here. And here is the checkered flag in the air for Stephen Davis, car number 80. He's been doing this a long time, and he is now a Super Tour winner once again. Donnie Isley will cross the line in second place, 2.6 seconds back, and then Russell Fredericks about a second back from him as well. Jeff Klipkowski does go up into fourth place for this race, and I think that Bill Trzynski was probably able to get it back on the racetrack in time to finish fifth before Ray Carmody finished in sixth. And the funny story to say is when Bill Trzynski spun in the chat, Brian Trzynski's response was, "Oh!" I love families.
Oh, Homer. All right, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid for our last race before lunch. Then we're going to take a quick break. They've already been given that 5-minute warning on the grid, so not a lot of time. But if these drivers within within listening distance haven't gone to the grid, Spec Miata drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is scheduled to roll off in just about 4 minutes. Please head to the grid. We'll be right back in just a few moments here. You're watching the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Don't forget to file for your contingency payouts for the Hoosier Super Tour. Partner payouts include offers from companies like Hawk Performance, including product certificates to the top 5 positions in class. And they can be used on any Hawk products. Hawk Performance also offers a benefit discount to SCCA members of $20 off a $200 purchase and is the Novice Group sponsor for the SCCA's Track Night in America. Search Contingency on the SCCA website to view your contingency options. Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Sebring International Raceway. We've got one race left before lunch. This is our largest race group of the weekend, Spec Miata. And that means we've got a lot of drivers to talk about. And Gregg's drinking water and wetting his whistle. He's ready to go.
That is right. We had 77 drivers register. We had 75 set times in qualifying today. Let's run down the Mazda Motorsports starting grid for Spec Miata, at least a portion of it, because I didn't drink that much water, Brian. We're gonna start at number 30 and work our way up. So 15 rows for you here. Brian is force feeding me water. All right, starting 30th today, driving the number 89 Spec Miata. Of course, they're all Spec Miatas. From Arlington, Texas, Matt Stretch. Starting 29th, driving the number 188 car. From Mendon, Massachusetts, Nick Leveroni. John Rodat will start 28th. He's driving the number 63 car. He's from Chester, Connecticut. And then we've got Weatherby Lake, Missouri's Ethan Hires. He's starting 27th. He's driving the 78 machine. Starting 26th, driving the number 81 Spec Miata. From New York, it's Max Ehrlich. Matt Fosnock is going to start 25th. He's from Madison, New Jersey, and drives the 53 car. Mark Curley starting 24th. He's in the 163 car. He's from Montgomery, Texas. Also from Texas, from Arlington, Texas, it's Logan Stretch. Logan's in the number 98 car, starting 23rd. Starting 22nd, driving the number 22 machine. He was our fastest driver in practice yesterday, Brian, but he finds himself all the way back in 22nd position, driving the number 66 Mazda Miata from Little Mountain, South Carolina. It's Chuck McTudis. Starting 21st, driving the number 143 machine, coming all the way from Glasgow, United Kingdom, it's Stuart McAleer. Alfredo Zidane is going to start 20th. He's in the 113 car. He's from Miami, Florida. Max Schweid from Boca Raton is going to start 19th. He's in the 198 car, with Zach Ehrlich starting 18th in the 180 car. He's from New York, New York. Then we've got Danny Stain from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, driving the 39 car. He starts 17th. Matthias Ramirez will start 16th today from Bradenton, Florida, drives the 41. Travis Wiley from Mooresville, North Carolina, just outside of Charlotte. He's in the 77 car. He starts 15th. Starting 14th, driving the number 15 Mazda Miata from Las Cruces, New Mexico, is Brett Kowalski. Ethan Goulart from Shelton, Connecticut, starts 13th today, driving the number 80 machine, while Jose Alfe, driving the 00 car, starts 12th from Greensville, South Carolina. Alex Acosta will start 11th. He's driving the number 24 machine. He's from Southwest Ranches, Florida, while Orlando, Florida's Noah Harmon will start on the outside of row number 5, driving the 199 car. Starting 9th, driving the number 57 Mazda Miata from St. Cloud, Florida, Tyler Gonzalez, with Sean Noonan starting 8th on the outside of row number 4. Sean's driving the 0 car. He's from Newburgh, New York. All the way across the country from Escondido, California, is Boris Said Jr. Boris is driving the 133 Miata. He starts 7th. Starting 6th, two-time national champion Jim Drago. He's driving the number 2 car. He's from Memphis, Tennessee. Elvin Goulart, a multi-time national champion, once, I believe, in Spec Miata, driving the number 70 machine from Shelton, Connecticut, starting in 5th. On the outside of row number 2, driving the 172 Panic Motorsports Mazda Miata from Mooresville, North Carolina, Connor Zillage. Todd Burris, he's a national champion, driving the number 56 Mazda Miata. He hails from Melbourne, Florida. He starts 3rd. And your front row, our co-champions for 2023 in Spec Miata. And on the outside of the front row, from Arlington, Virginia, driving the number 6 car with a qualifying time of 2:36.923, it's Nick Bruni. And your pole sitter, the only 4-time national champion, or as I think somebody referred to him yesterday because of the co-championship, the 3.5-time champion, Brian. Your 4-time national champion in Spec Miata from New Smyrna Beach, Florida, with a qualifying time of 2:36.700, driving the number 42 car. It's Preston Pardis.
So, a lot of series. Sorry, I was mid. Last year they give the national champions the number 1 car for the next season. So would Pardis and Bruni get the number 0.5 car?
0.5.
I think that's what they should have done this
Yes,
year.
that's-
Anyway, we're getting ready to get this thing underway. The classic Mazda pace car leading a whole bunch of Mazdas to the green flag today. And we're going to get this thing underway.
75 of them are thereabouts,
That's
and
right.
we'll see here. It looks like Wes Duchek and Mark Gibbons may not have made it out for the pace lap. We'll see if they start from the pit lane.
All right, it's time to put on your catcher's mitt and play do your best Johnny Bench impersonation down in turn 1. Because you got 77 cars coming at you right now. Let's see if any of them get caught up. Let's see if they can get through turn 1 clean, and here we go.
All right, coming down onto the front straight for the start. Green flag is in the air. Hardest to the inside of the black number 42. In the orange and blue, it is Nick Bruni. And that outside lane may have fallen back just a little bit as Todd Burris tries to come down the inside underneath the 42 car. Cannot get it done. He's bringing Elvin Goulart along with him, though. Connor Zilch in the 172 car.
There's one car off.
Yeah, we got one car, and we've got a couple more on the outside. That's what happens when you go 4 wide through turn 1, and things start to bottleneck up coming into that little bend at turn number 2. Looks like one of those cars not getting back underway, Brian. There might have been some,
mud.
yeah, either some mud there or maybe some contact that sent them off there, but still 2 by 2. Oh! As one of our drivers finds that there's a pretty big culvert underneath that puddle and goes jumping through the air coming out of turn 3. As our drivers come down into the Hawk Performance braking zone for the first time, your leader is Preston Pardis. He's got that orange number 56 machine, Todd Burris, directly behind him there, and we are still 2 by 2 through the rest of the field. We'll try and get some numbers here for you as things start to stretch out a little bit. Just saw a little bit further back in the field. It was actually 3 wide going into 7 with Matt stretch all the way back in 31st.
Real quick, that car is still off at the exit of turn 1. There are 2 cars. They're not going to let those cars stay there, so we should be possibly getting ready for a full course yellow here, just in case. That's just a spot they can't leave those 2 cars there. So we'll see what happens. We'll go back to the racing action until they go full course yellow here, because they should be coming up onto the back straight now.
Yeah, and Brian, they're standing up a safety car down at pit out at the end of the pit lane. They've asked them not to turn on the lights yet. We see the emergency services vehicles responding. There we go. Now we are going the full course caution. And I think the key here, Brian, is they wanted to get the full course caution out early enough, even before the pace car was deployed, so we didn't have 75 cars checking up, and with a big accordion there. So this will give them time. Now the big thing is we still had 2 by 2 racing through the majority of the field, and so a lot of these drivers then had to essentially give up positions. And we'll see how things are going to play out, but we are now under full course caution.
So, you know, it's early, but let's do this. Let's get the break out of the way now so that when we come back, we can take all of our racing action right to the checkered flag. So let's take our break. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Sebring International Raceway. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back, everybody, to Sebring International Raceway in round one of the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. This is our last race of the morning. It is Spec Miata, and Brian, Spec Miata's doing Spec Miata things this morning.
Yeah, we just got the radio call from turn one because it's radio silence on the first race lap. So unless there's an emergency, the flag corners don't call it immediately what happens. And sometimes it's hard for us while we're talking to actually hear what the flag that's telling us. But anyway, we got the call, and if this would have come in while I would have had to laugh out loud because it's one of the best calls we've ever had. We do know that the two cars involved in turn one are Jason Fichter and Cliff Brown, but Greg, it's what happened now.
It's what happened. So Jason Fichter, driver of the number 7 machine, he is currently he's
now a three-wheel.
He's got a tricycle.
Right.
He is missing one of his rear wheels, and apparently Cliff Brown's car is in a position that it can continue the race. But there's one small problem.
It's on top
of Jason Fichter's fourth wheel.
Yes.
Yes. So they're trying to figure out if there's a way to get that wheel out from underneath the 01 machine so that Cliff Brown out of Hockton, Georgia, can continue regardless. He would find himself at the back of he would find himself as the 76th car in a 76 car field. Not only that,
and a couple laps down.
Yeah, at least one lap down.
So,
Yeah.
But yeah, we get the calls from the flag net, and sometimes it's hard for us to hear because we're talking while they're talking. But this one, if I would have cut this one, it would have made me laugh because we don't get a car on top of another car's wheel very often. So,
no.
Yeah, fun stuff here. It looks like they're getting ready to get these two cars up off. Still a couple of track trucks down there waiting to figure out how to get the one car off without damaging it and then get the other car scooped up and out of there. So I'm going to guess we're going to have at least one more lap here under yellow at least before we can get this thing underway. We are at 17 minutes remaining at this time, and when we went full course yellow, our leader at the time was Preston Pardis, followed by Todd Burris, Elevin Gouillard, Connor Zilich, Jim Drago, Boris Said Jr. That's your top 6 right now. A little deeper into the field, we've got Sean Noonan, Nick Bruni.
And Bruni started off on the outside of the front row, so big drop for Nick as he finds himself in 8th position right now.
Well, and that first corner is so wide that they can usually get through that first corner decent, but then it's getting that funnels down into turn 2 and 3 is where most of the trouble typically happens. But not this time. They had the problem in turn 1. So.
All right, so getting word now as our leaders are coming down the front straight here, and we're going to have at least one more lap under caution. The Fichter car, the 7 machine, is on the rollback, and it appears from the sound of it that Cliff Brown's 01 machine likely won't be continuing. It's on the hook being pulled out of the area.
Yeah. Pretty good stuff going on here, so I'm going to guess that we'll do maybe by the end of this lap we'll be able to get this thing going here because everyone seems as though they're being pulled to safety here, and it's just Just still trying to wrap my brain around that radio call.
All right, so remember, this is a 25-minute timed race, and as you can see there, for those of you watching from home or wherever you may be watching the stream, just about 16 minutes remaining on the clock here, so still a lot of time in there. You can see the Victor machine, the 7 machine, being removed from the area, and it looks as though just as the safety car brings the field through the exit of turn 1 towards turn 2, those 2 cars involved in the incident have been removed. So we've got a clear track here. So hopefully we'll go back to racing this next time by.
Yeah, and what was interesting about that is that whole thing developed way deep in the field. You know, the first 15, 20 rows made it through turn 1 just fine. And I don't know if there was just a checkup situation with the back of the field accordioned, and then cars had to just check up and get out of the way, and that's how they ended up out there. But yeah, like I said, that first corner is like 18 car lengths wide, but it does funnel down pretty quickly here. So coming up on 15 minutes to go in this race, and hopefully, and here's a good thing, I'm looking out now, it is absolutely beautiful sunshine Florida day, which is what all these folks who come from up north would like to race in.
Still a tiny little bit of haze, but most of it's burned off here. We can definitely see blue sky. The wind is still a bit of a factor. Obviously, it's not going to be a big deal for the Spec Miatas, but and I'm getting word as we can't hear it here in the booth, but Director Ryan says our cameras are definitely picking up the wind. Definitely, if that wind stays up after lunch, it might affect our second open wheel group. Certainly. But it appears as though we will be going back to racing this next time by. It sounds like the corners that are back behind the full backfield, and there it is for sure. The command from race control for the pace car to come down the pit lane this next time by.
All right, so real quick, while we finish up this last full course yellow lap, talking about this afternoon, right after lunch, we've got our wings and things, formula cars and prototypes, and then Group 6 is next. That'll be our GT cars, T1 and A sedan. Our second and last race of the day is our touring cars, 2, 3, and 4, and SMX. And then our last race of the day, of course, is our production cars, GT lights, and B-Spec. So that's what we've got this afternoon. So when this is over, go grab yourself something to eat, maybe an adult beverage or non-adult beverage, and then come on back an hour later and be with us for the rest of the afternoon. Also, a big thank you to all of our folks in the chat. I call you guys our associate producers. I appreciate everything that you guys do, feeding us some information and some comic relief as well, and that's some good stuff. So 13 minutes to go. It's going to probably be about 12 and a half to go when we get back to green here, and with the timing of our laps here with these Spec Miatas, 12 and a half to go, probably going to be
and they've been running a little bit over the qualifying times are just a touch over 2.5 minutes in length.
Right. So I don't know the math well enough, but that makes me feel like it's going to be about 5
laps maybe, yeah.
So, and that means everybody's going to be racing. They're going to want to get it all done quick here, make up as many positions on this start as possible. Hopefully they'll keep it clean, because another full course yellow here could be the end of this race.
That's right.
So we don't want that to happen.
All right, I think our safety car should have gotten an iRacing slowdown penalty there going through Lamar. A little bit wide over the curbing. Gonna have to give up the time there as. Yeah, our director Ryan saying definitely a 1X as the safety car bringing the field down the Ullman Straight. Again, going to be pitting in this time by and turning the field back over to our leader, Preston Pardis. And when we start our next lap, we will be starting lap number 4. Going to be completing lap number 3 here. And again, this is a 25-minute timed race. And the clock there, we just crossed over that 12-minute mark. So yeah, probably about 5 laps here, maybe even 4 to bring us to the checkered flag. Safety car now on the pit lane, and that turns things over to Preston Pardis and Todd Burris, 2 national champions. In third, another national champion, Elvin Goulart, with Connor Zilic and Jim Drago. They're starting 4th and 5th, and we are back to green flag racing here in Spec Miata from Sebring.
Well, the good news now is that this is a single file restart, so that should give everybody a better chance, except now we're 2 wide in the middle of the pack, and now we're 3 wide in the middle of the packing. All right, I'll forget about that whole single file thing.
That's right. And we're back to 5 wide going through turn 1. All right, as they come down under braking into turn number 3, already at 5. And there is Nick Bruni trying to make up some ground there on the 133 car of Boris Jr., trying to move back up in the 6th position, as Bruni has now found himself all the way back in 7th in that orange and blue machine, right behind the silver 133 of Sed. Then we've got Sean Noonan, Alex Acosta, Tyler Gonzalez in the number 57 machine there. That is your top 10.
All right, 10 minutes to go. Let's do a call to the grid here for our next.
There's no grid, and we've already taken our break for the session. So we're going to take you all the way to the green flag. Don't mind us.
Shut me up.
We get paid by every call to the grid we make.
Okay,
so,
that's what it is.
Yeah. So.
All right, racing action now fast and furious throughout this field as these drivers trying to get it done here. This is our turn 13 camera here, and they'll be coming at us in just a second.
All right, and we've got a car that did go off at turn 1, Brian, on the restart. That is the 120 car, the 120 car, and trying to get a number on that now. But it's Mike Ryan, who was running 67th at the start, and so looks like he's going to fall a little bit further back. It sounds like his race may be over, as we've got a number of drivers running wide into the dirt there. It's good to see no longer mud, but you can actually see dust clouds in the dirt on the exit of the tower turn at turn 13 now. So not only is the track surface starting to dry out, but it looks like just off the track surface as well.
Yeah, there's a couple of places, there's a couple of divots with some water in it, but other than that, we've got ourselves a 4-car train now up front as those front 4 cars, Partis, Burris, Goulart, and Zilish, try to pull away. Jim Drago trying to hang on for dear life to get back into that pack. If that pack gets pulled away too far, it'll be lights out for the rest of the field, and then it'll just be Partis, Burris, Goulart, and Zilic trying to get these last 9 minutes in the books, and everyone else trying to catch them.
Yeah, it is absolutely. It is a 4-car fight at the moment. About another 5-6 car lengths back to Jim Drago. Actually, a little bit more than that. Probably about 7 car lengths back to the green and white number 2 of Drago. But he's now got Nick Bruni right behind him. That is his teammate. Bruni's gotten around Boris Jr. So drop Zed back to 7th position. Then Acosta, Noonan, and Gonzalez, your top 10. But at the moment here, and I think we're going to probably see these top 4 try to hold station as long as they can. Try to separate themselves out from Drago. I'm sure that is certainly something that Connor Zilic and Elvin Goulart would like, as Partis and Burris find themselves, they're teammates with Jim Drago and Nick Bruni. I'm sure they'd like to back the field up a little bit and try to bring that whole pack back to the other 75 behind, or 70 behind.
Someone in the chat suggested that Drago was going back to Bruni so they could connect up and then drive back to the pack, which makes perfect sense.
And there you go. There it is.
And not only is it Bruni, they've got like 27 other cars who can help them draft to make that up as well. So very, very astute there for our folks in the chat. And you can see here in the Hawk Performance braking zone as the entire field goes through here. Definitely a dry racetrack on the track. Probably still a little damp off track, but that's going to dry up here pretty quick as well, because it looks as though that we're going to be sunny for the rest of the day. No more weather behind us and clear skies. So good for the rest of today anyway.
All right, looking a little bit further back, Danny Stain now moving up into 13th position. So he's in the thick of this pack. There it is, that blue with the Dayglow orange car right in the middle of that second pack. Stain started off in 17th position, so he's made up 4 positions. Trying to take a look and see where his teammate Chuck McTutis is. McTutis has not been able to make a lot of headway here. Started 22nd, only up to 21st. And here are our leaders coming through Le Mans onto the Ullman Straight. And again, it is a 4-car breakaway with the 2 East Street teammates, Partis and Burris. Then about 2 car lengths back to Elvin Goulart and Connor Zilic. And a little wild ride there through 16 through Le Mans for at least one driver. And that may be problematic for him, because there was a line of about 7 cars directly behind that didn't lose any exit speed.
Yeah, that second pack there is not making up space on those leaders. It is still 2.8 seconds, and we're going to check them across the line this time. when they come to see if that has grown or contracted at all. And it's contracted a little bit, 2.1 seconds, but with 6 minutes left in this race, that's going to be about maybe 3 laps left here for us. And that's in this kind of racing. Oh no, I was wrong. The gap has grown larger. It's now 5 seconds. So my eyes weren't deceiving me. The timing screen just took a minute to refresh here. So 5 seconds now, the gap between 4th and 5th place. It is getting larger, not getting smaller. And that's really good news for Pardus, Burris, Goulart, Zilic. Not good news for Bruni, Drago, Sed, and a whole bunch of cars behind him.
All right, and it looks like the exact same car, Brian, taking to the grass over there. That little bump that a few moments ago was underneath the puddle. Now it just appears to be a pretty big bump. And I think that might have been Alex Acosta in the number 24 machine that popped over. All right, looks like sounds like the 103 machine has found his way back to the paddock. His race has done that. It's Kelsey Patterson. So his race now finished.
5 minutes to go. So, Greg, at this point in time, let's say it's a 4-car race to the finish.
Sure.
Where does this start to become a 4-car race for first place, as opposed to just driving in a line, trying to get to the right time to start to make this happen?
I'm sure some of it will probably start coming down into turn 1, certainly into turn 3 on the last lap. Some of the best braking zones there, and then obviously the hairpin.
Right. And if they're not careful, the first 2 cars of Pardus and Burris are starting to pull away from third place just a little bit. So this may end up being a race for first and then a race for third here as we get into the closing moments. Oh, big off there for a car, but they kept their foot in it, and it looks like they're going to be able to get back on the racetrack, but that car was 4 off, a lot of 4 off there.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're probably not going to get the number on it. The corner workers have been told that unless the car doesn't continue, don't call those in. So we'll see here, especially for this group. Otherwise, the radio would probably be non-stop at this
It'd
point.
be forever and ever, amen.
Yes.
So 4 minutes to go here.
All right, getting word now that the 77 machine, that's Travis Wiley, is starting to smoke fairly heavily, and he is now, Wiley had started he started in 15th position. The 77 car now, I think, has fallen pretty far back through the field. We'll let you know where he is in just a moment here.
All right, up front, nothing's changed. Pardus, Burris, they're just trying to decide when the time to go is. So I'm going to guess that the next time by, we're going to get our white flag here. And so we got probably 2 laps to go. Won't know that for sure until it happens. But and now it looks like Zilic has been able to close up a little bit on that second place car. So if he can get there, and it looks like he'll be able to get there now. He's back in the draft, but it does look like Elevin Goulart's kind of been left behind here. So there are your 3 cars going under the Mobile One bridge there, or the Advent Health bridge, depending on which
side you're on. Yeah, exactly.
But those 3 cars have now been able to get together here, and with a lap and a half or so to go, it's going to be very, very interesting. Do not count out Connor Zilic. That youngster knows how to drive a race car, but then you got to realize that there's a lot of national champions right in front of him there. Well, that would going to be the old guys showing the young guy how to do it, or is the young guy going to say, "Move over, boomers, we're coming"?
Well, that was the thing when we started to run down like the top 5 or top 6. Zilic was the only one not with a national championship. Right. He's had a podium, and of course I think we talked yesterday. Connor Zilic has just signed a contract with Trackhouse to do ARCA, to do Xfinity. Of course, our leader, Preston Pardus, has been running Xfinity for the last couple of years, and Zilic obviously wanted to be there, but also Zilic in a brand new spec Miata. Big damage to his car last year at Virginia International Raceway. They've got a brand new car, and I think this is the first weekend out for it.
Right. All right, with 1:56 left on the clock, we'll be seeing the white flag out here next time by, and that is going to make for an exciting final lap here at Sebring with these 3 drivers up front here, and they should be coming into our view here anytime. There they are coming out of that turn down there. I don't remember what the name of that turn.
It's Le Mans, and we can see
Turn
Pardis
16.
protecting all the way to the inside now, over, and well, you can see why, because Todd Burris was trying to come underneath him as was Connor Zilich to the outside, and Pardis is going to be the car that leads through 17 as he takes a very wide line through the exit of 17 as they come down onto the front straight. Pardis, Zilich, Burris all seeing the white flag as Burris now drops back into third position behind the 172 machine of Zilich, and then about 10 car lengths back from there, it's Elvin Goulart in the 70.
All right. And that's going to make, and Elvin Goulart's just back there. Oh, here we go. This is going to be a race for, or a potential pass for the lead here.
Here we go. For a moment there, 3 wide as Burris comes deep down the inside. Burris is going to get past both Pardis and Zilich. That's going to move Preston Pardis now back into third position behind Connor Zilich. Todd Burris, our 2019 national champion, he is your new leader. Elvin Goulart in that silver 70, hoping to use some of that side-by-side racing from the top 3 to close things down, Brian, but we can see he is still about 15 car lengths back as they spread out once again, going down into the Hawk forward braking zone at turn 7.
I think that move by Todd Burris way too soon. I would not want to be in first place going into turn 16 on this final lap here. I think Connor Zilich is in the absolute prime position to be able to pounce here in this last half of the lap, but we'll just see what happens here. I just really think that move was too soon.
Well, we'll see here. Thankfully, they've got enough of a buffer back to Elvin Goulart to probably not bring him into the battle here.
Unless all 3 of them go off in the final turn.
Well, there is that.
Yeah.
There definitely is that. And Goulart has opened up enough of an advantage over Nick Bruni and Jim Drago that he just put in laps here as they come out of the tower turn onto the Flying Fortress straight. Now, for the last time, locked nose to tail are Todd Burris, Connor Zilich, Preston Pardis, and only 3 or 4 more corners remaining. We see there Goulart all by himself, but now the battle for 5th position is Boris Said Jr. in that 133 machine. He was fighting early on with Bruni. He's now in the thick of it with Bruni and his teammate, Jim Drago.
All right, there is Todd Burris sliding off. Is that going to be enough to let Zilich by? I think it is. There's no way he could not have checked up just a tiny bit there as Todd Burris came through. Connor Zilich, will he take advantage of it? And then don't forget, Preston Pardis right here in the mix. Look at them weaving all over the place, coming down that back stretch. Now they're going to come to 17. Who's going to be in it? Looks like Connor Zilich is in first here. Right behind him is Preston Pardis. Todd Burris goes all the way back to third place. 1 quarter to go. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Zilich? Is it going to be Pardis? Is it going to be Burris? We're going to know here in just a few seconds. Connor Zilich going to go 3 wide. Who's it going to be at the line? Zilich takes the win.
Preston Pardis, he finishes second. No tie at the line this time, Brian, as Preston Pardis will finish second. A margin of victory for Connor Zilich, 59 1/1000ths of a second. Todd Burris will finish in third. Elvin Goulart just off the podium in fourth. Nick Bruni, Jim Drago. Boris Said 7th. Alex Acosta 8th. Tyler Gonzalez 9th. Sean Noonan will round out the top 10. Logan Stretch will finish 11th. Travis Wiley, who is the car that was reported smoking early on, he holds on to, let's see if he holds on, because he was running in 11th. He falls back to 12th. Stuart McAleer will finish 13th. Chuck McTutis in the last 2 laps moves from 22nd up to 14th. Noah Harmon will finish 15th. Jose Olfe will finish 16th. Matthias Ramirez 17th. Nick Leveroni finishes in 18th. John Rodat 19th. Frankie Barroso will finish and round out the top 20.
Oh boy.
Wow, and here's one, and we didn't see this. Danny Stain now showing in 73rd position and a lap down, and so that was after the restart, Brian, that he was running, I believe, 13th. So obviously he had some issues on those last 2 laps to fall back through the pack. But what a way to finish up our first half of racing here on day for race day number 1
right.
for the Super Tour.
Well, and if anybody's wondering why Connor Zillage just signed a contract with Trackhouse Racing, that would be the answer to your question right there. The young man knows how to drive a race car, knows how to put his car in the right spot on the final lap of a race. That's exactly what he did, and he took advantage of the mistake by Todd Burris to be able to come up and win this first race. It makes me can't wait to tomorrow for this race tomorrow.
Oh my gosh, I'm waiting for that that longer form, the feature race tomorrow. All right, so Brian, before we break for lunch, let's do this. Let's bring up on the screen here. We're going to bring up our schedule here on the Super Tour so you can see when we race next. Again, 2 rounds for each one of these weekends. Some of them are 3-day events, some of them are 2-day events. But after Sebring, we're going to have about 4 weeks before our next event, and then they come in very quick succession, like rapid fire. NOLA Motorsports Park on the west banks of New Orleans, then Buttonwillow Raceway Park as we head out to the west coast, and then we go all the way back east to Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, and then we get a little bit of rest there in the spring. Yeah, and thankfully no racing on April Fool's Day. Virginia International Raceway, April 5th, Hallett Motor Racing Circuit out in beautiful Jennings, Oklahoma, Portland International Raceway, and then we wrap up May with the Mid-Ohio and Watkins Glen International. Great to see Mid-Ohio rejoin the Super Tour. Much like we have not, NOLA has not been on the Super Tour since 2017, so great to go back there. And then, of course, we round out the Super Tour schedule with what is due to be we'll call it a warm-up, and we are going to have hundreds and hundreds of entries there for the WeatherTech June sprints presented by the Chicago region of the SCCA, June 21st through 23rd.
All right, that's going to do it. I need to go take a nap or maybe drink something, because that was a heck of a race. We're going to come back and do it all again in about an hour, folks, with 4 more races this afternoon. So stay with us. We'll be back in an hour for the rest of our afternoon of racing. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tower SCCA Super Tour live from Sebring International Raceway. We'll be back in about an hour. Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Car number 01, Spec Miata, Cliff Brown. Please report to impound. Spec Miata, car number 01, Cliff Brown. Please report to impound.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Your race scheduled to roll off right around 1:40, a little bit over 10 minutes from now. Please head to the grid.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily. And so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
And we are back here live at Sebring International Raceway. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're in the middle of round 1 today, and round 2 is tomorrow. It's a 20-race series over 10 weekends, and each of our 8 classes, our 8 races, 25, 27 classes, race every weekend twice. And we're going through our first race of the day. We had 4 this morning, 4 this afternoon. Coming up next on our schedule is going to be our Wings and Things, Formula Atlantics, Continentals, FE2, FX, P1 and P2. And then this afternoon, we've got our next races, our Big Bore GT cars and T1 and A sedan. And then we have our touring cars, T2, 3, and 4 and SMX. That's the third race of the afternoon. Our final race is our production cars, our GT light cars, and our B-Spec cars. So a lot of stuff coming, Greg. We've got some qualifying order to talk about first.
Yes, we certainly do, Brian. So let's run down the Mazda Motorsports starting grid for race number 5 today. Our big bore race, American Sedan Touring 1, GT1, GT2, and GT3. And we're going to start at the rear end of the field workup where we had 45 drivers, but only 39 of them set qualifying time. So tell you what, let's run down those 39, Brian, and if the last 5 they show up, well, you know, maybe we'll talk about them. All right. So starting 39th, driving the number 71 American Sedan Ford Mustang from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Maury Doyle. Starting 38th, driving the 17, and you know what? I'm just getting word that we're going to have a split start with 2 pace cars. So you know what we're going to do? we're going to split things up here, Brian, and it's going to be the GT cars, GT1, GT2, and GT3 cars in the front pack. It's going to be Touring 1 in American Sedan.
We're in Formula.
Oh, you know what? I'm looking at the wrong group. Oh, my gosh.
You got ahead of yourself, Greg.
Oh, yes, I did. All right.
It'll be our win cars except for FE2.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
FE2 will be the second group.
Well, you know what? Let's talk about the Mazda Motorsports starting grid for Group 5 instead of the one for Group number 6. All right? And so we are still going to have a split start here, Brian.
Yes, that will be the same.
That will be the same, and I believe it is Prototype 1 and Prototype 2, Formula Atlantic, and Formula Continental in the first group and FE2 in the second group. Unfortunately, the grid sheet that I have doesn't have them split up that way. So what I'm going to do, on behalf of Mazda Motorsports and their starting grid, going to give you our 35 starters, and we'll break things out once the cars head out for their pace lap. Starting 35th, driving the number 27 Formula Continental from Mulberry, Florida. It's a Van Diemen RF06, Hartley McDonald. Doug Rocco is scheduled to start 34th. He is in the number 46 Van Diemen DP02. He's from Sandusfield, Massachusetts. Doug Rocco. Paul Farmer, starting 33rd. He's in the number 11 Formula Continental Radon RN10. He's from Connecticut. While Peter Gonzalez starting 32nd in the number 15 Radon RN10. He's from Norwalk, Connecticut. Mark Deffer, scheduled to start 31st. He's driving the number 38, or probably the 08 Formula, maybe Formula Continentals in that back group, Brian, because I'm showing them all gridded up together. So I think that is actually how it's going to play out. Mark Deffer in the 08 Van Diemen RF02. He's out of Aurora, Ohio. He's going to start third in Formula Continental. Chris Charno starting second in Formula Continental, driving the number 24 Van Diemen RF01. He's from St. Petersburg, Florida. And your pole sitter in Formula Continental with a qualified, yes, and this is exactly how the split is going to play out, Brian. Formula Continental going to be in that second pack, and your pole sitter in Formula Continental with a qualifying time of 2 minutes, 10 seconds, .820 from Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan. He swept the weekend last weekend at Homestead. He's driving a Van Diemen RF02, finished second at the national championships to his son in this class this past year, and he's a former national champion in his own right. It's Robert Aller. So let's move over now to our front group. It's going to be Prototype 1, Prototype 2, Formula Atlantic, and Formula Enterprises 2, and as well as Formula X. I don't want to leave out our one Formula X racer. Starting 28th, driving the number 91 Formula Enterprises 2 machine from Alden, New York, it's Russell Straight Jr. Starting 27th, he's in the number 44 Prototype 2 Toyota WSR, it is Craig Walko. Camille Kopko is going to start 26th. He's in the number 14 Formula Atlantic Pro Formula Mazda. He's from Lakemore, Illinois. From Nashville, Tennessee, Carl Wingo will start 25th. He's in the number 16 Formula Enterprises 2 machine with Ken Denault, our sole Formula X driver, starting 24th. He's in the number 99 Formula Mazda. He's from Cedar Falls, Iowa. Mark Lurden starting 23rd. He's in the number 25 Formula Atlantic Pro Formula Mazda, from Naples, Florida, with Derek LaManna starting in 22nd position. He is in the number 12 Formula Atlantic Pro Formula Mazda. He's from Island Lake, Illinois, starting 21st in the number 145 Formula Enterprises 2 machine from Kernersville, North Carolina, Brian Yates. Roy Hilberg also in an FE2 entry. He's from Friendswood, Texas, and he starts 20th in the 111 car, starting 19th, driving the number 88 Formula Enterprises 2 from Sorrento, Florida, Thomas Green. Jason Knutson will start 18th today in the number 92 FE2 machine. He's from Indianapolis, Indiana, starting 17th, driving the 06 Formula Atlantic Swift from Madison, Wisconsin. J.R. Smart, starting 16th. Driving the number 18 Formula Enterprises 2 machine from Georgetown, Texas, it's Steve Whitston, starting 15th. Driving the number 7 Formula Atlantic Van Diemen F1000, and from Roswell, Georgia, it's Glenn Cooper, starting 14th. Driving the number 8 Ligier JS51 in Prototype 2 from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, it's Bart Wolf, starting 13th. Driving the number 47 FE2 from League City, Texas, Darrell Wills. Rob Radman is going to start 12th on the field today. He is in the Formula Atlantic Pro Formula Mazda. He's out of Cedarburg, Wisconsin. From Palm Beach, Florida, driving a Store WF1. It is Sherman Chow. He starts 11th overall in the number 03 car. And your pole sitter in Prototype 2, driving the number 07 Store WF1 from Scottsdale, Arizona, starting 10th on the field. It's Tim Day Jr. Paul Schneider is scheduled to start 9th today, and he is driving the number 73 Formula Enterprises 2 machines from Charlotte, North Carolina. We know he had some repairs to put in on that car. Brian and I talked to him earlier this morning. Hopefully he's got that car out and ready to go. As a matter of fact, I'm watching him come through turn 3 now, so it looks like he is ready to rock. Starting 8th on the field in his FE2 machine, driving the number 98 car from Salon, Ohio, it's Jim Lebecco. Starting 7th and 2nd in FE2, driving the number 4 car from Great River, New York, it's Jason Conzo. Starting 6th on the field, he's your Formula Enterprises 2 pole sitter from Montpelier, Virginia, reigning national champion Russ Turner in the number 32 car. Starting 5th, driving the number 48 Formula Atlantic Ligier JSF3 from St. Charles, Illinois, Brandon Schwartz. And your pole sitter in Formula Atlantic is starting 4th on the field today, driving the number 79 at Swift. It is Austin Yelkin, starting on the inside of row number 2 in 3rd position, driving the number 94 Elan DP02. That is a Prototype 1 machine from Reading, Pennsylvania. It's Daryl Schaff. And your front row, both Prototype 1 entries on the outside of the front row. Your reigning national champion, driving the number 19 Elan DP02 from Ormond Beach, Florida, Todd Vanacore. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 6 Swift JMS 17 from Sheboygan, Wisconsin, it's James French.
And it is going to be fast and furious action here. Weather could not be better at this moment. A little humid, but other than that, the temperatures are in the low 70s, and it is going to be a ton of fun here.
Yeah, and so, Brian, let's do this as we've still got about a half a lap remaining here on the pace lap. Let's take a look at 3.7 mile, 17 turn Sebring International Raceway that our racers will be going at. Why don't you give us a little quick rundown of the racetrack here?
Well, it's 3.7 miles. It used to be an old Army air base. It is still an active airport there, and 17 turns. We've got these ginormously wide airport runways, and then you've got these little tiny bits of racetrack that connect them. And so it's kind of like the tale of two racetracks here as we go through it. Very, very bumpy in many, many sections, and this track has been here for a very long time, so it's got a lot of weathered and rubbered in areas, and
just like us.
Yes, I am quite weathered, no question. I don't think that was a compliment, but thank you very much nonetheless. But it is a fun place to go, iconic. It's one of those places where everybody wants to race at least once, and some people like to come back here year after year, and that's good for us because so do we.
All right, so we've got the field now working their way down the Omen Straight here, and behind that beautiful Mazda pace car, Brian, provided by Classic Mazda. And we will be going racing here this afternoon from Sebring in just a moment as they come through the Sunset Turn, the final corner here at Sebring. Pace car about to make its way onto the pit lane as the lights are out, and we are ready to go racing, turning the field over to James French and Todd Vanacore on the front row. This is a 25-minute timed race as they come down the front straight. And there it is. Green flag is in the air, Brian. And, you know, it looks a little different when they go 4 wide with these Formula cars compared to 75 Stream of Miatas. But right, here they come under braking and coming down to the inside. Your pole sitter, James French, in that wide store over Todd Vanacore in the green number 19. Daryl Schaff slotting in behind. And we saw at Homestead last week where the Formula Atlantic machines made a real good start early on. We've got Brandon Schwartz right behind Austin Yelkin. They are running now 3rd and 4th, or probably 4th and 5th overall.
All right, so our second pace car is about to make its way through turn 17, and we'll come on to the main straight here in just a second. And we will keep an eye on this first pack here for a minute, and then hopefully we'll be able to pick up the second pack here as they come down to take their checkered flag. And here they are right now. They've just taken their checkered flag, going down towards turn, or green flag. I ate lunch, and now
at least you don't think it's a bunch of GT1 cars going into turn 1. All right. That is your Formula Atlantic field led by Robert Aller, going in an hour, is now already opened up in Formula Continental, thank you, has already opened up about a 6-car length advantage now over Chris Charno and Mark Deffer as they come through turns 3, 4, and heading into turn 5. They'll be coming underneath the pedestrian bridge there, but again, Aller, your runner-up, former national champion, and much like he did at Homestead a week ago, Brian, right out of the gate, opening up over a second advantage.
Yeah, and that's one good race car driver there, no question. And that's been the way he did everything last week in Homestead as well. Just opened up early and did his best to drive away from this competition here. So we'll be getting our first group here across the line. My suspicion it's going to be James French here. He was the fastest car, but he's got someone right there with him this time. Looks like Todd Vanacore. And so there's going to be some pressure on James French here as they go through the early parts of this race. So there's your 3 prototypes, French, Vanacore, and Schaff, followed by a whole gaggle of formula cars.
Yeah, and look at this, Brian. Moving up now to 4th overall as they cross the line. One formula car does not look like the others, and it is, well, actually 2 formula cars don't look like the others. Russ Turner, Jim Lebecco, and now Jason Conzo moving up into the 4th, 5th, and 6th. The Formula Enterprise 2 cars get around and away from the more powerful and lighter Formula Atlantic machines, moving Austin Yelkin back in the 7th position.
Yeah, someone suggested in the chat earlier that said that Charles Russell Turner a little upset after the Spec Racer Ford race, a little fired up and wants to go to the front. And Jason Conzo also had problems in that Spec Racer Ford race, so they're now up front, maybe getting their aggressions out as they try to stay in front of this field for as long as possible. Sounds like we had some side-to-side contact in turn 17. Tim Day Jr. and my guess probably Bart Wolf in the 8 car. I can't imagine that there would be side-to-side with a formula car.
And battling there for 2nd place in prototype 2. Right. Yeah, exactly. As if it was side-to-side, at least if it was one of the formula cars, they probably would have gone flying through the air. So we'll see here as they are currently running 11th for Bart Wolf, 12th for Tim Day Jr. And right now, again, separated only by a couple car lengths there in the battle for 2nd in prototype 2.
I still am always amazed when these FE2 cars are able to drive around the Formula Atlantic cars. In theory, that shouldn't happen.
Indeed. All right, Brian, let's quickly, as we're getting underway here in this open wheel race and prototype race, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. It's the first call to the grid for race group number 6. This time it's big bore, Brian, GT1, GT2, and GT3, GTX, T1, and American Sedan. Hey, they've already heard half the starting order. Race group number 6, big bore. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
All right, we've got car number 7 has headed to the paddock. That's Glenn Cooper in his Formula Atlantic. So not sure what the issue is with that car, but he pulled it in and took it to the paddock. So.
All right, as we are on board now and looking at these fights up front, and we're following right now the battle for the lead in FE2, and it's stretched out just the tiniest bit there with Russ Turner in the blue number 32 machine, then Jason Conzo about 4 car lengths back, Jim Lebecco about 2 car lengths back from there. And then we've got our Formula Atlantic leader, Austin Yelkin, the fourth open wheel car in that group, and he is your Formula Atlantic leader. And he's got a couple prototype. Actually, he's got a prototype car, another FE2 car back behind him before you even get to the next Formula Atlantic car. But good thing to see Paul Schneider back on track today. Pretty hard shunt that he had yesterday over by turn 16.
Yeah, we saw him this morning at breakfast at the hotel. He seems to be doing okay. It was a big hit, but again, good to see him come on out here. Vanacore, French, Schaff, your top 3 in P1. Then you've got Turner, Conzo, and Lebecco, your top 3 in FE2. Formula Continental right now, Allaire, Gonzalez, and Charno, your top 3 there. FX, just 1 car today, Ken Denault. And then you go to your P1, you've got, I just said P1, sorry. P2 is Chow, Wolf, and Tim Day Jr., your top 3 there. Did I miss anybody?
No, I think I
got them all.
I think you got them there, man.
I'm glad the computer worked because my brain's not right now.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, if not, I'm sure Jim Brookshire will have a couple more drinks. He'll let us know exactly what we've missed. and maybe some things that we didn't miss.
There you go. There you go.
All right, here. So, big FE2 field here this weekend. 12 drivers taking the green flag. And again, as we see now, and the top three all within about a second and a half of one another, as you mentioned there, and very close proximity. We'll see how things play out here right at the front of the field. Todd Vanacore now, who has gotten around James French, Brian, turns the fastest lap of the race and almost 3 full seconds faster than French. So French quick out of the gates and holding off that number 19 car, but Vanacore, we'll check the next time they come by. And actually, I'm watching him now. I think going down into turn 7, he's got almost 4 seconds now on James French. So it's opened up a real good gap there.
I have to think that French might have missed a shift or had some sort of a moment, because they were right there nose to tail for the first 2 laps there, and a 3-second lap difference would make sense if that were the case.
All right, we're watching now going into the Hawk Performer braking zone. That battle for the lead in FE2. Actually, they've just gone through there. Russ Turner, the blue number 32, about 6 car lengths now on Jason Conzo in the number 4 machine. Jim Lebecco, who about 2 laps ago fell back behind Conzo, falls to 3rd, and then Austin Yelkin, our Formula Atlantic leader. Now we've got Sherman Chow, and Sherman trying to open up a gap. He's got 2 Formula cars. He's got Schneider and Schwartz sitting between he and Bart Wolf in that Prototype 2 battle, and I'm sure he's more than willing to let those 2 Formula cars continue to play defense for him here as we're early on, as we're about 8 minutes into this 25-minute timed race.
Now, Charles Russell Turner has opened up a little bit of a gap over Jason Conzo, 2 seconds or so, a second and a half maybe, and then another second and a half back to James Lebecco. So I heard a backfire. That doesn't usually happen.
That was James French on the upshift here on the front straight.
So maybe he's having some sort of a motor problem, because now he's dropped back another 3 seconds on that lap.
It's a possibility, but it appears, Brian, is that these Prototype 1, the Alons at least, are making upshifts right past the start-finish line.
Okay.
And Daryl Schaff did as well. Here, so maybe not something, although, once again, he lost about another 3 seconds, but he's also about 3 seconds faster than Daryl Schaff at the moment. Russ Turner now opening up a little bit more of an advantage that last time by, about 2/10 faster than Jason Conzo. But Austin Yelkin, our Formula Atlantic leader, he gets around Jim Lebecco that last time by, Brian, and Lebecco starting to lose certainly the draft, but lose track of Conzo and Turner in that battle for the lead.
Yeah, so he could hook up with Yelkin and use that car as the draft to get back up to those cars in front of him if Yelkin's got enough speed to get to the back of Conzo and Turner. So it's always interesting when you've got multi-classes, Greg, to see how you can take advantage of maybe other cars and other classes to help you improve yourself. A lot of racecraft needs to be done to make that happen. But some guys can do that and really take advantage of the other classes to help you in your class.
Right. And look at this! I love this shot, Brian. As they come out of turn 11, heading over to turn 12, and you can see it's the very quick left-hander, then right-hander that then sets them up for the tower turn, coming onto the Flying Fortress straight. But how these open wheel cars just stay so flat and move from left to right, and that's probably the one section of track where they're not bounding over giant bumps and flying through the air.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, as we just watched there, that was Paul Schneider with Bart Wolf directly behind. It's actually Sherman Chow running 9th overall, your leader in Prototype 2. He's got Paul Schneider, who is currently your 4th place Formula Enterprise 2 driver, and then Bart Wolf, who's running 2nd in Prototype 2, all in a row, and starting to tighten things up. As speaking of tightening things up, now that last time across the line in the last 3.7 miles, Brian, Jason Conzo running 2nd in FE2, almost a half second faster than our leader, Russ Turner. Starting to close things down, still a little bit over a second behind the 32 machine, maybe just a slight bit out of the draft at this point currently.
Looking a little deeper into the field, the P2 race, Sherman Chow has got a 3.5 second lead over Bart Wolf. Tim Day Jr. back another 6 seconds from Bart Wolf. We did get confirmation that early side-to-side was the 8 car and the 07 car, and I don't know if there's any problems with Tim Day Jr.'s car after that, but Bart Wolf and Sherman Chow continuing to pull away a little bit. And then the fourth car, we thought we might have Craig Walko not in this race this afternoon.
All right, I was just watching a real neat battle, and they're coming down. They're probably going to be coming into turn 3 in just a few moments, Brian. Just figure I pointed out here. Roy Hillenberg, Russell Strait. It's the battle for 10th right now in FE2.
Okay.
And they're going to be a little bit further back from that pack there, but in real close proximity. Real nice fight going on, and it looks, Brian, like Jason Conzo really starting to close things down on Russ Turner. I think they're coming into turn 7. Now at least they were coming in the 7. We'll catch up to them here in just a moment, but things are definitely tightening up.
Yeah, definitely now 1.1 seconds between Turner and Conzo, and those two cars have pulled away from Jim Lebecco, so it's going to be basically those two cars for the win here if they can keep doing what they're doing for another 12 minutes or so. So let's do this. Let's do a call to grid, and we'll take our break, and then we'll come back and we'll have all of the live coverage right to the checkered flag.
Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 6, Big Bore, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, Touring 1, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. Race group number 6, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, Touring 1, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
And welcome back to Sebring International Raceway and round number 1 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. There it is right on the screen. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, he's Brian Bielanski, and we are following our 5th of 8 races today. This is our 2nd open wheel race of the day. Formula Atlantic and Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype 1, Prototype 2, and lest I forget, Formula X.
There you go. There you go. Charles Russell Turner and Jason Conzo was a real close battle. Now it's a 1.8 second lead for Turner, and then another 8 seconds or so, 7 seconds or so back to Jim Lebecco. So that was one of our closer battles on the racetrack here. Looking at some of the other races here, I'm not seeing too much close action here in any of the other races for the lead anyway. P1, P2 is about a 1 second gap between Todd Vanacore and James French. That's probably our best battle here. And now this is a car here that we saw spin while we were in our break. And that car's in a really bad spot. If that car's high-sided there, we're going to be having to call this thing to a full course yellow to get it moved. Oh, we got it going. Good job.
And it sounds like it was the 16 car, Brian? Carl Wingo. Yeah.
Who was that?
Carl Wingo.
Okay, very good. Very good.
Out of Nashville, Tennessee. Sorry, Carl, didn't mean to. Now we all know where to find you. But we are back to green, and just as we had called the break, he had some problems down at turn 1. It looked like that time there was another car that had gone off, or at least gone into the dirt around him. You might have had to check up to try and avoid there.
Sure. So Vanacore French are first and second in P1, and they're the closest battle for position for the lead on the racetrack. There are some other position battles coming through, and some of our prototypes are starting to come through the back of the field as well. So that is the situation. We are here with 7 minutes to go here in our 5th race of the day. 3 more coming up this afternoon. So that is what is ahead at the moment. And Charles Russell Turner, now there is a Formula Atlantic car between the two FE2 cars. So
yes.
Ashen Yelkin has pulled ahead of Jason Conzo, and that's good news for Charles Russell Turner because that's just a little buffer zone between him and his closest competitor.
All right, and we're going to try and catch Brian, and hopefully we'll get him next time they come by the start-finish line here. 2 neat little battles going on in FE2 right now. The battle for 7th, Steve Whitston, who was a guest of ours last week at Homestead. He is in the number 18 machine. He is currently running 7th. Jason Knutson running in 8th, and that is in FE2. We'll try and track them down because right behind, and it's quite a bit behind them, Roy Hillenberg running 9th, and Brian Yates also in the heat of battle. That is the battle for 9th and 10th, but about 30 seconds in arrears, and we'll try and pick that up.
Yeah, and now there's a car between Conzo and Lebecco. Brandon Schwarz has now pulled between the two of them. He's in that Ligier FSF3 car. So, and we're seeing here also, I talked about this yesterday a little bit, Greg, a whole lot of Wisconsin, Illinois, Minnesota contingent cars down here this weekend, more so than what we saw last year. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that with the runoffs being at Road America, these cars all want to be there and be part of that big event.
All right, Ryan, if we can jump over, I think over by turn 3, Austin Yelkin has gotten around Russ Turner, but what that has allowed to happen is Jason Conzo now, we see them barreling down into 3 there. The 2nd and 3rd cars in this group, that is the battle for the lead in Formula Enterprises 2 currently, and they're right behind Austin Yelkin's Formula Atlantic car. Back behind them a little bit further, we've got Brandon Schwartz in his Atlantic as well, but things are definitely tightening up here and have tightened up in just the last lap as Austin Yelkin is trying to work his way through that Formula Enterprises 2 field.
Well, I'm sure there's people on pit lane saying, hey, there's 4 minutes left in this race. It's time to get going, boys. And that's what's going on here.
All right, so we'll see here in a little bit further back, Schneider and Lebecco, and Jim Lebecco now falling back into 10th overall. 4th in Formula Enterprise 2 is Paul Schneider, has now worked his way up into 3rd. So those 2 positions swap, but Lebecco within about 4 car lengths. And we've got a car that has gone off at turn 7, Brian. corner workers there are trying to get the car number, and there we go. We see in the grass.
And it looks like he might have one wheel on the pavement. There he's spinning his wheels.
And that is the 12 machine, Derek LaManna, out of Island Lake in his Formula Atlanta Mazda Pro Formula Mazda. Can't get that out today for some reason.
It looks like Jason Conzo might be our new race leader in FE2. Trying to see if I can pick that up there. They should be coming across the line any second.
Yeah, and they're coming across the line now. And it is Russ Turner. He's in the blue number 32, the gold and white number 4 directly behind. That is Jason Conzo as they come through turn 1 now, and they're going to be making that run down towards turn 3. Here they come now, under braking into turn 3. And the car a little bit further, that white car a little bit further back behind him. That is the Formula X, Formula Mazda of Ken Denalt a little bit further back. And that is the Formula X car is a lapped car at the moment here, as they're going to be coming underneath that Advent Health pedestrian bridge, coming under braking into the Hawk Performer braking zone here with just a little bit under 3 minutes remaining, Brian, and a gap that we thought had opened up at the front of Formula Enterprises 2. That is now gone. And you can see there at the tail end of that pack that just came through 7, that is the battle for third in Formula Enterprises 2. That was Paul Schneider and Jim Lebecco, also within about a half a car length.
Some great close racing going on here, folks. 2.5 minutes to go. That means next time by, these cars should be getting the white flag for 1 lap to go. Look at that pack of cars, and they have been all together for the entire race. That 5 cars right there with that 1 prototype in the middle. I believe right there is Turner and Conzo going through turn 16 onto the back straight. Yes, it is. They're going to head down here, and it looks like this will be probably their second to last time through this final set of corners here, and because this race is winding down and winding down fast.
Yeah, and that is, and it looks though as Jim Lebecco may have gotten back around Paul Schneider to take over third place in Formula Enterprise 2. They're at the trailing end of that pack right there. They do have some lap cars in that group also, Brian, but they've got Sherman Chow ahead, also Brandon Schwartz as part of that fight. As you can see them there all starting to spread out, coming through the Sunset Bend onto the front straight.
Wow, they know it's time to get this thing done here. Look at those cars go 3 and 4 wide down the main straightaway.
All right, getting word now that Todd Vanacore, our leader, coming onto the Ullman Straight. He's going to get the white flag the next time by. But let's continue watching this fight right here. And again, looking at the lead battle in this, or probably the tail cars in this group, and it looks like it appears as though Paul Schneider might have gotten back around Jim Lebecco in that group here. All right, white flag is now in the air for Todd Vanacore. And wow, look at all these cars directly behind Todd Vanacore. James French still about 10 cars or so back, and actually I think that's French now you see just crossing the start-finish line.
As time runs out here, we're in about a lap and a half, well, a half a lap to go for the leaders, for the leader Todd Vanacore, but our FE2 group has not taken the white flag yet, no. So they're working their second to last lap.
And hopefully we can pick that up in a moment here. Looking for the lead battle in Formula Enterprises 2. And we should see that they should be coming up towards this, I was going to say over towards turn 12 and 13 in just a moment here, but we'll jump back to that in just a moment, as it now appears that Todd Vanacore probably Jim Lebecco leaving Paul Schneider there with quite a big gap on this last lap. Let's try and find that Formula Enterprises 2 lead. Yeah.
There we go.
That's what we were looking for. That is the battle for the lead in FE2 coming through turn 1. The blue car, that is the number 23, or probably the 32 of Russ Turner. Jason Conzo, the second car in the number 4 machine as they come through turn 3 now and start to make their way through those S's of 4, 5, and 6.
Conzo's going to have to get a lot closer to be able to make this pass, and it does not look like he's got either the tires or the stuff, the motor behind him to get that done right now.
All right, coming onto the front straight, there he is, taking the overall win, the win in Prototype 1, Brian. That is Todd Vanacore out of Ormond Beach, Florida, picking up where he left off last Sunday at Homestead. James French will come home in second. It's going to be a little while before we see Daryl Schaff come around, so maybe we could jump back to that FE2 race.
We'll try to pick them up here in just a second.
And
yep,
here
there they are.
Yeah, coming out of 12, going into the tower turn at turn 13 and onto the Flag Fortress straight, and opening up now maybe his biggest race or his biggest lead of the race, Brian. Russ Turner now with a 4-car length advantage over Jason Conzo as they make their way down towards the chicane here at Le Mans.
Just a few corners to go here. Little lap traffic there in the way. Hopefully he'll get out of the way. This could be an opportunity for Conzo to make up a little bit of space here, and it does look like he's taking advantage of that. So they're going to be a little bit closer going into 17. They have been up until this point. Is he going to be close enough to be able to make a move? There is Turner still up front, and then there is Conzo. Little closer now than they were about a half a lap ago, but will it be enough? Probably not, but let's see how it plays out.
All right, and so Russ Turner takes a very wide set going into the sunset turn, and Conzo's going to try to come underneath him, gets a good run out of the corner, but cannot hold off Russ Turner. Russ Turner's going to take the win in Formula Enterprises 2. Jason Conzo will finish second, and we'll go and run down the full order here in a moment, but Jim Lebecco will finish third in FE2. In Prototype 1, Todd Vanacore, as we said, your overall winner. James French coming in second. Daryl Schaff will come home in third, fourth overall. And in Prototype 2, Sherman Chow, your winner. Tim Day Jr., second. Bart Wolf, third. In Formula Atlantic, Austin Yelkin, your winner. Brandon Schwartz, second. J.R. Smart will finish in third. Our sole racer in Formula X, that is Ken Denault. Of course, he will take the win in class. Ken will finish up. Where did Ken finish up? Where did Ken finish up? Ken finished up 30th overall. And Brian, I think what is left is Formula Continental.
Yep, Formula Continental. I will tell you that right at the end, Chris Charno pulled off at 17, and I'm not sure if that was before taking the checkered flag or not.
He's showing a lap down, Brian.
So that would make sense here. And so Formula Continental, your race winner was, of course, I should say of course, but he's been the race winner the last 3 races.
That's right.
Robert Allaire, he won both races at Homestead, and now race number 1 here. Second place in Formula Continental is Hartley McDonald. Third place, still showing third place, is Chris Charno, and he would be the car that we're talking about off at 17. So,
all right, so there you go. That is your finishing order here for group number 5, for race number 5. We're going to have our big bore race next. We're going to give them a call to the grid. We'll take a little break. We'll come back, and then the ground pounders hit Sebring Raceway. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 6, Big Bore, GT1, GT2, and GT3, GTX, American Sedan, and T1. Please head to the grid. Race group 6, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, American Sedan, and T1. Please head to the grid.
congratulations to all of our top finishers at this weekend's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Your results earn you a place in our podium celebrations with trophies and Mazda sparkling wine. Top results also earn contingency payouts. And now is the time to file. Contingencies throughout the SCCA are now digital. Visit myscca.com to begin your claim. Brands like Hawk Performance offer significant amounts to drivers and pay through 5th position. And we're back here at Sebring International Raceway, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And we are getting ready for our 6th race of the day.
Yes, the 6th race of the day.
And if I look at the schedule, Greg, that would be our big bore cars.
That's right. Well, on the bright side, I've already had a warm-up for this group.
So we're gonna, and you can see the splitter out there on that camera that we just had. If we go back to that, that's where they come off the grid, and there
they are.
Cars coming onto the grid. There is our classic Mazda pace car, classic Mazda out of Orlando. They provide the pace cars for Central Florida region, and they very much appreciated for that. And but here we go, Greg. Let's do the starting lineup.
All right, let's run down the Mazda Motorsports starting grid. Take 2 for our big bore group. We are going to have two different groups here heading out on track. First group going to be our GT cars, and then our second group, the touring and American sedan cars. Let's take a look at our first group, 33 cars deep. Starting 33rd, driving the number 146 GT2 Chevy Camaro, Naples, Florida, Jeff Barr. Starting 32nd in the 121 GT2 Camaro, Mike Henderson. Lee Saunders starts 31st. He's in the 84 GT2 Dodge Challenger, while Gian Buffamonte is going to start 30th today. And we said we've got a lot of second-generation racers, and this is one of them here, Brian. Gian is going to be starting 30th. He's driving the number 77 GT2 Ford Mustang. Dave Pinterick. And this is a little bit of a surprise. 2017 national champion in GT1. It's going to be starting 29th on the field in the number 51 Ford Mustang. Tiger Tom Patton starting 28th. He's in the number 50 GT2 Sunbeam Tiger, with Richard Grant starting 27th. He's in the number 30 GT1 Chevy Camaro. Gary Johnson's going to start 26th. He's in the 21 GT2 Sunbeam Tiger, while Claudio Burton will start 25th. He's in the 17 GT1 Camaro. Then we've got Adam Ramito. He is your pole sitter in GT1, and this is how you know that they had qualifying in the wet, Brian, because your GT1 pole sitter starts 24th on the field.
Yep.
All right, then. Starting 23rd in his number 4 GT3 Honda Civic. We'll have to see if the London, Ontario native makes it out. We saw that car have some issues at the end of qualifying earlier today, and hopefully he can make the field. That's Joe Christensen. Ray Stevenson scheduled to start 22nd. He's in the number 7 GT3 Mazda RX-7. Andrew Lott starting 21st in the 76 GT3 Pontiac Sunbird, with Rabs Richard A.B. Smith starting 20th. He's in the 143 GT3 Mazda RX-7. Michael Lewis starting 19th. He's in the 132 GT3 RX-7, with Matt Buxton starting 18th in the 24 GT. Oh, you know what? That wasn't right. How did I say that Adam Ramito was your start? Oh, you know what? Adam Ramito driving the number 1 car. He was actually fifth fastest GT1. Oh, I'm so screwed up today with this group. Starting 18th, starting 4th in GT1. He's in the number 24 Ford Mustang, Matt Buxton. Scott Sansone starting 17th. He's in the number 80 GT3 Mazda RX-3, pardon me. Zachary Hollinshead starting 16th. He's in the 156 GT3 Mazda Miata. Keith Grant in the number 40 GT1 Chevy Camaro starts 15th on the field, with Glenn Kirchen starting 14th. He's in the number 93 GT2 Chevy Corvette. Ray Mason will start 13th. He's in the number 82 GT2 Ford Mustang, with Bill McGavick starting 12th. He's in the 69 GT3 Mazda RX-7. Patrick Utt is driving a GT2 Chevy Camaro. He starts 11th in the 49 car. Jeff Durnell will start 10th. He's in the number 63 GT3 Mazda RX-7. Jonathan Start will start 9th today in the number 151 Dodge Viper, while Tom Herb, a 2-time national champion, will start 8th today. He's driving the number 16 GT1 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3, with Michael McAleenan racing a Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, is your pole sitter in GT1. There we go. He starts 7th overall. That's the number 3 car. Simon Asselin will start 6th today. He's the number 81 GT2 Porsche 911. Jorge Nazario, the 165 GT2 Chevy Corvette, starts 5th. Barry Bowes, driving the number 32 GT2 Ford Mustang, starts 4th, with Tony Ave starting 3rd on the field. He's in the number 44 GT3 Acura RSX, and your front row for group number 1. Jared Otrick, reigning national champion in GT2, starts 2nd. He's in the 01 Porsche 991. And your pole sitter today in the number 19 GT2 Chevy Camaro, Justin Elder, as the lights have been extinguished on the pace car for Group 1. Race Group number 2, Maury Doyle will start 6th on the field in his 71 American Sedan Ford Mustang. Philip Waters, your American Sedan pole sitter in the number 177 Chevy Camaro. Then we've got Paolo Salvatore. He is going to start 4th in our second group, driving the number 142 Ford Mustang. That is a Touring 1 car. Scotty B. White in the number 0 Touring 1 Ford Mustang will start 3rd. Gary Crook in the number 41 Touring 1 Chevy Corvette will start 2nd, and Mark Bowden is your pole sitter in the second group in the Touring 1 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT4.
And we're green for our first race group here as they come down to the line for the first time. Listen to those big muscle ground pounders head to turn 1. And if you don't get excited about this, folks, I have no idea what will get you excited. Here they come for the first time. So far, so good. Clean through 1. We're going to catch them here as they come down to turn 3. Side-by-side action for second place there. That looks like one of the Vipers.
That's that is Barry Bowes and his Mustang side-by-side with one of the Vipers. And if that is, I think that is Jonathan Stark, who made one heck of a start to get up into the top 3 there early on, Brian.
What a great move there. So that would mean it would be still Elder in first. Wow, what a good start there. And now that Viper is right there behind Barry Bowes.
And that is Odrick. That is Jared Odrick in the Porsche there.
Sorry.
And I think Elder has dropped back into second in his Chevy Camaro. Barry Bowes in that blue number 32 Ford Mustang. Then running behind Jorge Nazario in the blue Chevy Corvette, the 165 car after that, as this front field. And it looks like, Brian, we've had at least one car go off at turn number 7 after going through the Hawk Performer braking zone. Maybe that local caution is now gone. We'll get a word on which car that is here in just a moment.
All right, there is your field there going through turn 13. Here comes our field now through turn 15, 16, and then they will go on to, oh, look at them, move on the inside by the Viper, seeing if he can get that thing made and done, and they're side by side right now down that back straightaway. It is a flat out drag race. Who's got the power? Is it going to be the Viper or the Porsche here as they come down here? Who is going to win the drag race down? It was the Viper, but now look at the over-under by the Porsche, and it looks like the Viper at the moment has gotten the best of them.
There we go. We saw Odrick trying to jump to the inside there, trying to get underneath that Viper. Could not get it done. And Barry Bowes sitting there laying in wait. And there you go, Jonathan Stark, Brian, who started back in 9th position. He is your leader here after one lap. Great start for the Viper, showing what that V10 torque can do. Barry Bowes in 3rd now behind his GT2 compatriot, Jared Odrick, who's running 2nd. Jorge Nazario there in 3rd. Michael McAleenan in the Lamborghini moves now up in the 4th overall. There he is in that green Lamborghini. He is your GT1 leader with Matt Buxton in his Ford Mustang directly behind, then Keith Grant and Adam Romito. Getting some word on the cars that brought out that yellow flag over at turn 7. Brian, on the very first lap, had contact between 2 cars. It was the 143 GT3 Mazda of Richard A.B. Smith, and it was the 146 machine. A little bit further back, that 146 machine, that was, oh my gosh, and all of a sudden I lost the information on the 146 car. You'll have to forgive me. Oh, Jeff Barr in his GT2 Chevrolet Camaro TA2 car.
So here's what I think has happened here, Greg. These cars qualified this morning in a very, very wet racetrack.
Very wet.
The Viper probably didn't like the racetrack as well as the Porsche did. So when we went green here on a dry racetrack, that Viper was able to move through the early part of the field very, very fast to get to the front. Because I don't remember talking about Jonathan Stark this morning.
Well,
and now all of a sudden he's your race leader.
Well, there you go. He was ninth fastest overall, and looks like another driver starting to make an advance. We'll see him coming through this group, and it is the second to last car in this group. It is the Mercedes-AMG GT3 machine of Thomas Herb, two-time national champion. And I should mention, it looks as though Mark Bowden in the GT4 Mercedes, which is a Touring 1 car, looks like he's moving up through the field as well. Looks like he might have tacked on to the back of his Fall Line Motorsports teammate, Herb.
Also keep an eye on Michael McAllinan in that Huracan, in the Lamborghini Huracan, all over the back bumper of Barry Bowes. That car is really hooked up right now. Would not be surprised to see that thing move a little bit forward too here.
Yeah, and so McAllinan, and that is an FIA GT3 car, Touring 1 car, up quite a bit on horsepower compared to the Mustang of Bowes. Yeah, and we can see now Barry Bowes
is moving backwards.
Yeah, he's falling backwards. He's the I think the third to last car in that group. There you'll see two more cars back. The blue car just ahead. That is the Dodge Challenger, the GT1 Challenger of Adam Ramito, and he's certainly chomping a bit. You could see what the torque of that Challenger will do when you get onto the throttle a little early. He had the rear end really step out on him coming out of turn 3.
Yeah, so keep an eye on that number 3 car, that green and black Lamborghini Huracan, as it tries to catch up to the back of the Jonathan Starr and Jared Ocher group. Now we have a look at in-car camera here. Tom Herb here in the GT1 number 16 car. What a great picture here as he starts moving through the field as well. Right now, Tom Herb is in 10th place, and here going into, trying to figure out where we are on the racetrack here. I believe that looks like it's turn 13 going into and towards the chicane section here.
Yeah, this will be coming through turn 14 right here, setting up for the chicane at Le Mans under braking.
Let's see if we can stay with that. I'd love to see what the top speed is here as they go into turn 17, because they were we've got the you can see the speed down in the middle of the data there at the bottom, crossing over the 100-mile-per-hour mark here.
Yeah, and that is, I believe, Jorge Nazario's Corvette, the 165 machine, directly ahead.
Yep, 150 miles per hour, going to just get close to 157 or so before he had to hit the brakes to slow down for turn 17 there. That is the power coming out of that Mercedes-Benz AMG car. Of course, Tom Herb from Barrington, Illinois there, right now circulating in, moving up to 8th place on that lap. So he's made up 2 positions on that lap, got around Barry Bowes, and now he's trying to hunt down Adam Ramito, and that would be for 4th place if he can get to the back of Adam Ramito.
Yeah, that would be in GT1, as you mentioned there. It would be that would be actually 5th place in GT1. Ramito currently running in 5th behind McAllinan's Huracan. So McAllinan, who started off early on, again as the Repulsor, doing very well in the wet in that green Lamborghini that we just saw pass underneath us there on that camera, is now fallen back in the 4th position. And now you're starting to see the traditional GT1 cars move to the 4. And these are the cars, they don't have ABS like the FIA GT cars. They have the aero, but more importantly, they've got lightweight and they've got a lot of horsepower behind them.
Yeah, without the ABS, the qualifying in the rain, not very much fun for those cars. And so now those GT1 cars are able to start picking their way through the field. Back on board here with Tom Herb in that Mercedes AMG car here.
Yeah, and it looks like from watching this view that Ramito in the Challenger has gotten around the Lamborghini now of McAllinan directly ahead as they are coming now down, and there's turn 14, and they are now coming once again into the chicane over at Le Mans, and getting word, Brian, that we've got one driver off track right now. He did not go out for qualifying early, and I believe it's the 130 of Michael Schmitz in the Norma M30. Schmitz had brought his car to Homestead a week ago. Once it started to rain, he did not put that car on track. We did not see him in qualifying in the wet either, and having some troubles in the dry, it appears, today.
So it looks like going out of 16 there, that was the, in front of Thomas Herb was the Huracan, and it really was able to get hooked up and put the power down coming out of 16 really strong and pull away a little bit even. I would have thought actually that Thomas Herb would have been able to make up some time there, but it did not happen. And there is Herb trying to go underneath the Huracan now going into turn 1. So we'll keep looking at that battle there as well.
All right, Brian, let's make a first call to the grid for our next run group number 7. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 7, touring 2, 3, and 4, as well as SMX. Please head to the grid. Race group number 7, T2, T3, T4, and SMX. Please head to the grid. All right.
This is kind of one of those holy turn the tables Batman situations.
Yes.
All of those GT2, GT3 cars that were up at the front after qualifying now dropping back. We've got 4 GT1 cars who have taken the point on this field with Matthew Buxton, Keith Grant, Dave Panterick, and Adam Romorito kind of taking their rightful place in the pecking order of what we expect to see in a race like this. And now they've got 15 minutes to go for those GT1 cars to battle for supremacy here in our big bore class.
Yeah, and Brian, this is such a great shot here as we're on board once again with Tom Herb in his GT1 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 here, as he is right behind McAleenan. And just ahead of these 2 FIA GT3 cars, we've got our GT2 leaders. We've got Jonathan Stark, who went out to that early lead, and then directly behind him, we've got the white Porsche of Jared Odrick. And now, as these cars come out of Le Mans, come out of turn 16 onto the Ullman Straight, this is where the 2 GT cars are going to come to the fore. They're going to have a lot more straight line speed than the Porsche or the Viper for that matter.
All right, as good as this battle has been up front here, let's see if we can try at this point to catch up with our T1 pack here. Right now your T1 leader is Mark Bowden, and he has got a 10-second lead over the second place car in T1 of Hugh Stewart, and Paulo Salvatore is another 17 seconds back. So that is the lead right now for T1. We'll see if we can pick them up for a lap or two, but since there is no battle there, we won't stay with them too long, but it would be nice to give those T1 cars a little bit of love here. So we're looking for Mark Bowden. He's in the T1 Mercedes-AMG GT4, and then of course you've got Hugh Stewart. He is in the BMW M3.
The black, red, and white BMW M3, a E46 car.
And then Paulo Salvatore, he is in a Mustang. So there is what's going on in T1. We'll see if we can find them here. Let's see here.
There's one of the neater cars, Brian, out here, the Pontiac Sunbird GT3 machine we saw last week at Homestead earlier. That is the machine Andrew Lott currently running 32nd overall, but a real neat machine. And I believe that might be, actually that's Brian Goodman, I think, of the 48 we just saw. Again, we'll try and pick up Hugh Stewart and Mark Bowden, and although we'll have to look, things are really starting to tighten up at the front of the GT1 field, at the very front of the field as well here, Brian.
Yeah, we had a really strong battle in GT1. Keith Grant just put down a purple lap at 2:04.48. That is almost 6/10 of a second faster than Matthew Butson, and he is now 1/10 of a second behind.
And Brian, we've got a local caution over turn 7, right where these cars are coming in, and it sounds like it's the 61 machine, and car is off track with a broken suspension. And yeah, trying to get the number. I believe they said the 61 car. We'll get
I believe it's 156.
156.
Possibly. And that would be Zachary, if that's the right number. That's Zachary Hollingshead.
Yeah, they're saying off right before turn 8. So we'll get a verification on that. But Brian, we are now halfway into this big bore race. So why don't we do this? Let's make another call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. We'll thank some of our sponsors and bring everybody back to the checkered flag here at Sebring International Raceway. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 7. That's Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4, as well as SMX. Please head to the grid T2, T3, T4, SMX drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway and the first leg of the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski, and if you take a look at our ticker there on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see we've gone to a full course caution here, as we do have a car off just past the hairpin at turn number 7. The safety car now has the field, and they're probably heading up towards, looks like heading up towards turn 8 right now, just ahead of where we are. And unfortunately, that incident not within view of one of our cameras, but we do know it is the 156 car, correct, Brian?
Correct, 156 Zachary Hollingshead. That car's got a broken suspension part, and I'm afraid, Greg, to say this, but with 8 minutes to go, this might not be an easy pickup with a broken suspension, and I'm not certain we're going to get back to a green flag action here. But they're going to do their best, and if they do, it's not going to be with much more than a lap or two to go here in this race. So we should probably take this opportunity to run through the different classes here, and let me start with. Let's go with
GT1. They're right at the front of the field.
Keith Grant is your race leader right now. Dave Pinterick is in second, followed by Matthew Bootson, Adam Romito, and then Michael Mecklin. I can never say that.
McAleenan.
I know it is, but I can never say it. McAleenan, Thomas Herb, Claudio Burton, Lee Arnold, and Richard Grant. That's your top, that's the whole GT1 field. Moving down to GT2, we've got Jonathan Stark, Jared Odrick, Barry Bowes, your top 3, followed by Jorge Nazario, Simon Aslan, Justin Elder, Lee Sanders, Patrick Utt, Johnny Buffamonte, and Tom Patton. There's your top 10 there in GT2. And we got time. Let's run through all of them. Yes. 11th is Glenn Kirkshin, Jeff Barr, Steve Lighthold, Mike Henderson, Gary Johnson, and Ray Mason. Going down to GT3, Tony Ave, Jeff Durnell, Michael Lewis, your top 3. Then you've got Bill McGavick, Ray Stevenson, Andrew Lott, Richard A.B. Smith, Scott Sanzone, Zachary Hollingshead is in 9th. He's the one who had caused our issue there, unfortunately for him. 2 cars in GTX right now. Dana Danny Lowry is in first place. Michael Schmitz is in second, although Michael Schmitz is not on the track at the moment. Now let's give the T1 cars some love. Mark Bowden is your race leader. Hugh Stewart second. Paulo Salvatore third. Then we've got Brian Goodman, Ronald Hugate, Chris Utzon, Scotty B. White, and Gary Crook is your 8th place car in GT1. An A sedan, 3 cars, Thomas West, Maury Doyle, and Philip Waters. That's your top 3, actually all of your cars, 1st through 3rd in A sedan.
Yeah, and so Boy from New York in the chat, Brian, was asking if that's really a Mazda RX-3 out on track in GT3. Yes, it was, or yes, it is. And that car looked so good in the rain. That's Scott Sansone in the number 80 machine. He took a 2nd place finish last week at Homestead. Car looked magical in the rain.
Brian Trzynski saying, yes, the race is probably over, but he's right. We've had some really quick cleanups today and have been able to get back to race action pretty fast. This just happened at the right time in this race where with 9 minutes to go, it's hard to get something, especially if the suspension's broken, to be able to get thing up on a rollback very, very quickly. So I'm certain they're doing the best they can. It's just one of those timing things, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it.
All right, so Brian, we do have 2 more races that remain here today, and as we've been announcing, touring cars and the new SMX class, MX5 challenges next. We're going to be rounding out the day with our production category racers and B-Spec, as well as our 4th GT category. That is our GT class, GT Light. And let's see, maybe we can throw up the schedule for what is...
Do a quick call to grid
Oh,
first.
yeah,
While
actually...
you're doing that,
sure, we can do that.
We can make a phone call. Ready for us. We'll take a peek at it.
That sounds good. Let's do that. Let's make a final call to the grid. Final call to the grid for race group number 7. That's T2, 3, and 4. And SMX, please head to the grid. T2, T3, T4, and SMX drivers, please head to the grid. And we can see there by the white flag that they are displaying over in the braking zone for turn 7 that we do still have those emergency vehicles out. But Brian, let's look again at our upcoming schedule.
Let's do the schedule quick, as I'm just hearing we might be going green next time by.
All right, let's do it. So you can see here, coming up next, and it is going to be about 4 weeks from now, going to New Orleans for the first time now in 7 years to NOLA Motorsports Park, and then Buttonwillow Raceway Park, Road Atlanta, taking up February and March, a little bit of a break, and then in April we come back strong, Virginia International Raceway, Hallett Motor Racing Circuit out in Jennings, Oklahoma, and then May, Portland, Mid-Ohio, Watkins Glen, and Road America. And Brian, I'm getting word now we are not going to be going green next time by. We are going to be showing our leader, Keith Grant, the checkered flag the next time by. So unfortunately, no, we're not going to be able to get back to green flag racing to finish up this big bore race.
Well, I know they were hopeful to be able to get us back going here, and while it's unfortunate that we weren't able to, these guys are going to get another chance to do it again tomorrow, and we'll get another race for these folks for another race tomorrow. I was getting a message from race control there. All right. So the full field rundown that I went through just a few minutes ago is the way it's going to stand unless somebody has some sort of a mechanical problem and can't get to the checkered flag here. And that's going to make Keith Grant your race leader. Would have really liked to see how that played out because those top 4 cars in GT1 were pretty strong here. And they were getting ready to put on a good show for these final few laps. But they'll get a chance to come out again and do it tomorrow. And I'll be looking forward to that just as well there. And here comes our pace car through turn 17. And the checkered flag and the double yellow will fly at the start-finish line as we get this race wrapped up. And then once we do, they're going to get that car in as quick as possible so we can get to our next race of the day. Here's your ceremonial parade lap through under the checkered flag. And your race winner, as I said earlier, is Keith Grant, followed by David Paterick, Matthew Butson, and Adam Ramito. That's how it's going to finish in GT1, folks. All right, so let's go to break here, and we'll get everything reset, and we'll get back to you in just a second for our second to last race of the day. Don't go away, folks. It's going to be T2, T3, T4, and SMX. That's next here on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Sebring.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back to, where are we? Sebring International Raceway, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Our 7th race of the day coming up right now.
You're just treating it like it's NOLA already.
There you go. T2, T3, T4, and SMX. Greg has the starting lineups.
All right, and we've got in this group our touring car is going to be behind the first pace car. You see him coming onto the track now, and then we are going to have a second pace car going to be bringing out our SMX Spec MX5 Challenge field. Let's run down the first group and give you the 20 cars that went out for qualifying for this afternoon's Mazda Motorsports starting grid. Starting 20th, driving the number 121 Touring 3 Ford Mustang, it's Robert Daimler. Starting 19th in the number 83 Touring 2 Porsche 911, it's Oscar Hernandez. Todd Clark starting 18th, he's in the number 11 Touring 3 BMW 330 CI with number 186, Jennifer Romes. Starting 17th, she's driving her Touring 4 Scion FRS. Paulo Salvatore. Starting 16th, he's driving the number 142 Touring 4 Ford Mustang with Ryan Heischman in his Touring 4 Mazda MX-5. Starting 15th, that's the 146 car. Starting 14th, driving the number 6 Touring 3 BMW Z4, it's David Oram with Robert Spence. Starting 13th, he's in the number 59 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5. Brian Heitman will start 12th. He's in the number 25 T3 MX-5 Global Cup car with Jeremy Butts starting 11th. He's in the number 69 T4 Mazda MX-5. Matt Spicuzzi will start 10th. He's in the number 31 Touring 4 Mazda RX-8 with Alex Lozano, your T4 pole sitter, starting 9th. He's driving the number 198 Mazda RX-8. Chris DeShong will start 8th today. He's in the number 41 Touring 3 BMW 330i with Dan Moen starting 7th. He's in the Touring 3 Ford Mustang, that's a 73 car, starting 6th. Driving the number 35 Touring 2 BMW M2 Club Sport Racer Edition, Tom O'Toole. Derek Wagner will start 5th. He's in the 122 Touring 3 BMW 330. Starting 4th, it's going to be Matt O'Toole. Matt is driving the number 3 Touring 2 Porsche 911 with Mark Bowden starting 3rd. He's in the number 46 Touring 2 911. He is your pole sitter in Touring 2. Starting on your front row for Group 1. On the outside, driving the number 2 Nissan 350Z from Covington, Louisiana, it's Mark Baldwin, and with a qualifying time of 2:46.713, your pole sitter for Group 1, and of course your T3 pole sitter, Colin Harrison driving the number 22 BMW E46. Now let's move over to Spec MX5 Challenge. We had 12 drivers set qualifying times. Let's run down the order. Starting 12th, driving the number 21 MX5 from Jupiter, Florida, Jillian Fichter. David Cuifo is starting 20th. It's in the 74 machine out of Livonia, New York. Manson, Washington's Whitfield Gregg starting 19th today with Adam Gonzalez in the, let's try this again, Whitfield Gregg in the 17 car is starting 19th. Starting 18th in the 187 machine, Adam Gonzalez from Snohomish, Washington. Adrian Comstock is starting 17th. He's driving the number 5 machine. He's from Beverly Hills, California. I'm showing David Pinterick from Canfield, Ohio, starting 16th today in the number 57 machine. Great to see David behind the wheel of one of these things. Starting 15th, driving the 115 car from Wilson, Wyoming, Will Robinson. Corbin Collins starting 14th. He's in the number 20 car. He's from Springfield, Missouri. Ayrton Grimm starting 13th. He's in the 55 car. He's from Hilliard, Ohio. Then we've got Jack Murchison from Sykesville, Maryland. He starts 12th today. He's in the number 58 car with Will Lucas starting 11th. He's in the number 134 car. He's from Dalnega, Georgia. Then we've got Cam Hibbett. He's starting 10th. He's in the number 32 car. He's out of Galena, Ohio, with Michael Tinnis from East Meadow, New Jersey, starting 9th. Dan Squirick will start 8th today. He's from Peachtree Corners, Georgia, in the 75. Mark Cephalo in the 00 car will start 7th. Alex Bertignoli will start 6th. Ethan Jacobs 5th in the 199 car. Michael Borden, our double winner from last week, will start 4th. with Max Schweid starting third in the number 98 car. Elio Massa will start second in the 27, and Rocco Pasquarella is your pole sitter in Spec MX5 Challenge in the 195.
All right, even a little 3 wide, maybe some 4 wide here as they go down to the first corner of this race here. Gives everyone here in our touring classes gets underway here. So far, so good as they clean through 1. Now they head to turn 3, looking to see if they can get through, maybe get single file here as quick as possible. But a lot of side-by-side 3 wide right there as well. Everybody going through clean up to this point. Still about 45 seconds, 30 seconds away from our second group starting, so we'll stick with this group here. They should be heading down towards turn 5 here. Turn 6 as they come under the Mobile One Bridge, and then we're going to see them coming into turn 7. Still lots of 2x2 action here, and now here is our Hawk Performance braking zone as the cars come through for the first time.
All right, Richard Baldwin falling back to third behind the Touring 2 cars of Bowden and O'Toole as our MX5 Challenge racers taking the green flag, heading down into turn number 1 for the very first time, Brian. And there you go, side by side, Elio Mazza, Rocco Pasquarella, and Michael Borden, the number 42 car, the dark blue number 42, trying to come right up the inside. They're looking for his 3rd win in 3 tries here, Brian, in the same car he won the 2020 National Championship in Touring 4.
All right, still 2 and 3 wide here as they go into turn 3. That could be problematic, but it looks like they've negotiated 3 just fine. Here they come through 5 now. 2x2 all the way back to about 10th place. 1 car putting the wheel off, able to collect it. 1 car all the way off and being able to collect it. No issues there. Here they come through turn 6 as they make the run down towards turn 7 under the Mobile One Bridge.
You know, big difference between able to collect it and being collected. And,
that's good.
Thankfully, he was able to collect it.
Look at that,
there.
3 wide.
And coming down the outside, I think that was.
He ain't gonna make it.
No, he is not. And that was our Flat Out Motorsports car. I believe that was Max Schweid in the 98 going wide as we jump back to our lead group, the touring cars here, and coming through turn 17 for the very first time. He is your leader now in Touring 2. That is Mark Bowden, who worked his way up to the lead. Now that it's in the drive, the Touring 2 cars are covering and carrying more speed than the Touring 3 cars that started just ahead of them. And so that is Matt O'Toole in his Porsche 911, another one of the fault line cars, sitting in second. Richard Baldwin in third, and great jump early on here from Chris DeShong, who started off 8th overall in this group. He is now up to 4th. Brian, he took the win both days at Homestead in this class.
All right, so Borden, O'Toole are your leaders at T2. T3 is Baldwin, DeShong, and Harrison. There's your top 3 right now. T4, you've got Spacuzzi, Lozano, and Butts, your top 3 there as they come across the line the first time.
All right, as we jump back over to Spec MX5 Challenges, they're coming down the Ullman Straight, heading down into the Sunset Bend for the very first time, and they spread out 3 wide behind our leader as they come into the corner. And there you go, looks like one change of position there coming into 17 as they hug that wall. Drivers left. We've got 1 driver all the way to the outside in SMX. I think that might have been Ethan Jacobs in the 199 car. We'll see here as they come across the stripe. And your leader in SMX is Rocco Pasquarella, the 195 machine out of Boca Raton. Helio Meza running in second. Michael Tinnis, great start for Michael. He moves all the way up into 3rd position in the number 26 machine. He's out of East Meadow, New York. Then Alex Bertignoli and Michael Borden.
I love it. We're going to play some romantic music here as we get to the second lap of this race from here at Sebring.
I don't know if Bethany Porter would let Michael Borden have a mullet, but I might say.
I love it. You mentioned earlier, Greg, David Katerik in the SMX race, 15th right now. He was in the race just before this.
That's right, in his GT1 Mustang.
So he did one of those car swap things, and now he is out here one more time, and definitely an interesting choice for him after years in the GT1 class to come out here and play with these guys in MX5.
Yeah, and so David had a couple years ago waded his toes a little bit into Spec Racer Ford.
Okay.
Back in 2018, 2019, and lasted I think about a year and a half. And neat to see him in this class and obviously lending a lot of experience to this class. And so we've got multiple national champions already running in here. We've got folks, although not a national champion, Mark Cephalo in the class. And, we've already, I know last week we had talked about Whitfield Gregg, who's probably got more years behind the wheel than almost anybody in SMX right now.
All right, and we got Christian Meza in the trap, rooting for Elio Meza, car number 27. Right now he is in second place in Spec MX5, right behind Rocco Pasquarelli. At least he was second place behind the last time they crossed the line, followed by Michael Tinnis and Alex Bertignoli. That's how it sets up right now.
Yeah, and Brian, it was nice to see Michael Tinnis came up to the booth here yesterday as we were getting ready to go on for qualifying. I used to race against Michael in ITB when his father got him in the road racing in a ITB Volkswagen Golf, and it's been great to see how he has progressed that ladder and moved up, spent time in Spec Miata, now over in SMX.
Here you go. Here comes that Spec MX5.
Wow.
Just sliding through there, because when you way out wide.
Sliding and bouncing. You take that wide line through 17, Brian, about halfway across, to driver's left, and these cars just go bounding and hopping like bunnies. Maybe you should be in a rabbit.
All right, here they go. We're completing our second race lap here. Starting lap number 3 with about 18 minutes to go. Let's make our first call to grid for our last race group here.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8. Small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT light, and B-Spec racers. Please head to the grid. Race group number 8. E production, F production, H production, GT light, B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so here we're watching now Richard Baldwin, who's running third in our touring car group right now, with about a 10-car length advantage over Chris DeShong. That's the battle for the lead in Touring 3. We've got directly behind that red BMW E46. That's Tom O'Toole. He is in the T2 BMW M2. That is a Touring 2 car, and it looks like O'Toole has just now gotten around DeShong, so he is sitting right in between our two T3 leaders, currently himself running third in Touring 2, but that actually goes and makes things a little bit easier for the person right behind DeShong. That's Colin Harrison, who now only has the T3 leader directly ahead of him.
Matthew Northup in the trap, rooting for Alex Bertignoli. So lots of folks tuning in for this second to last race of the day. We got one more coming up, folks, so stay with us for that here. We've got 16 minutes remaining in this race. We've got kind of two different race packs going on here. These are our Spec Miatas just coming through right now. Up front right now, you've got Michael Borden. That car was a car that he raced to the T4 National Championship with. It's been retrofitted or fitted into the Spec MX5, all of the bits and pieces.
Exactly. Suspension changes, head changes to the motor, a lot of changes to that car, and you need to see that out as it had been running. Well, it's been refitted and boosted up. He had been running another SMX machine last year with the series. So should mention here is, Brian, this is the first weekend of the Super Tour where SMX is running. That this is the first year that they're going to be national championship eligible, and the past couple of years, starting back in 2018, had been running as a standalone class, more in regional racing rather than SCCA majors racing, and this is the largest field they've had even in the regional series here in SMX, and this is a class that Mazda Motorsports really heavily invested in, Brian, here, and they are here, as we mentioned, they're here with a parts trailer to support these racers every weekend on the Super Tour, and there is when it was a standalone series, there was quite a bit of contingency money, and there is more for this year, even though the class is now part of the national championships as well.
Right. You know, and for a long time, Mazda has been a huge supporter of SCCA club racing and amateur racers all around the country. And this is kind of just their next step to bring the next version, the next generation of Mazda cars into the amateur club racing type scenario here. And when you get wide coming out of 817 there, you hit a bump, and if you're not ready for it, the car starts to snap, and you've got to catch it before you go down that main straightaway. So, but anyway, Mazda really big with providing parts and support, and that's why there's so many guys out here across all of the different guys and gals, across all of the different classes and races here. You're going to see Mazdas in just about, in some form or fashion, in almost every single race group except for Spec Racer Ford.
Yeah, and so, you know, earlier today in qualifying, Brian, we had Ethan Jacobs providing his on-car video in-car video that we were watching, the 199 car. He is one of 3 SMX shootout winners that won a $50,000 scholarship to help get through an entire season racing in SMX. 2 other winners, that was Helio Mesa, and the third was Cam Hibbett. So they are out there, and there is a team supporting those 3 drivers here, and hopefully those scholarships will go towards, you know, making it a little bit easier for them to make it through an entire season.
So we are focusing a lot on the Spec MX-5. That's because they are the best race on the track right now. Mark Bowden has a 18-second lead over the second-place car in T2. There's a 4-second lead between the first and second-place car in T3. And then when I look down to T4, Matt Spacuzzi is your leader there, and he has a 4-second lead over the second-place car in T4. So we're not ignoring the other classes so much as that we're keeping an eye on the best race on the track race right now, and that just happens to be Spec MX-5.
Yeah, and so there are some nice little battles going on. For example, as we're talking about Touring 4, Brian, we're trying to pick up at some point here Paolo Salvatore, Robert Spence. That's currently the battle for 5th in Touring 4. Ford Mustang and Mazda MX-5, both of those drivers finding speed in very different ways here. The Mustang, I believe, is a V6, and we're watching them. Here they come right out of turn 13. Thank you, Director Ryan. He catches it right there for us. It's the 142 of Salvatore in that white Mustang, and then Robert Spence in the 59 directly behind as they now come into the Le Mans curves here. There they are, and coming through probably the gray Mustang and then the white Mazda MX-5. And they're not that far back from the MX-5s of Ryan Heischman and the RX-8 of Alex Lozano. Still, they're closing things down and tightening up at T4. But Brian, let's do this. We're just about halfway through this touring car race. Let's take a quick break. But first, we're going to call our next group of drivers to the grid. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 8, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid, your race is next. Race group 8, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, and B-Spec racers. Please head to the grid, your race is next up. All right, Brian, let's take that break, we'll be right back.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every track night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night and Hoosier Racing Tires is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995, and sponsor of the Runoffs Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. We've had a little bit of a side-to-side love-making going on out there. Well, maybe not quite that.
Wow.
There probably isn't very much love at the moment anymore.
Little Mazda on Mazda love. Is that what you're saying?
195 of Rocco Pasquarelli came together with 199 of Ethan Jacobs, and 195 looks like has dropped out of the race. Rocco Pasquarelli left debris in turn 7, so they had to put the flag up for that for a couple of laps. But that was not what they were hoping for here. And
we call that a fatal attraction between two Mazda MX-5s, although there probably is no love lost between true drivers. Yeah, so it sounds like Rocco Pasquarelli may have been able to pull his car off over by turn 9, while the other driver involved, the 199 car of Ethan Jacobs, did continue. We also had the 186 Touring 4 car of Jennifer Romes head back to the paddock, and just after that incident with the two SMX drivers, we did have the number 11 machine spin over there trying to avoid some of the debris that was sitting on track. Right. That was Todd Clark in the Touring 3 BMW 330 Ci, the E46 machine.
Yeah, little questions back and forth in chat. Seeing David Panteric out there. Yes, he is running SMX as an additional car this weekend, and yes, he was in the GT1 race just before this, and then he hopped out of his car, jumped into this one, and he's back out here this weekend. Not quite sure if he's going to do a long-term SMX kind of thing, but he was in SMX last weekend at Homestead, and then again this weekend here at Sebring. So.
And also in SMX. All right, so we've got. I was talking about Ethan Collins. It would have been great if we had it while that lovemaking was going on with the 195 machine. But here is Ethan Collins now as he is trying to make a recovery drive here, and you could see with that contact how dirty the windshield got. And actually, all that takes is probably running through the grass just a little bit with all that mud coming up here. But we'll track here. He is currently sitting 9th in SMX, and last time they had crossed the stripe, he was in very close proximity to the car ahead. But Brian, we are going to be going to a full course caution, as we do have another car off trying to get some more information on that. No, and actually we are going to have a big change here, as the decision has now been made Brian, to checker this race. So the first driver to cross the line will be the 46 machine of Mark Bowden.
All right, so we've got the situation here in turn 10. We've got a car sideways on the track at that area. So they have to actually obviously stop it for that. And with only 5 minutes left of the race, it's clear they're not going to get it back to here. But we're going to come across the line here. We're full course yellow, so we'll see. No one's going to make any position changes here. Checkered flag is in the air. And as they come across the line here, we'll be able to give you the final order here in just a second.
So that unfolded very quickly, Brian.
Yeah, I heard them talking about that. The car was in a really bad spot, and the driver had nothing they could do at that point in time. So,
and we're going to get the car number that's off at turn 10 right now. And the thought is that it's the 00 car. That would be the SMX Planet Miata machine and Mark Cephalo, and they're coming in and reporting the colors there. So that is Mark Cephalo, and he had been running in the top 10 in SMX. He had started today's race in SMX in 7th, and unfortunately not the finish that he won. So as we do have more drivers continuing to cross the finish line here, as we just see some of the Touring 3 cars like Chris DeShong take the checkered flag. We'll start to run down our podiums here and other finishers in our touring car classes. In Touring 2, it is Mark Bowden, your winner. Matt O'Toole will finish 2nd, and Tom O'Toole will finish 3rd, all from Fall Line Motorsports. Bowden in a Porsche 911, as was Matt O'Toole. Tom O'Toole in his BMW M2 Club Sport. In Touring 3, Richard Baldwin, he finishes 3rd overall, 1st in class in his Nissan 350Zs out of Covington, Louisiana. Finishing 2nd is Derek Wagner. Chris DeShong will finish in 3rd, just off the podium. In Touring 3 will be Scotty B. White in his V6 Ford Mustang. He will finish in 4th. And then if we shoot over to Touring 4, it is Ryan Heichman in his Mazda MX-5. He takes the win over Alex Lozano. Paolo Salvatore will finish in 3rd. Lozano was driving in a Mazda RX-8. Salvatore, we were watching that battle earlier between Salvatore and Robert Pence. Salvatore not only held off Spence, but he also was able to overtake Jeremy Butts, who finishes 4th in his Mazda MX-5. Robert Spence finishes 5th. And then finally in SMX, look at this, Brian.
Well, so they have not crossed the line here this final time yet.
Oh, yeah.
There may have been some.
Well, here they come now. Right. So let's take a look, and look at this. 3 races in a row. If you include last week's majors at Homestead, 3 wins in a row. Michael Borden taking the win. He started 4th in SMX. He takes the win. Helio Massa will finish in 2nd. Justin Atticanis will finish in 3rd. Just off the podium, Don Squarick, Michael Tinnis finishing 4th and 5th.
All right, so that's going to do it for us here. We'll make one final call to grid for our last race, and then we're going to take another break before we bring you our last race of the day. Let me remind everybody before you check out that we do have a whole bunch of racing again tomorrow. 8 more races starting at 8 a.m. Eastern time, so look out for us there. So let's do our final call to grid. We'll take a break and be back for our final race of the day.
Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 8, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, and B-Spec, just like on the screen there, Brian. Please head to the grid. Race group number 8 drivers, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, and B-Spec. Head to the grid. Your race scheduled to start momentarily.
Don't forget to file your contingency payouts for the Hoosier Super Tour. Partner payouts include offers from companies like Hawk Performance, including product certificates for the top 5 positions in class, and they can be used on any Hawk products. Hawk Performance also offers a discount to SCCA members of $20 off of a $200 purchase and is the novice group sponsor for the SCCA's Track Night in America. Search contingency on the SCCA website to view all of your contingency options.
back at Sebring International Raceway, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Our 8th of 8 races in our round 1 of the Super Tour. Remember, round 2 is tomorrow at 8 a.m. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. One more race to go, Greg.
That is absolutely right, Brian. And so with our last group today, a small bore, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, and B-Spec, we are once again going to have a split start. The first group, you can see them coming off the grid right now. Those are our production category cars as well as GT Light cars. We will have the B-Spec racers behind the pace car. Let's give you a rundown. Today's Mazda Motorsports starting grid for race number 8. Starting 25th, driving the number 49 GT Light Austin Mini Cooper, it's Ted Phoenix. Starting 24th, driving the number 10 F Production Fiat 124 Spider, Claudio Burton. Starting 23rd. In the number 07 H Production Triumph Spitfire, Andrew Wright with Leanna Wright. Starting 22nd, driving the 02 H Production Mini Cooper. Don Tucker will start 21st. He's driving the number 9 E Production Mazda Miata with Matthew Fritz starting 20th. Matthew's driving the number 14 E Production BMW 325i. Yuri Colossos driving Lord Vader, driving the number 77 E Production Mazda RX-7, will start 19th, with Daniel Stalzer starting 18th. He's the number 173 H Production Mini Cooper. Jonathan Stalzer will start 17th. He's in the 114 H Production Mini Cooper, with Paul Mavoli starting 16th in the 151 GT Light Nissan Sentra. Mark Webber starts 15th. He's driving the F Production Mazda Miata, the 25 car, and like I said, he starts 15th, starting 14th. In the number 5 F Production Toyota MR2, Mark Silverberg with Pedro Rivera starting 13th. He is in the number 38 Porsche 914-4. That is another F Production car. John Baucom will start 12th. He's in the number 86 E Production Alpha Spider, that beautiful yellow Spider, gorgeous car. And your pole sitter in H Production today, starting 11th in the number 199 Volkswagen Draco, Mike Ogren. Starting 10th, driving the number 06 BMW Z3. It's an E Production car. Doug Piner. Preston Obremski will start 9th. He's in the 92 F Production Dodge Neon. Stephen Clark will start 8th. He's in the number Lucky 13 F Production Mazda Miata, with Louis Bastani starting 7th. He's in the number 11 E Production Mazda Miata. Then we've got Peter Shadow, and he starts 6th today in our first group. He's in the number 73 GT Light Honda CRX, with John Easy starting 5th. He's in the number 157 E Production Mazda RX-7. Chris Copley will start 4th today. He's in the 03 British Leyland Mini. That is a GT Light car, with Chris Bovis starting right next to him on the inside of row number 2 in the number 78 GT Light Honda CRX. He is your pole sitter in GT Light. And then your front row for Group 1, driving the number 125 E Production Mazda MX-5 Global Cup car, it's Brian Heitman. He's your pole sitter, obviously, in E Production, and your pole sitter for the group and in F Production. Starting first in Group 1, driving the number 36 F Production Honda Civic Del Sol, it's Cliff Ira. Now let's move over to B-Spec, where we had 12 starters. Starting 12th, driving the number 137 Honda Fit, it's Rob Connors. Peter Zeckert will start 11th. He's in the 85 Honda Fit, with Andrew Jansen. Starting 10th, he's driving the number 46 Mazda 2. Clay Keel will start 9th. He's driving the number 1 Honda Fit, with Chris Taylor starting in 8th. He's driving the number 62 Mazda 2. Frank Schwartz will start 7th. He's driving the number 16 Mini Cooper Clubman. That is the station wagon version of that car. Kent Carter will start 6th. He's in the 192 Mazda 2, with Josh Schmidt starting 5th. He's in the 119 Chevy Sonic. Then we've got Stephanie Anderson. She's going to start 4th. She's driving the 138 Mazda 2, with Stuart Black sitting on the inside of row number 2 next to Stephanie. He's driving the number 40 Chevy Sonic. Then on the front row in B-Spec, driving the number 00 Toyota Yaris, starting 2nd, it's Chris Doherty. And your pole sitter in B-Spec, driving the number 8 Honda Fit, it's Luke Russell.
All right, here comes our front-running cars around the turn 17 area. Cliff Ira is going to lead them to the green flag here. If you remember earlier in the day, Cliff Ira made a switch to dry tires in the middle of his session to run down the pole for this race. So a good move in qualifying. Just put them right up front here. Everyone's now underneath the bridge, and now they come down towards the start stand. The green flag is in the air, and here comes the start to our final race of this day here at Sebring.
Wow, and look at Doug Piner going down driver's right, already hugging the wall, try to sweep around the outside, maybe get around some of those E-production cars, or probably F-production cars that qualifies up ahead in the wet this morning. And Piner with a great start, but as they come out of turn 1, heading down into turn 2, it is the Honda of Gregg Ira, and he is, probably Cliff Ira, and he is your leader side by side. The RX-7 then, that is John Easy in that silver 157 open top car. He's got then Doug Piner directly next to him, and one of our Mazda Miatas. That is, I believe that Mazda Miata is Louis Bastani, the number 11 car, right behind him.
All right, the second pace car should be coming into turn 17 right now, and they're going to come across, and now they are the green flag out on the B-Spec race. Here they come down to the line for the first time. All those little tiny wonderful cars buzzing towards turn 1.
All right, Brian, and as they come down into turn 1, look at that, 3 wide, or is it 4 wide, or is it 5 wide? It is the Honda Fit there of our pole sitter, Luke Russell, getting kind of swallowed up to the inside there. Brian, sweeping around the outside. That is the Toyota Yaris. That is Chris Daugherty, son of multi-time champion David Daugherty. And then the Mini Cooper Clubman of Frank Schwartz comes down the inside. He takes over second position. That moves our pole sitter back into third position, and a great start by Kent Carter. Kent Carter had some great runs here in B-Spec last year. Matter of fact, I remember having an onboard with him, making up 4 positions on the very last lap. Definitely a car to watch. Is that white number 192 Mazda 2.
We got a car smoking pretty heavily there, heading up towards turn 14. Not quite sure which car that is, but it is a pretty significant amount of smoke here. I'll see if we can see it here. Maybe it has cleared up a bit. May have been tire smoke too. That's also possible.
No, I believe that is like, it looks like the yellow Alpha of John Bauckham that is putting some smoke off the back, the little boat tail rear on that older Alpha Spider. So we'll continue to track that. We don't hear anything yet from the corner workers, as they do maintain radio silence over the very first lap. But it appears as though great start. Wow, great start for the Mazda RX-7. Yeah, definitely. But look at that Mazda RX-7. Great jump for him. That is John Easy, who moves all the way up into second position behind the blue Honda. And matter of fact, so the blue Honda, Cliff Ira, the Del Sol, he's not even in the shot anymore because he is completely checked out there. But Easy, who started off in 5th position, works all the way up to 2nd.
And there is that smoking car, and you were at, it was the blue, I remember which one that was. I think maybe 7.
And we have the 7.6 car that has pulled over Brian and is currently off track. And the 76, I believe that is, we'll double check here, but I believe that is the Bauckham car.
Yeah.
We also are seeing that Doug Piner in that bright green open top BMW Z3, well, he's not in that lead shot anymore, as he has now started to fall back as well, as we watch our B-Spec field now come through 17 for the first time.
Yep, there is the B-Spec cars under the bridge heading down towards the start stand again. It looks like Chris Daugherty is going to take him across the line first. Second place car is going to be Luke Russell, followed by, I think, Chris Taylor, then Josh Schmidt, then Kent Carter in 5th place car 192. You mentioned his good run last year. Nobody had a better run here last year than Frank Schwartz. At one point, it looked like he had started with the lead pack and not the back pack. He had gotten so far out, and it looks like Chris Daugherty's doing kind of the same thing right now. He is a full 3.5 seconds ahead. That's not right. A full 2.5 seconds ahead of the second place car. Got to do math in my head. Sometimes it hurts at the end of the day. We also have a yellow flag out, a local yellow at turn 7 right now, so I'm not quite sure what that is. Sometimes that's just a car who runs off, and they put up the yellow until they re-enter there after the runoff there. So And here comes, that's Chris Daughtry coming right at us there. He is in that Toyota Yaris. And then right behind him is the Honda Fit of Luke Russell, followed by the Mazda 2. So we've got Toyota, Honda, Mazda, Chevy, the top four. And then we've got to go deeper into the field to Frank Schwartz, who's in 16th, 12th over in class in that Mini Cooper Clubman. All right, here comes your race leaders. Like we saw last time, Cliff Ira is even further ahead now. At the line, Cliff Ira has opened up a 9.8 second lead in 2 laps in F production. The second place car in the first group is a GT Lights car of Chris Bovis. That's a Honda CRX. And then your third place car in that first group is your leader in E production, John Easy, in the Mazda RX-7. So 1, 2, and 3 on the track are first place in F Prod, GT Lights, and E Prod.
Oh, and just saw a great move there, Brian, going into turn 3. Peter Shadowin running second in GT Light, the yellow number 72 machine coming right underneath John Easy's Mazda RX-7 there, right at the apex, and sneaks by. And so that will move Shadowin up into third overall, but more importantly, right behind our current GT Light leader, that is Chris Bovis. The CRX driven by Bovis, front-wheel drive. The CRX driven by Shadowin, a rear-wheel drive car. Louis Bastani now currently sitting second in E production, sitting in fifth, just ahead of John Bauckham. And we did get word, Brian, that it was not John Bauckham's car that was smoking, but it was actually Pedro Rivera's Porsche 914, the number 38 car, that has had some problem. You can see there the remnants of the smoke.
Yeah, it is lingering there, so not quite sure how long it's going to take before that car gives up the ghost, but there it is. Here comes your lead pack of B-Spec cars now across the line here, and taking a look at them again, you've got Chris Daughtry in first.
And Brian, I should add, if you take a look at this shot here coming down the front straight and look over towards the pit lane, you will see the big cloud of smoke coming.
That answers our question.
Yes, coming down the pit lane. And it appears that the problematic car is pulled down the pit lane, but I think they're getting some emergency services vehicles for it.
Well, whoever that was, thank you for not oiling down the whole racetrack and making us stop the race. We appreciate that. I'd say we've got Daughtry, and then with almost a 4-second lead over second place here in B-Spec. Chris Taylor's in second, Josh Schmidt and Luke Russell's in fourth.
All right, looks like we currently have a local caution, now a waving caution, over at turn 7 as we have a driver on the ground. Or probably a driver on the ground. I retract that very quickly. We have a corner worker out from behind the wall, responding to an incident. We'll try and get the car number for you.
It looks like we've got 2 course trucks there also, so they're going to try to yank that car out into a more safe position, I'm sure, so we can not go full course yellow. So right off there, what you can't see from our camera is a runoff road, though if you can't make the turn, you can go straight, or if your car's disabled, you can go straight, and it looks like that's what at least one of our drivers done. Looking at the field here, I'm going to make a guess that might be either Yuri Colossos or Don Tucker.
Don Tucker in the number 9 machine. He has just taken his car back behind the wall. He is now back in the paddock.
Yuri Colossos back there with the E-Production Mazda RX-7.
And we see here coming in, and again, under caution, the battle for the lead in GT Light. Just saw Bovis head in with Peter Shadowin about 10 car lengths behind. And Shadowin hasn't really worked himself clear of John Easy's E-Production RX-7 yet. Now, Paul Mavoli, we noticed, though, right on the back of that RX-7, Mavoli running third in GT Light in that blue and white Nissan. So he is still within shooting distance of Peter Shadowin. Yeah, and it sounds like, and well, you know, it wasn't the 3.8 machine that came down smoking down the pit lane, Brian. We just saw the 3.8 go through turn at number 7, and he's still smoking pretty heavily and getting reports from a lot of the corner stations about that smoke. Also, we said that early on, the BMW Z3 of Doug Piner had such a great start and had fallen back through the field. Turns out he had actually pulled the car off at a station. He was having some mechanical issues. The car shut down on him. He managed to get that car back up and running, and Doug now runs 16th overall. And in F production, or probably in E production, that now brings his car to 6th position. Definitely not where he thought he'd be here with 3 laps complete.
Yep, and there is a smoker, maybe not the smoker.
No, that is, and again, that's the Porsche 914.
Right. Oh wow, a lot of smoke coming off that 914 now.
Yeah, that is, and that we've had a couple calls from the corners on that machine so far. That is Pedro Rivera. That is the number 38 machine. Actually, it's an F production Porsche 914 4, and Pedro currently running in 4th. Honestly, not that far behind Preston Obremski's Neon, but I'll tell you, Mark Webber, who's currently running 5th in F production, and he's right on the back of that smoking machine. He might have a pretty oiled down windshield at this point, because he's been following that 914 for around 3 laps, and now there you go, Mark Webber getting around Rivera's machine. So move Mark Webber up to 4th in F production.
So real quick, talking about the B-Spec class, Chris Daughtry, he's got a 3.5 second lead, 4 second lead over Chris Taylor, but the lead's not getting wider. And here we see the car being towed out of the turn 7 area. I'm guessing that was the car that was at turn 7, and they're towing it to a safer spot here.
That is turn 13 going on to the.
I think that was a car that was
at 7. Correct. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So and there's a cutoff right that will that they can park him. Right. Basically, they're from the Flying Fortress Straight that'll park it right on the outside of turn 3.
Right. Okay.
That they can park it here. And here we go, coming on to the Ulm Straight. That was our B-Spec leader, Chris Daughtry, running 2nd. Chris Taylor in the Mazda 2. Then Josh Schmidt from Babyface Fabrication in his Chevy Sonic. Luke Russell, Stuart Black, Clay Keel. Too many Ks.
So that car that was being towed was Frank Schwartz of the Mini Clubman. So not sure what the situation was that made him stop in turn 7, but that is the car that was under tow there from the track trucks.
All right.
It's funny because when you see these B-Spec cars come through, if they're a little bit further on, they hit that bump and they rotate really fast. So that could be a quick way to get through it if your car's not turning like you want.
Well, and that's the great thing about having a front-wheel drive car that may, these are definitely not going to by nature understeer, but in order to get rotation, especially through that corner, you can use those bumps to your advantage to get them rotated so that you can straighten the wheel up. The longer that you have the wheel cranked in on these cars, the slower they're going to go. You want to minimize the amount of scrub coming off the front of the car. So you can see there the Honda, the Marlboro car. Boy, a bit of scrub going into turn 3. I wouldn't be surprised if things dry up and start seeing some of those drivers start to use the apex curbing there, ride the rear wheels up on the curbing to get them to rotate around. But as always, great races here in B-Spec as we have got a lot of 2x2. But here it is this week, really moving out to a very early start, almost a 3.5 second advantage now is Chris Daughtry. But as you mentioned, Chris Taylor, the disadvantage Taylor has, no draft to help pull him forward or push him forward, and he is maintaining almost exactly the same pace 3 laps in a row as our leader.
Right, in E-Production, John Easy has just a 0.2 second lead over Louis Bastani, in the 11 car, and then about a 2-second gap back to the 3rd place car. That's Brian Heitman. So a pretty close battle there in E-Production. Looking at F-Production, it's all Cliff Ira. He has a 49-second lead over Stephen Clark in that Mazda. He's got the Honda Del Sol, that's Ira, and then the Mazda Miata of Stephen Clark is your 2nd place car in F production. Taking a peek at GT Lights, Chris Bovis has an almost 9-second lead over Peter Shadowin. Both of those are CRXs, but one is a front drive and one is a rear drive.
Right.
So that's the difference there. 3rd place back there is Paul Mavoli. And then taking a look at H production, Mike Ogren in the Scirocco from Dunedin, Florida. He is your race leader. He has a 48-second lead over Leanna Wright in the Mini Cooper and Andrew Wright in the Triumph Spitfire. So that is the gap there for first, second, third in H production.
Yeah, and Ogren had a great advantage just right out of the gate, right with the green flag, because neither Leanna nor Andrew Wright went and set times in qualifying earlier today and started at the very back of that first pack, whereas Ogren started quite a bit further up. The advantage of having a front-wheel drive car, started 11th in that front pack. All right, so Brian, we're right now actually a little bit past halfway. Let's go take our last commercial break of the day, and we'll be back in just a few moments to bring you all the way to the checkered flag here at Sebring, where we are watching our last race, 8th race of the day. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
All right, we're back here at Sebring International Raceway for our final race of the day, and 7 minutes to go. We just saw a car pull off at the end of the back straight there, and they're trying to get some rescue trucks to that car. It was smoking really, really heavily as they went down that way, and it looks like we may be going full course yellow here to be able to get the rescue workers to that car as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and that is the case, Brian. They've just deployed the safety car from turn 7. That's our second safety car to pick up our leader, the number 36 of Cliff Ira. Here, unfortunately, Ira had already passed turn 1 when the decision was made to go to full course caution, and that caution being brought out because we've got the number 5 machine of Mark Silverberg off on the outside of the Sunset Bend turn 17, the Toyota MR2, apparently having some mechanical issues that they're trying to retrieve that car.
Yeah, so the car's still smoking heavily. We know the driver's out of the car, so but they do want to get the trucks there quickly. If in fact there is, that smoke looks like it's coming from a fire. But the driver is out of the car. Horse truck is there trying to help out as quick as possible. Here we've got this 914 still smoking and still going.
Still going.
A little portion that could.
Yeah, another air-cooled machine, Brian. Hey, it's almost like a Formula. I'm not going to say it's almost like a Formula be. But yeah, it's good.
It's
gonna
almost like a Formula V.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, with big fenders.
With big, exactly. It's just a big Beetle. Now all the Porsche files are going to want to kill me, just like the Formula 600 people. All right.
So, for all of you Porsche fans, he lives in Charlotte, North Carolina. Just kidding. We love the Porsches, by the way. We just like to have fun.
That's right. All right. All right. So let's take a look here as we are under full course caution and with about 5 minutes, and I am getting word now that whatever had been going on over by 17, it has been extinguished.
Okay.
That would lead me to believe it was probably a fire.
Yes.
But there we go. We can see no more. All the smoke has been let out of that MR2. Let's quickly take a look here.
No more oil left.
Yeah, that could very well be. In F production, Cliff Ira is your leader, and he has the overall lead. Stephen Clark up in second position. Preston Obremski running in third. Clark in a Miata. Obremski in a Neon. In E production, your leader now is Louis Pistani in his Mazda Miata, with John Easy back into second position is Silver Mazda RX-7. Brian Heitman, who is our pole sitter in the class, he is now in third. And well, that is actually right now it's a very tight battle, but you know, they're all in line behind a safety car, so I would hope so. Then in H production, we've got in H production Mike Ogren, Leanna Wright, Andrew Wright. In GT Light, Bovis and Shadow, and Paul Mavoli, your top three. And then finally in B-Spec, Chris Doherty with Stuart Black and John Schmidt, your top three.
I'm really kind of surprised that we're not getting the checkered flag here with 3 minutes.
I am as well.
If they don't checker this flag, they're literally going to be dropping it for one, basically green or one white flag.
Well, I can see now, and I'm looking at the starter stand, Brian, and the checkered flag has been pulled from the tub. Of course, our leaders had just gone by, and yeah, just getting word from race control now. Next time by, our leader will be getting the checkered flag.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
So, all right, well, that's going to end it for us here today.
Yeah, kind of anticlimactic way to wrap up a great day of racing, Brian.
Well, but you know, unfortunately, that is the part of the game that we have here. And,
it is.
And more often than not, it doesn't end under the yellow. So we'll take it. We'll take it today. We'll come back and do it tomorrow, and hope that these guys get their full race tomorrow. So,
all right, and so you know, we'll run down the final order here in just a moment. But as Brian mentioned, tomorrow, our final day of racing here from Sebring for round number 2 of the Super Tour. 8 races. We're going to be starting at 8:00 for the green flag at 8:05. We'll be on air at 8 a.m. And tomorrow are the feature races, Brian. 35 minutes or 14 laps, whichever comes first. And, you know, we saw some amazing battles here today. And we saw some amazing battles here today, Brian, and I definitely can't wait. So let's go here. And although, you know, I always, I want to couch this by saying I've raced in H production for a number of years.
I know where you're going with this.
But I never want to go and run down the final order as these drivers still have a little over 2 miles to go to get to the checkered flag. And I say that I was racing years ago at a majors at Watkins Glen International, and we went to a full course caution for a car that was on the side of the track. And the caution period extended for 8 laps, and that's because for the last 4 laps, the cars were just overheating from the speed of being behind the safety car. That a lot of the production cars at the time, they weren't running cooling fans on their radiators and weren't getting enough air into the cooling system. So yeah, I'd rather just sit and ensure that our classic Mazda safety car brings the field back around here. And Brian, it's going to be pretty close. We've only got 50 seconds left on the clock. So,
yeah, definitely.
There you go. And and our drivers, Brian, they're going to be getting the checkered flag from the pit lane. So this is going to be we won't get that classic shot there as they come underneath the starter stand, but I think the decision was made there so that they don't have to make another trip around Sebring, another 3.7 miles. And interestingly here, Brian, getting a word from race control about a pass under yellow. and the reason I mentioned this is it was Leanna Wright passing her husband, Andrew Wright, and I'm fairly certain that Leanna, before the caution period, Leanna had been running second in H production, but I'm going to let the stewards figure that one out. I wouldn't want to get in the middle of that.
Yeah, that's going to be one of those situations where they're going to, at the end of the day here, it's going to be calling Leanna Wright and Andrew Wright to the marriage counselors down in Impound.
Yeah, exactly. My. Yeah, exactly. So Leanna, as a matter of fact, here they come through the Sunset Bend, right behind the Porsche 914. That's the 02, the blue Mini Cooper of Leanna Wright, and then the Triumph Spitfire of Andrew Wright. And so that is going to be the play here. And now, Brian, we're close enough.
You feel comfortable now?
I feel comfortable. So let's go. We'll run down the finishing order here. We'll give you the top 5 overall, and then we'll break it down by class. Your winner today, running flag to flag, the 36F production Honda Civic Del Sol of Cliff Ira. Chris Bovis will finish second overall in his GT Light Honda CRX. Shadowin finishing third in his GT Light CRX. Paul Mavoli will finish third in his GT, probably he'll finish, I can't count, he'll finish fourth in his GT Light Nissan. And Louis Bastani rounds out the top 5. He is your E production winner. And let's move over, we'll break it down by class. In F production, there we go. Cliff Ira, Stephen Clark finishing in second. I know Amy Brown, Stefan's girlfriend, who's been working on grid all weekend long, so be very happy to hear that. Preston Obremski in the 92 Dodge Neon will finish third. Mark Webber finishes just off the podium in F production in fourth, and then Pedro Rivera will finish in fifth in that Porsche 914. In E production, taking the win, as we mentioned, Louis Bastani. Brian Heitman now moves up to second. He got around John Easy, and John Easy had that amazing start, just could not hold off Bastani or Heitman, but he still comes home with a third place finish in E production. Matt Fritz finishes just off the podium in fourth. In H production, Mike Ogren goes flag to flag. He takes the win. Leanna Wright finishes second. Andrew Wright third. Jonathan Stalzer is fourth in H production. And then in GT Light, Chris Bovis and Peter Shadowin in the 2 CRXs. Paul Mavoli, we've mentioned those 3 already. Chris Copley finishes just off the podium in his British Leyland Mini. And then finally in B-Spec, Chris Doherty takes the win over Stuart Black. He finishes second. Josh Schmidt finishes in third. Chris Taylor, who had for so long been running in second, he finishes just off the podium in fourth.
Well, that was an exciting day of racing. We had some really good action. We had a couple of races end early because of cautions, but a good day of racing, a lot of fun, a safe day of racing.
Yes.
And that's also very important. So.
All right, so why don't we wrap things up here from Sebring, Brian, for today. As we mentioned, we're going to be back on air 8 o'clock, first race, 8:05 tomorrow. Feature races, 35 minutes or 14 laps, whichever comes first. We know we've had some people asking us in the chat, and the grid for those races set by the fastest lap time from either qualifying or today's sprint races. So we'll give you those Mazda Motorsports starting grids tomorrow morning. So for Brian Bielanski sitting beside me, for Ryan Bauer, our director, for Brendan Kesmerick, our producer from DriversEye Live, I'm Gregg Ginsberg, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.